A male beastman can earn a beast tooth on his necklace for every female he has a child with. The more beast teeth, the more popular he is. But the 5 stunningly handsome beastmen in front of her have nothing on their necklaces. It turns out their female owner is a 2-ton, ugly woman. Taking advantage of being the chief's daughter, she forcefully claimed them as her mates. Last night, she even snuck into the cave of one of them, a beastman named Mu Xuan, trying to drug him. But he kicked her out. Humiliated, Su, the original owner of the body, jumped into the river, hoping to make him feel sorry for her, but she actually drowned. Lin Su, having received the original owner's memories, shivers from the cold. At that moment, a voice filled with disgust says, "Lin Su, this is the last time. If you want to jump in the river again, stay away from me." It was Mu Xuan, one of the original host's beastmen mates. He walked over with a look of revulsion and pushed her stomach hard, adding, "Even if you drown, I won't give you CPR." Lin Su, infuriated by his treatment, jumped up, kicked him, and ran off. Mu Xuan, watching her retreating back, cursed, "Lin Su, you just wait. I won't let you get away with this." Lin Su ran back to the cave to process her memories. The original owner was the daughter of the tribal chief. When she was a child, she was swapped and raised by a black bear, which is why she was dirty, dark, and unhygienic. She also had a fake sister, Lin Nuan. Originally, the 5 beastmen were supposed to be Lin Nuan's, but the original owner used her years of hardship to demand the 5 beastmen as compensation. As Lin Su was sorting through her memories, a beastman with a wolf-like appearance, holding some herbs, walked in. This was another of the original host's mates, Lanting. His parents died when he was born, and the chief, the original host's father, found and adopted him during a hunting trip. Because of this kindness, he was the only beastman who treated the original host normally. But when he saw Lin Su soaked, his eyes, which were full of concern, quickly turned to disgust. "I've already washed the hide. You can put it away yourself after it's dry." Lin Su was stunned by the fleeting look of disgust in his eyes. Does everyone change their expression so fast? But when she saw the herbs on the table, her expression changed too. On the table were medicinal herbs for warming the meridians and relieving pain. The original host, to show off her good relationship with her mates, had lied to Lanting, saying she was on her period and her stomach hurt, so she couldn't wash the hide. But now she was soaked wet, with no sign of blood. This was why Lanting's eyes had been so full of disgust. The only person who was remotely nice to her was now gone. Lin Su sighed and grabbed a pelt to dry herself off before putting on a clean hide. She felt like something was off. After looking around the room, she realized she was in the ancient past, and there was no mirror. So Lin Su went back to the river where the original owner had jumped in. In her past life, she had a water ability and had reached level 9. As long as she was near water, she could heal, purify, and filter toxins. She tried to stretch her hand out and gather the water, condensing it into a ball and then throwing it. The water droplets were small and not very powerful. Lin Su sighed. "I have to start from scratch." At least she was alive, and that was the most important thing. After checking her powers, Lin Su looked at her reflection in the water. She was shocked by what she saw. She wasn't fair-skinned or slender. She was short, about 1.65 meters, but as black as a piece of charcoal. Her face was flat, her eyes were narrow slits, and her lips were thick and fat like a large sausage. A purple birthmark covered the top of her left cheek, and her body was plump and round. Lin Su raised her arm, revealing a limb as thick as a Michelin tire. She felt like if she curled up, she could roll across the ground. Fortunately, the person wasn't completely unkempt. At least her hair was done. Lin Su reached up and touched her hair, and her face froze. Was it glued together? It was rock hard, and something was moving in it. She tried to scratch it, and a small, wriggling creature crawled up her fingernail. Lin Su quickly pulled it down and saw what looked like a louse. Lin Su's mind went blank. What kind of oddball was this? Given my terrible start, a system would not be too much to ask for, right? Ding! Sensing the host's inner need, the system is now activating. A system actually appeared. "Give me shampoo and louse medicine." "Sorry, host, we don't have those things." According to the usual storyline, given my appearance, shouldn't I be bound to a beauty upgrade system? "Sorry, host, we are a love brain strategy system. As long as you successfully turn the beastmen in the system into love brains, your powers and mental strength will be upgraded." What do you mean? You want me, looking like this, to conquer the original host's 5 beastman mates? Are you kidding me? The system is a serious system and doesn't joke around. A friendly reminder. Hosts who fail to complete the system's tasks will be forcibly logged off and terminated. It seemed she couldn't rely on the system. Lin Susu had to find a way to get rid of the lice on her head herself. The easiest way would be to shave off all her hair. But she couldn't accept becoming even uglier. She urgently needed a fine-toothed comb to get rid of the lice and their eggs. Lin Susu found a boxwood tree. Unfortunately, the branches suitable for a comb were too high, so Lin Susu had to stand on her tiptoes to grab a branch. Xiao Ye, a beast man about to shed his skin, was lying in the sun to recharge his energy. He was just dozing off when he heard a rustling sound. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Susu's backside wiggling back and forth. He immediately frowned, his face full of disgust. She must know I'm weak from shedding my skin, so she's trying to seduce me. She's getting more and more shameless. Seeing Lin Susu getting closer, he said in a cold voice, "Get down, get out of my sight." Lin Susu only then realized Xiao Ye was above her. "Why can't I climb this tree? Is your name written on it? Do you own it? You're so arrogant. If you don't like it, get out yourself." Her head was itchy beyond belief, and seeing the person in front of her acting so ridiculously, she couldn't help but get angry. After a barrage of words, she ignored him. Xiao Ye was surprised by her swift turn and the way she walked away. She really wasn't here for him. Lin Susu was good with her hands and quickly made a comb. She went to the river and ran the comb through her hair, and out came a swarm of lice. The sight disgusted her, and she felt her stomach churn, almost throwing up. How unhygienic do you have to have a head full of lice? Enduring the sour taste in her mouth, Lin Susu went to a different spot and started again, eyes closed. As long as I don't see it, it doesn't exist. But just a comb was not enough. Lin Susu collected mugwort, burned it in a bamboo tube, and washed her hair. She felt that a lot of the grease and lice were gone. Even though she was still ugly, at least the lice problem was solved. Suluoluo sighed and walked forward when a beautiful woman with fair skin blocked her way. Compared to her, Suluoluo was the ugly duckling to her swan. "Susu, I heard you jumped into the river. Are you okay?" Lin Nuan looked at her with a sweet, innocent expression. Behind her were several other females. Nuan, don't mind her. What could possibly be wrong with her? Look at the things she did. And she's acting as if nothing happened. Before Lin Susu could speak, one of the females behind Lin Nuan spoke up with a sneer. "Exactly! An ordinary female would be too embarrassed to see anyone after being rejected by her mates. But look at her. She's still alive and well. Nuan, you're too kind." Lin Nuan, with an air of, "I'm so innocent and pure," defended Lin Susu. "Don't say that about Susu. She couldn't help it. And as her sister, of course, I have to be concerned about her." With that, she walked closer to Suluoluo. Seeing that her hair was wet, she took a hide towel from her arms, pushed away the hair that was covering Suluoluo's birthmark, and began wiping it. While feigning to wipe her hair, she said in a gentle voice, "Susu, it's not a big deal. You don't have to jump into the river. As long as you slowly change, Mushuan will see your good side." If Lin Susu hadn't known that Lin Nuan was a two-faced green tea, she would have actually thought she cared about her. The two females behind her started to praise her. Nuan is so good. Susu is so mean to her, but she still cares about her like she always has." Lin Nuan's smile became even more forced upon hearing their words. "It's another day to show how gentle and generous I am." But just as she was about to pull her hand back, Lin Susu grabbed it. Lin Nuan was a little stunned. "Susu, is there something else?" Lin Susu nodded seriously. "There is one thing I need my sister to help me with." Lin Nuan didn't really want to help Lin Susu, but with so many people around, she had to ask, "What is it? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you." "It's nothing big," Lin Susu said, placing Lin Nuan's hand on her head. "I've got a few lice on my head that I can't reach. I'll have to trouble my sister to help me scratch them." "Scratch lice?" Lin Nuan's face was filled with horror, and she tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Susu held on tightly. "Didn't my sister just say you would help me? Why did you suddenly take your hand away? Did you lie about helping your sister?" "How could I lie? I just thought of another way." Lin Nuan struggled to pull her hand back, but Lin Susu held on. "Sister, I think you're just disgusted with me." Lin Nuan's face twitched. "How could I be disgusted with you? But you won't help me scratch my lice. My head is so itchy," Lin Susu insisted, pulling Lin Nuan's hand towards her head. The moment Lin Nuan Nuan touched her fluffy hair, she screamed. Susu, you have too many lice! I can't get them all, I'll get you some medicine instead. She then pulled her hand back and pushed Lin Susu away, walking off. Lin Susu looked at her retreating figure. She then looked at the two females standing on the side. Didn't you say you would help me? It seems my sister is disgusted with me, since my sister won't help me scratch them. Can you two help? Lin Susu walked towards the two females, pulling at her hair. The two females looked at her with disgust and fear. Susu, we just remembered we have some chores to do. With that, they both ran away. Lin Susu laughed, watching them run away in defeat. So you're just a green tea too. Who can't be one? Before she could stop laughing, a white object fell from the sky into her hand. Fu Feng, who had returned from hunting, had been watching the show from a distance. He thought to himself that Lin Susu wasn't as stupid as he thought. Lin Nuan Nuan always pretended to be gentle and generous, and she would fall for it every time. Lin Susu looked up and saw a tall, slender figure in a feathered cloak. His expression was cold as he pointed to the item in her hand. This is for you today. This was another one of the original host's 5 beastmen mates, Fu Feng. His true form was a dragon sparrow, a 5th-tier beastman. The dragon sparrow tribe was extremely powerful on this continent, and ruled over most of it. She wondered why a noble like him was here and was mated to the original host. Seeing her holding the fish with a disgusted expression, Fu Feng looked at her condescendingly. You can't even eat fish? How do you eat a raw fish? Lin Susu looked at the freshly skinned fish in front of her. If you want to eat it, then eat it. If not, then don't. He didn't have much to say, assuming she was unhappy with the food he found for her. Lin Susu shook her head. She found some branches and started a fire. She then stuck the fish on a stick and began to roast it. Fu Feng had planned to leave after dropping off the fish, but watching Lin Susu's actions, he stayed behind as if by a supernatural force. While the fish was roasting, he even went into the forest to pick some wild fruits and washed the bamboo tube he had made before to make some fruit juice. Seeing Fu Feng watching her, she looked at him and asked, do you want to drink some? Fu Feng's eyes swept over the used bamboo cup, and he quickly left as if he were escaping. What's wrong with that guy? If he doesn't want it, he doesn't have to flee like that. Lin Susu recalled the look in his eyes, which seemed to be full of disgust. She rolled her eyes. After finishing the fish, Lin Susu went to the river to wash up. She unexpectedly ran into Lan Ting again. Remembering the task the system had given her, she quickly ran to him. Quote, Lan Ting, are you fetching water? I'll help you. Lan Ting ignored her. After filling one bucket, he threw out the other one. Lin Susu knew he was still angry with her. She cautiously approached him again. Lan Ting, I'm sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have lied to you. I'm sorry. Lan Ting's expression was indifferent. If that's all you want to say, I've already heard it. I did that because the other females in the tribe all called me ugly. My mates all ignored me, so I did that to show them that my mates actually cared about me. I know I shouldn't have been so wicked, but I couldn't help it. After being brought back by my father, everyone disliked me and hated me. This was the first time she had ever acted like a white lotus, but after she spoke, there was no response. Not getting a response, Lin Susu turned to leave. She was surprised when Lan Ting walked past her and said in a calm voice, No, I don't hate you. Lin Susu's eyes lit up. Before she could ask him anything else, the unreliable system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered Lan Ting. He has turned from a 10 brain to a level 1 filter brain. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Susu was surprised. Does Lan Ting like me? The system didn't respond, but gave her a light blue virtual screen. Seeing the value of 0.001, Lin Susu was speechless. System, can you tell me what a filter brain is? Filter brain is a state of love where you are selectively blind for the one you love. Once the person you like falls in love, he looks at the other person as if they had a 10-level beauty filter on. He will instinctively and infinitely magnify their strengths while automatically ignoring their flaws. Lin Susu was stunned after hearing this. This level 1 love brain sounded like a masochist. Would Lan Ting become like this? Lin Susu was a little doubtful. As she was thinking, a shout suddenly came, Lin Susu, what are you dawdling for? Breakfast has been served in the square, get over here! Upon hearing there was food, Lin Susu quickly ran to the square. As she was in line, she was suddenly pushed to the front. A noble-looking woman glared at her with displeasure. Lin Susu, why are you so late? All the other females woke up early to do their chores. This person was the original host's mother, Lan Ya. Lan Ya didn't really like her biological daughter. Instead, she showered Lin Nuan Nuan, who she had raised since childhood, with favor. Lin Susu gave a faint look around. But aren't there still people here? In the past, the original host was also quite diligent, but she later discovered that no matter how much she did, the people in the tribe would just laugh at and look down on her. She gradually stopped doing chores, and because she stopped, the people in the tribe labeled her as lazy. How can you compare yourself to the beastmen? They woke up early to go hunting. It's normal for them to come back late. Look at you, what have you done? Lanya scolded her relentlessly. Lin Susu glanced at the several females already eating breakfast nearby. Lin Nuan wasn't among them. Lanya was so biased that she only called her out. Isn't Lin Nuan also not here? Lin Nuan was truly sly. Just as she thought of her, Lin Nuan slowly walked over from a distance. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes when she saw Lin Susu was earlier than her. But upon hearing Lanya's voice, her expression returned to normal, turning into one of concern. Susu, how did you make Mother angry again? Quickly apologize to her. Her voice was soft, and her eyes were full of pity. A white lotus in action was truly something else. But Lin Susu gave her a taste of her own medicine. She too adopted a teary expression as she looked at Lin Nuan. Sister, what are you saying? What did I do wrong that I need to apologize to Mother? Lin Nuan was stunned. She didn't expect Luo to speak like this. I just saw Mother was angry, so... As soon as she said this, Lanya immediately sided with her. Don't mind her, Nuan. It's not your fault. She was the one who was late, but she's saying you weren't here either. We all know you were busy informing people that breakfast was ready. Lin Nuan nodded obediently. It's okay if I'm misunderstood, as long as Mother is happy. With that, she took out a bamboo tube from her arms and handed it over. Susu, you said you had lice on your head yesterday. I brought you some medicine for it. Lin Nuan had never had lice, so she had no idea what louse medicine was. She just put some honey in the tube and passed it off as medicine. Lin Susu glanced at the so-called medicine, which had no medicinal herb smell at all. It was definitely just some random thing she used to pretend to be a good person. Lin Susu sniffed and looked at her with a sad expression. Sister, did you forget? After you were disgusted with me yesterday, I went and scratched them myself. I scratched all night and they're all gone now. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Susu was usually prone to breaking things, so she rarely cried, and she also mentioned that Ling Nuan was disgusted with her. This was getting interesting. Ling Nuan was caught off guard and quickly handed the medicine over again. I really wasn't disgusted with you. I left yesterday to get this medicine for you. You can't get rid of lice just by scratching. Medicine works better. Lanya couldn't stand Lin Susu's baseless accusation against Lin Nuan, so she scolded her. Why aren't you taking the medicine your sister brought you? It's a good thing your sister is so forgiving. After you talk about her like that, she still brings you medicine. Lanya looked at her with disgust. If you don't want people to be disgusted with you, then don't have lice. Lin Susu watched the mother and daughters act, and a smile crept onto her face. She took the bamboo tube. Thank you, sister. Then she opened the lid. Seeing the water that looked like honey, she asked, Sister, what did you use to make this louse medicine? Why does it smell like honey? Lin Nuan's eyes flickered. I used the same herbs used for making louse medicine. I just added some honey to make it smell better. Lin Nuan was quick to come up with a reason. Did you use 100 medicinal herbs in mugwort? Lin Nuan had no idea which herbs were used, so she just nodded along. Yes, I used those herbs. As soon as she said this, the crowd started to murmur. Louse medicine isn't made like that. The common ingredients are 100 poisonous herbs, dictamnus, sephora root, and mugwort. Lin Nuan realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. It was the 100 poisonous herbs and sephora root. I misspoke just now. Lin Susu raised an eyebrow. She handed the bamboo tube to the person who spoke. I think there's something wrong with my nose. Can you smell if there's any 100 poisonous herbs or sephora root in here? I think my sister might have really gotten it wrong. A few kind-hearted people came over and smelled it. An older female advised, There's not much 100 poisonous herbs or sephora root in this. It's better not to use it. Lin Nuan stood on the side, embarrassed and mortified. All she could say was, maybe I added too much honey. Lanya didn't want Lin Nuan to be the center of attention, so she changed the subject. Alright, Nuan has never had lice before, so how would she know what louse medicine looks like? It's good enough that she even bothered to make it for you. Lin Susu glanced around. Besides Lan Ting, none of the other beastmen mates had come. It seemed there was no need for her to come to breakfast in the future. Lin Susu turned and walked into the forest. She remembered seeing some eggs near a wild pond when she was looking for herbs yesterday. She planned on getting them to make a fried egg. Xiaoye had never been accustomed to the breakfast prepared by the tribe. When he was sleeping in the reeds yesterday, he saw some duck eggs. He planned to get them for breakfast, but when he went to get them after the ducks had left, a fat hand suddenly appeared and took all the eggs from the nest. Seeing the dark figure, he thought it was a bear and was about to fight it to get the eggs back, but he saw that it was Lin Su, so he ran away. Xiaoye followed her with a face full of anger. Lin Su was afraid the wild ducks would come after her, so she ran quickly and didn't notice that someone was following her. After leaving the forest, she sighed in relief and started to prepare her fried eggs. Xiaoye followed Lin Su and saw her taking out a bunch of strange things, so he didn't come out right away, wanting to see what she was up to. Lin Su, with the wild duck eggs in her arms, found Lanting in a corner. She had been thinking about it and concluded that only Lanting could get her salt, so she went straight to him. Of course, she also took the duck eggs with her to earn his favor. She thought that once she made the eggs and shared them with him, his attitude towards her would change. Seeing Lanting sharpening his weapon with a stone, Lin Su walked over with a smile. Lanting, can you give me some salt? Lanting stopped and frowned. What do you need salt for? Salt is very precious, not something you can just play around with. Lin Su looked down and pointed to the few wild duck eggs in her arms. I found some duck eggs, and I want to make fried eggs. Fried eggs? What's that? He had never heard of it, and looked at Lin Su with a puzzled expression. Lin Su pointed to the eggs in her arms. You smash them, then you add oil and salt, and you cook them, and it becomes a delicious fried egg. Xiaoye, who was hiding behind her, saw Lin Su acting coyly towards Lanting. A mocking smile appeared on his face. But when he heard her next words, his face instantly fell. Once I'm done, I'll give them to you to eat. These are my eggs! Why should I give them to Lanting to eat? But at the moment, it would be too embarrassing to run out and snatch the eggs back. A strange smile appeared on Xiaoye's face as he left the scene. Lanting listened to her and calmly refused. No, you can eat them yourself. He then took out some salt from his arms. I only have this much. Is it enough? Lin Su took the salt packet and nodded. It's enough. I'll make you fried eggs when I'm done. Lin Su rushed to the stove she had set up and saw Xiaoye squatting in front of it as if he was examining something. Lin Su forced a smile. What are you doing here? Xiaoye heard the nervousness in Lin Su's voice, and his eyebrows arched. If you want to keep this, then hand over the eggs. Lin Su pretended to be clueless. What egg? What are you talking about? Xiaoye folded his arms across his chest and looked at her. Do I need to remind you? You took 6 eggs from the reeds. How did you know there were 6 eggs in the reeds? Were you following me? Xiaoye saw the suspicion in her eyes. I'm not that bored. I saw them yesterday. I was planning on getting them for breakfast, but who knew you would take my eggs? Lin Su, who had been confused by his words, laughed when she heard him say they were his eggs. Your eggs? That's rich. Did your name get written on them? If you hadn't come at an angle, these eggs would be mine, so why are they not mine? Xiaoye refused to back down. Things in the wild are a matter of who is more capable. I was here first, so of course they're mine. You were here first? If you want to talk about who was here first, I saw them yesterday too, Lin Su sneered. What's the use of seeing them yesterday? I can say I saw them the day before yesterday. Seeing that Lin Su wouldn't back down, Xiaoye didn't waste any more words. I don't care what you think. If you want this thing to stay, then give me back my eggs. Lin Su saw that Xiaoye was about to throw away the oil, and her face instantly changed. Let's talk about this properly. Don't be so rash, Xiaoye huffed. There's nothing to talk about. Give me back the eggs. Give you 6 eggs, Lin Su huffed. You're not even gonna leave me one? Lin Su saw that a head-on confrontation wouldn't work, so she thought for a moment and took a step back. How about this? You don't have to throw away the oil. I'll make all 6 fried eggs, and we can eat them together. How does that sound? Can fried eggs even be that delicious? Lin Su nodded seriously. Of course. Seeing Xiaoye's doubt, she patted her chest. If you don't believe me, I can make 2 for you to try first. With that, she took out the salt she got from Lanting. I have salt here too. With salt, the flavor will definitely be good. Seeing Lin Su had even taken out the salt, Xiaoye reluctantly agreed. Fine, you can only make 2. Lin Su went to the stove and, after a series of operations, was done. Try them! Xiaoye didn't hesitate. He took the eggs, blew on them, and put them in his mouth. A faint aroma spread through his mouth, and his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but take a second bite. Lin Susu saw that he was too busy to pay attention to her, so she quickly cracked the remaining eggs. By the time Xiaoye realized what was happening, Lin Susu had already fried all of the remaining eggs. He reached out with his wooden stick for more eggs, but Lin Susu stuffed the eggs into her mouth. The eggs in the bamboo tube instantly disappeared in front of Xiaoye. Her thick lips were stained with oil, and her appearance was disgusting. Xiaoye's face was full of disgust. Lin Susu is getting more and more disgusting. Just watching her eat an egg makes me want to throw up. After eating, Lin Susu raised her eyebrow. Do you want more? Sorry, I ate them all. Zhao Ye lost his appetite after seeing Lin Susu's savage eating style and left with a disgusted look on his face. After seeing Xiao Ye leave, Su Luoluo took the eggs she had just hidden and went to find Lan Ting. Lan Ting was still sharpening his weapon with a stone. Lin Susu saw his serious expression, and her lips curled up. She straightened her skirt and walked over. Lan Ting, I made these eggs. Thank you for the salt. Lan Ting didn't look up. No need, you can eat them yourself. Lin Susu knew he had an issue with her, and that if she wanted to conquer him, she could only act like a good person for now. She moved the bamboo tube closer to him. Try them, they smell delicious. Seeing that Lan Ting still didn't move, Lin Susu took a piece of egg with her chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Lan Ting chewed a few times and swallowed. It tastes good. Lin Susu's eyes curved into a smile when she got a response from Lan Ting. At last, she had made progress with him. Seeing that Lan Ting had only taken one bite, she brought the eggs to him again. There's more if you want. Eat as much as you like. Lan Ting, looking at her with expectant eyes, couldn't refuse and ate a few more pieces. If you like to eat it, I'll make it for you again in the future, okay? Lin Susu was very proud that Lan Ting was eating her food, so she couldn't help but say those words. Lan Ting gave Lin Susu a strange look. In the past, she always wanted him to make food for her, but now she seemed to have changed. After Lin Susu finished all this, she was waiting for the system to make a sound. But the system was quiet. Instead, a roar sounded. Lin Susu, you actually dared to lie to me. Susu looked up at the source of the sound. Xiao Ye had returned. His eyes were a little shifty as he quickly looked around. Realizing there was no escape, he hid behind Lan Ting. While hiding, she shouted, How did I lie to you? Didn't you say I only made 2 fried eggs? There were 6 in total. The remaining 4 were all mine. It's very reasonable. I said I would make 2 first, not that I would only make 2. Lan Ting heard the conversation between Lin Susu and Xiao Ye, and generally understood the situation. Seeing Xiao Ye about to grab Lin Susu, he quickly moved to block him. Xiao Ye saw Lan Ting's move, and his face darkened. Lan Ting, you're protecting her again. Lan Ting's expression didn't change much when he was called out. She's our female. You shouldn't hurt her. I'd hurt her? Xiao Ye sneered with contempt. She's such a pain. Why would I bother hurting her? Then what are you doing now? Lan Ting looked at him, up and down. Xiao Ye pulled back his hand and sneered. Who told her to lie to me? She said she didn't lie to you and only fried 2 eggs. Lan Ting remembered what Lin Susu said and repeated it. Xiao Ye saw that Lan Ting was determined to protect Lin Susu, so he was about to fight him. Just then, another beastman came over. Lan Ting, the chief is calling you, Lan Ting nodded. I'll be right there. Xiao Ye saw that Lan Ting was about to leave and gave Lin Susu a mocking smile. Lin Susu looked at him with a little fear. I'm going with you. Otherwise, after you leave, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. Lan Ting raised his eyebrow. If you're so afraid of being beaten by him, why did you lie to him? I didn't lie. I was the one who found those duck eggs first. He said he found them yesterday and insisted they were his. What was I supposed to do? Lin Susu rolled her eyes. Besides, if I didn't do that, there wouldn't be any eggs for you to eat. Lan Ting didn't expect Lin Susu to say that. Next time, stay away from him. Lin Susu was a little happy to hear him say that. So you believe me? There's no need for you to lie about a few duck eggs. Lin Susu felt a warmth in her heart. No matter what, Lan Ting was willing to believe her. The 2 of them left together. Xiao Ye did not follow. After Xiao Ye left, Lin Susu went to the river to look for freshwater clams. He ground some pearls into powder and applied it to his face. When Fu Feng delivered meat to Lin Susu, he saw a deathly pale face lying in front of the cave entrance, looking like a corpse evenly coated with white ash. It was a little scary at first glance. This idiot must have thought she was too dark, so she put on some white powder to make herself look whiter. Lin Susu was lying with her eyes closed. waiting for the mask to be absorbed. In a daze, she saw a figure flash before her eyes. Startled, she immediately opened her eyes and saw Fu Feng staring at her with a look of disdain. "Fu Feng, is something wrong?" Fu Feng threw the meat in front of her and sneered. "Even if you paint your body white, you won't look any better. Don't waste your energy and make the people of the tribe laugh at us." She immediately retorted, "I'm just minding my own business here. What's so embarrassing to you? You'd better stay in the cave by yourself. That dye won't make you white. It'll just make a fool of yourself." Without waiting for Lin Susu to argue, Fu Feng left with a sullen face. Lin Susu shook her head, looking at the incomprehensible man. She suddenly remembered Fu Feng's words about dye. "Lanya looks quite pale, so how could she give birth to someone as dark as me? System, I have something to ask you. Is there a dye that can make a person dark?" "Yes." Lin Susu's eyes lit up. "What's the name of this plant?" "Black phoenix fruit. Some tribes use it to darken their bodies to appear more majestic." "So where can I find it? Why are you asking?" The system became alert. "Don't you think my nails are missing some color? My whole hand is dark, so wouldn't it look better if my nails were dark too?" The system's lips twitched, but it reluctantly accepted the explanation. The fruit is oval-shaped and covered with thorns. It grows alongside thorny grass. After hearing this, Lin Susu immediately went out to look for the black phoenix fruit. She wanted to test if her face was truly dyed. She remembered that the original owner was raised by a black bear as a child, so it wasn't impossible for her to be so daring. Lin Susu quickly found the black phoenix fruit, but she wasn't in a hurry to pick it. Instead, she took a few leaves from the tree. All things have a counter effect. The leaves might be the antidote to the dye. Lin Susu crushed the leaves in her hand and rubbed them on her nails. A moment later, her nails actually became clean. Upon seeing this, Lin Susu became excited. She ground a large amount of black phoenix fruit leaves into powder. This time, she lay in bed and applied a pack, wondering if it would work. The next day, she woke up to find that her birthmark had faded significantly. Lin Susu was overjoyed and applied some more of the medicine she had made yesterday. Just then, an urgent bone whistle and shouting were heard from outside. "A flood is coming! Everyone, gather in the square!" Upon hearing this, Lin Susu also ran to gather in the square. In the center of the square, Antelope, the chief, held his staff. The shaman looked at the water level of the river and predicted that a heavy rain would come later, which might submerge their homes. "For our safety, we need to move to another place collectively. Time is short. Everyone, take your important belongings. Leave the heavy things behind for now, and we'll come back for them later." Most people agreed, but a few raised their hands and asked, "Chief, where are we moving to?" Antelope glanced at the shaman and said in a deep voice, "To the high ground slope." Upon hearing Antelope say they were going to the high ground slope, Lin Susu frowned and raised her hand. "Chief, I have something to say." Antelope looked at Lin Susu's raised hand and immediately frowned. "What are you doing? Stop messing around and go back to pack your things." When he first found his long-lost biological daughter, he was happy. But who knew she would be so dark and ugly and constantly cause trouble in the tribe? Lin Susu could tell right away that the original host's father didn't like her much. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. She continued, "Chief, we can't go to the high ground. If a landslide happens during the heavy rain, we won't have time to retreat." While moving to a high ground area to avoid the rising floodwaters was a good idea, it was a slope. If a landslide occurred, they would be in a bad situation. It would be better to choose a different place. Antelope's face clouded over when he heard Lin Susu's objection. "What are you talking about? If a flood comes, where do we go if not to the high ground?" "It would be best to go southeast. The terrain is lower there, and it's not near any water source, so there won't be a flood." Lin Susu knew no one would believe her, so she quickly added, "Chief, I'm not just saying this. I've awakened my water ability. I just sense the water, and the flow is extremely unstable. There's likely to be a massive rainstorm." With that, Lin Susu ran to the edge of the crowd, summoned a water ball from the river, and threw it to the ground. This special action shocked everyone present. Antelope was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "As expected of my daughter to have such a talent, today we will listen to you. Does anyone else have any objections?" Antelope glanced around. Seeing that no one spoke, he raised his staff. "Then, it's settled. Everyone pack your things and gather in the square. Then follow Susu." After packing her things, Lin Susu got on Mushuan's back and set off. Because of her tons of weight, Mushuan started to get tired halfway through. "This ugly monster, why does she eat so much? It's already tiring enough carrying the luggage, but I also have to carry her. Lin Susu also noticed the awkward situation and said with embarrassment, "How about we stop and rest for a bit?" Mu Xuan glanced at Fu Feng, who was following behind, and didn't say anything. Xiao Ye, on the other hand, mocked him without reservation. "I feel bad for you, Mu Xuan. It must be tiring carrying such a fat person." Lin Susu was speechless. Was it really necessary to say that? Mu Xuan glanced at Xiao Ye but also didn't say anything. Lin Susu thought for a moment and took out a pouch of preserved plums from her luggage. She took one out and held it in front of Mu Xuan's face. "I made these preserved plums myself. Do you want to eat some to replenish your energy?" This snack was originally for herself when she was hungry, but since Mu Xuan seemed to be getting tired, she had to take it out to appease him. Mu Xuan wasn't impressed at first, but Lin Susu was indeed too heavy for him. He was truly running out of energy. Although he was sure Lin Susu's food wasn't that good, it was at least a plum. No matter how bad it was, it should still taste like a plum, right? With that thought, Mu Xuan opened his mouth and took the plum from her hand. The yellow plum wasn't as bad as he had imagined. On the contrary, it had a sweet taste and wasn't too sour or dry. He had never had such a delicious plum before. After eating one, he was still craving more. Lin Susu had thought Mu Xuan wouldn't bother with her, but he actually ate the plum. And she saw that after he ate it, he didn't say anything or spit it out. This meant he liked it. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have spit it out and said some disdainful words. Seeing this, Lin Susu immediately fed him a few more. Mu Xuan didn't refuse and ate a few more. The two, who hadn't said much to each other before, now had a harmonious trip. Lin Susu would occasionally feed Mu Xuan, and when he wasn't paying attention, she would touch his smooth fur. She had to admit, a leopard's fur was not as long as a wolf or lion's, but it was soft and not prickly at all. One person and one leopard walked together harmoniously. The 2-ton ugly fat girl's beggars chicken sparks, the beastman's protective instincts. After the tribe's collective move, they arrived at their destination. The beastmen were already thirsty and hungry. Antelope found a spot and told everyone to rest. Lanya then gathered all the females to pick wild fruits. Lin Susu was no exception, but wild fruits were not enough to satisfy her hunger, so Lin Susu looked around for some wild game. However, Lin Nuan's 2 followers, who were watching her closely, saw her. "Lin Susu, you're being lazy again. Can't you see the beastmen are tired?" Lanya heard their voices and immediately turned around to scold Lin Susu. "Be more diligent. If I catch you being lazy today, you won't get any food for lunch." Lin Nuan was secretly pleased to hear Lin Susu being scolded, but on the surface, she still pretended to be kind and generous. "Mother, don't say that about Susu. She's just a little playful." "Playful? The other females are working hard to collect fruits and she's just playing around?" Lin Susu pouted and felt speechless. This, White Lotus, is truly something else. She can frame me in a few words. But she didn't care about a few fruits anyway. "If I don't get any, I'll find my own food." With that, she ran off into the woods. After entering the forest, she used a stone to dig up a few earthworms. She also took a large round leaf from a tree and rolled it into a cone. She then put the meat skewers she just made into the leaf cone. After making sure it was completely opaque, she found a place to hide. Xiao Ye wasn't a fan of wild fruits, so he was wandering around, hoping to find some wild eggs to eat. But he hadn't gone far when he saw Lin Susu acting suspiciously. His first thought was that the ugly monster had found some wild eggs again. With that thought, he sneaked over. Just then, a chicken suddenly ran out and plunged into the leaf cone. Xiao Ye understood immediately. The ugly fat girl was trying to catch a chicken. Recalling the duck egg incident last time, Xiao Ye wrapped his tail around the chicken and took it. Lin Susu watched the chicken disappear from her sight. When she looked up, she saw a pair of cold, purple eyes staring at her. She immediately started to curse. "Xiao Ye, give me back my chicken! How could Xiao Ye give it back?" He ran off with the chicken. Lin Susu saw that the chicken was about to go into Xiao Ye's mouth, so she quickly shouted, "Stop! I'll give you a chicken leg if you let me cook it." Xiao Ye didn't care and was about to bite the chicken. "How about half? It's a waste to eat it like that. I have a more delicious way of cooking it." "What way?" Lin Susu licked her lips. "Beggar's chicken! I'll make you beggar's chicken." Xiao Ye's eyes were full of doubt, but he nodded. He felt that Lin Susu was not as disgusting as before, and she was indeed a good cook. Lin Susu took the chicken and quickly cleaned it. Xiao Ye was shocked to see how skilled she was. In his mind, females were weak and could never hunt. But Lin Susu had processed the chicken so easily, which made him look at her differently. After Lin Susu was done, she handed the chicken to Xiaoye. "Here, hold this." Xiaoye's lips twitched as he saw her hand the chicken to him. "Don't tell me your beggar's chicken is already done?" Lin Susu looked at him like he was an idiot. "I told you to hold it. I need to go find some spices." Upon hearing this, Xiaoye reluctantly took the chicken. "Where are you going to find spices?" Lin Susu looked around, unsure. "I'll know once I look." Xiaoye found it boring to guard the chicken alone, so he decided to follow Lin Susu and see what spices she would find. "I'll go with you." Lin Susu gave Xiaoye a strange look. He became a little uncomfortable under her gaze and added, "If I don't follow you, who knows if you'll find some poisonous mushrooms or something to secretly put in it? It's not like you haven't done that before." Lin Susu knew he was right, so she didn't say anything. In this world, everything was unpolluted, so it was easy for Lin Susu to find what she was looking for. Xiaoye, who was following behind her, had no idea what she was doing. The things she was picking were all things he had never seen before. But her kneeling posture was truly ugly. But this ugly fat girl looks like a peach, which is kind of interesting. Lin Susu was concentrating on digging up ginger when the system suddenly made a sound. Ding! Xiaoye's heart rate has changed. "Do you wish to see it, host?" Lin Susu was stunned. This guy was just following me with a disgusted expression, so how did his heart rate increase? She thought it would only be a 0.01 increase or something. When she saw it was a 5, she was so shocked that she fell to the ground. The thud attracted Xiaoye's attention. He looked over and said in a very nasty tone, "Don't even think about twisting your ankle, so I have to carry you." Lin Susu was focused on making beggar's chicken and ignored him. After some time, Lin Susu used a stone to break open the mud ball. A rich aroma of chicken and banana leaves wafted out. Lin Susu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Xiaoye. "Try it." Xiaoye took a bite and felt like he had entered a new world. He decided that from now on, he would only listen to Lin Susu when it came to food. Even though she wasn't that pretty, her cooking was amazing. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, Lan Ya and a group of females returned with wild fruits. Everyone gathered together to eat the fruits. Su Zhao looked around but didn't see Lin Susu. "Where is Lin Susu?" Lin Nuan responded in a, quote, tea-like manner. Susu went somewhere else to collect things. Lan Ya frowned upon hearing this. Nuan, don't make excuses for her. Lin Susu was lazy and ran off to play instead of picking fruits." Su Zhao frowned. "Running off to play?" He was about to say something when someone suddenly stood up. "What is that smell? It smells so good! It seems to be coming from over there." The people of the tribe followed the aroma. They found Lin Susu and Xiaoye sitting in front of a fire, eating chicken. Lin Susu had a little chicken left in her hand. She tore off a piece and brought it to Antelope, who was in the center of the crowd. "Chief, try this." Antelope took a bite, and his expression changed instantly. He looked at the ash on Lin Susu's hand and knew that she was the one who made the chicken. He rarely gave her a serious talk. "Your mother said you were running around? Don't run around when it gets dark. It's safer to stay with a mate." Lin Susu was shocked. Was he telling her to choose a mate to spend the night with? Lin Susu's eyes scanned the 3 beastmen. All 3 of them avoided her gaze. Even Lan Ting, who was usually friendlier, he just looked down at the pelt on his body. Lin Susu sighed in her heart. "I'll deal with this later." Her eyes landed on Lan Ya, who was staring at the beggar's chicken. Lin Susu's eyes curved into a smile, and she turned and walked toward the chicken. She picked up the entire chicken, tore off the last piece, and walked towards the crowd. Lan Ya saw her coming with the chicken and was secretly pleased. "She's not completely heartless. I won't hold her accountable for not picking wild fruits today." Just as Lan Ya smiled and reached out her hand, Lin Susu walked right past her to Lan Ting, who was standing behind Lan Ya. "Here, have a piece of chicken. It's so delicious." Lan Ya's smile instantly vanished, her eyes turning cold as she stared at Lin Susu. But Lan Ting didn't take the chicken. He looked at Lin Susu and said, "Give the chicken to the chief's wife." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Susu stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth. "How is it? Isn't it delicious?" With so many people watching, Lan Ting had no choice but to nod. Lin Nuan, standing on the side, had been about to say something, but when she saw there might be more food by the fire, she shut her mouth. This was not the time to offend Lin Susu, or she wouldn't get to eat anything else. Lin Susu picked up a stick and started digging in the dirt. Before long, a pile of sweet potatoes was unearthed. Lin Susu gave a few roasted sweet potatoes to some of the beastmen. "I roasted some sweet potatoes. If you like them, you can have a taste. The beastmen had been traveling all morning and were starving. They ate and praised how delicious it was. "It's so much better than wild fruits." Upon hearing this, others came to Lin Susu. "Susu, do you have any more? I want some too." At the same time, they noticed that Lin Susu's birthmark seemed to have faded, and they began to whisper among themselves. Lin Nuan heard them, and also looked at Lin Susu's face. A poor foundation is a poor foundation. Even if she's a little whiter, she's still an ugly monster. When it was Fu Feng and Mu Xuan's turn to get a sweet potato, they hesitated for a moment, but still took the food from Lin Susu. The other two had eaten her food, so they wouldn't look weak by eating it too. The two of them silently ate the sweet potatoes. A sweet and fragrant taste exploded in their mouths, and their eyes lit up. No wonder Xiaoye, who hates Lin Susu so much, would eat with her. Lin Susu is truly a good cook. Even though she was a little ugly, they felt she wasn't as annoying anymore because of this skill. As Lin Susu was busy distributing the roasted sweet potatoes, she suddenly found that Fu Feng and Mu Xuan's heart rates had increased by 1 point. Then, Lin Susu gave Fu Feng what she thought was a brilliant smile. "Fu Feng, I choose you to stay the night with me." Lin Susu was nervous about choosing Fu Feng. She had no idea how he would treat her. But the nights in the primitive forest were terrifying. Since her powers hadn't gotten stronger yet, she felt it was more important to stay alive than to worry about being treated badly. It was a well-known secret in the tribe that Lin Susu had not yet consummated her relationship with her 5 beastmen mates. When they saw Lin Susu following Fu Feng into the distance, many people were curious and whispered, "Is Lin Susu going to consummate her relationship with Fu Feng?" Hearing their words, Lin Susu almost tripped. Consummate? What kind of ridiculous word is that? After she heard the rest of their fearful discussion, she turned and saw Fu Feng's cold, sullen face. It seemed he was very unwilling. Just hearing it made his face so dark. Lin Susu couldn't even imagine what would happen next. She thought for a moment and said to Fu Feng, "Fu Feng, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just need you to protect me from wild animals." Lin Susu thought she had made herself very clear, but Fu Feng just sneered with a hint of sarcasm. "The same trick again. Do you think I'll fall for it a second time?" The system suddenly made a sound. Ding! System reminder. The original host previously pretended to be sick and seduced Fu Feng to her bed in hopes of consummating their relationship with him. Lin Susu rolled her eyes. The original host was really not leaving her any way to live. "This time I'm telling the truth. I really won't do anything to you." Fu Feng remained unmoved. "If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens. If I do anything to you tonight, may I be struck by lightning." Just as she spoke, a loud thunderclap sounded, completely drowning out her words. How many times did the original host try to do this? To the point that even the heavens won't help me. Lin Susu sighed and saw that Fu Feng still wasn't reacting, so she stopped trying. After walking for a while, Fu Feng stopped. "You can sleep here tonight." Lin Susu looked at where Fu Feng was pointing. A tree branch. There wasn't any kind of shelter under the big tree. Not even a cave? Lin Susu was a little stunned. "Isn't this good? The ground is flat and there are no rocks." She shrank her neck and cautiously said, "How about we keep looking? If we can find a cave, we won't have to worry about the wind or rain." Fu Feng glanced at the sky. "Don't worry, it won't be windy or rainy tonight." Lin Susu bit her lip and came up with another excuse. "There are bugs on the ground, so I can't sleep. Can we look a little longer?" Fu Feng folded his arms and looked at her. "I knew it," he continued with a strange look. "Don't think that just because we're in a cave, you can do anything to me. Not a chance." With that, Fu Feng returned to his original form and flew into the tree with a whoosh. "I'll sleep here tonight. If you don't want to sleep here, find your own place. If anything happens, it's not my problem." Lin Susu had no choice but to compromise. Thankfully, she had brought a pelt to sleep on, so it wouldn't be too hard. Just as she was about to lie down, she was met with a pair of yellow eyes and a triangular head. A long, black and white striped snake was hissing at her. Lin Susu's face instantly went pale. "Help! Fu Feng, get down here! There's a snake!" Fu Feng heard her, but he just dug his claws into his ears and turned over. Lin Susu had done this act many times before, so he didn't pay any attention to her. Lin Susu, under the tree, looked at the snake's yellow eyes, and her heart was filled with dread. She had screamed so loudly. Fu Feng must have heard her, but he didn't come down. She could only yell for the system's help. "System, there's a snake, help!" But the system's voice was still cold and mechanical. "The target of your conquest is nearby. In order not to disrupt your conquest, the system will not provide any help." With the system being useless, Lin Susu frantically climbed up the tree. Fu Feng saw Su Luo Luo climbing up and was about to mock her, but then he saw the black and white snake following behind her. Fu Feng's pupils constricted, and he immediately flew down from the tree and subdued the snake. Then he threw the snake far away with a look of disgust and quickly wiped his hands on a pelt. So dirty! Lin Susu was speechless. This Fu Feng was a germaphobe. She had to be extra careful when dealing with him. Germaphobes are the most particular people and can easily be offended. After Fu Feng cleaned his hands, he looked at Lin Susu with a disdainful expression. "Why are you still hugging the tree? The snake is dead. Get down and go to sleep." Lin Susu jumped down and said obediently, "Thank you." Fu Feng gave her a strange look. After the scary incident, Lin Susu thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but when she heard the lively sounds of the tribe, she felt safe. The next day, it was already getting bright. Fu Feng was gone. Lin Susu stretched and put away her pelt. Then she started her morning run. Even though she was in a different place, she still had to exercise to lose weight. As she was running, she was surprised to find a deep pond ahead. She saw a white figure in the water, and it looked a little strange, so she went closer. Just as she approached, the white figure came out of the water. It was Fu Feng, and he was completely naked. Lin Susu didn't expect to see such a sight. The man was a handsome sight coming out of the water, but Fu Feng was now glaring at her. "Lin Susu, you're getting more and more disgusting! How dare you spy on me bathing?" Lin Susu frantically shook her head and explained, "I didn't! I was just running, and I saw a shadow in the water, so I came over out of curiosity." Fu Feng gave her a suspicious look. "I'll believe you just this once. If there's a next time, you'll see." "I know. If there's a next time, you can punish me by making me gain 10 pounds. No, 20 pounds. Fu Feng's eyebrows raised. "If you gain another 20 pounds, you'll be a ball." That's a little too harsh. After Fu Feng left, Lin Susu packed up her things and headed back to the tribe. On the way, Lin Susu felt a soreness in her body. She didn't know if it was because she had slept on the ground all night. She ran into a few other females, who looked at her and snickered. "Susu, you look a little tired. Are you feeling well?" Su Luo put her hands on her hips and nodded. She felt very weak at the moment and didn't really hear what they were saying. The females covered their mouths and laughed as they watched her put her hands on her hips and groan. Lin Susu felt a little confused. Lin Nuan was hiding nearby with a look of displeasure on her face. How could Fu Feng be interested in such an ugly monster? She adjusted her expression and walked over to Lin Susu with a smile. "Sister, did you sleep well last night?" Lin Susu answered with a sincere expression. "Not at all. I'm so tired." These words were like a thunderclap to Lin Nuan. Just as she was about to start an act, Lanya came over from a distance. "Lin Susu, you were lazy again today. You didn't even collect a single fruit. You won't be eating breakfast today." Lin Susu didn't have much interest in the wild fruits anyway. "It's fine. If I don't eat, I don't eat. I'll make my own breakfast." Lanya's face instantly turned as dark as a ditch. The others who heard Lin Susu say she would make her own breakfast were excited, but they didn't move because of Lanya. After Lin Susu and Lanya's unpleasant exchange, Lin Susu went to her treasure spot from yesterday. She had found a lot of wild corn and peanuts when she was looking for spices. Lin Susu picked 7 or 8 ears of corn. Thinking about how Fu Feng had saved her last night, she picked a few more to give to him. Of course, she couldn't forget Lan Ting either. Lin Susu quickly washed the corn and returned to her treasure spot. There were many branches there, so it was easy to make a fire, which made it a good outdoor kitchen for her. Just as she was busy working, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations, host. A target of your conquest has a 5-point increase in their anticipation to see you." Lin Susu almost cut her hand. "A conquest target is looking forward to seeing me? Is he crazy or stupid?" Before she could ask the system, Xiaoye appeared in front of her with the duck eggs. "I'll give you these 6 eggs. I'll give you 3, but you have to make me fried eggs." This was the first time Xiaoye had ever lowered his pride to speak to Lin Susu like this. God knows how much mental preparation he had to go through for this. Lin Susu rolled her eyes and continued with her work. "I can't make fried eggs." Xiaoye's face fell. "You don't want to make them for me? I'm not that petty. I can't make fried eggs because they need oil, and we don't have any here," Lin Susu explained calmly. Xiaoye's face looked a little better after hearing this. Lin Susu saw him about to leave and added, "What's the rush? If you can't have fried eggs, I can make you a soft-boiled egg." Xiaoye didn't know what a soft-boiled egg was, but as long as Lin Susu could make it, he would eat it. Lin Susu, holding a corn cob, instructed Xiaoye, "Go to the tree and get a pod like the one in my hand. It will be good for boiling the eggs." Xiaoye felt a little strange about being bossed around by Su Luo Luo, but he didn't refuse. Cao Ye picked a large black pod and then shouted into the distance, "Come out, don't hide." Lin Susu saw Mu Xuan walking over from a distance and cautiously asked, "Are you also here to get food?" When Lin Susu said this, Xiao Ye also looked at Mu Xuan in confusion. Mu Xuan usually hated Su Luo Luo the most, so why was he here secretly watching her? Mu Xuan touched his nose, looking a little embarrassed about being found out. "That beggar's chicken yesterday was just too delicious. I'm still drooling just thinking about the taste." Lin Susu looked at him. She knew what he meant. He was too embarrassed to say it, but also didn't want to leave. Wanting both things at once, huh? But Lin Susu wouldn't tolerate that. "You can have some, but you have to do something for me. I've made some corn porridge." Mu Xuan immediately became alert when he heard Lin Susu's words. Lin Susu saw his face darken and knew he was thinking the wrong thing. "What are you thinking? It has nothing to do with your body. I want to build a house, and I need you to get some wood for it. As long as I have my own nest, I won't have to beg these smelly beastmen to guard me at night. I have no problem getting wood, but it's not fair that Xiaoye only has to give a few eggs for food." Xiaoye scoffed. "Who told you I was here first?" Lin Susu nodded. "That's true, it's not fair, but I only promised to make him soft-boiled eggs. If you, Xiaoye, want to eat something else, you'll have to work for it just like Mu Xuan." Mu Xuan was instantly pleased. Xiaoye was stunned, but he also compromised. "Okay, but I won't share my eggs with Mu Xuan." As soon as he said that, Mu Xuan's face fell. After eating breakfast, the three of them were in a good mood. Lin Susu assigned Mu Xuan and Xiaoye the task of chopping down trees. Then, she went to find Lanting with the corn. "I roasted this for you. It's sweet and delicious." Lanting didn't refuse this time, but he couldn't take the corn since his hands were full. Lin Susu saw this and took out a leaf to put the corn on. "I'll put it here. You can eat it later." After giving the corn to Lanting, she went to find Fufeng. She looked for a while but couldn't find him. Just as she was about to give up, she turned a corner and ran into him. He was looking at her with a fierce expression. "Lin Susu, what nonsense are you talking about now?" "What nonsense?" Lin Susu was stunned. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know? Then why is everyone in the tribe saying we've consummated our relationship?" Fufeng's lips were turned down in a frown. "And they're all saying your back is sore this morning because you couldn't sleep." Lin Susu understood now. "My back is sore this morning because I slept on the ground all night. Did I say we consummated our relationship?" Lin Susu had been trying to get on Fufeng's good side, but now she didn't want to say anything. She just gave him the 2 ears of corn she brought. "Here, I made this morning. It's my way of thanking you for helping me yesterday." With that, she turned and left. Fufeng looked at the corn in his hand, a little shocked. When did Lin Susu become so grateful? Xiaoye and Mu Xuan, having finished their tree-chopping task, were waiting at the treasure spot. "Your next task is to get a wild boar. Not too big. Just enough for the 3 of us. It would be best if it's a little fatty so we can render some oil." The 2 of them nodded without a word. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, Antelope looked around and didn't see Lin Susu. For the past few days, Antelope noticed that Lin Susu hadn't come for breakfast. A female near him said, "Lin Susu makes her own food. I've seen it many times. She even gives some to Lanting." Antelope immediately frowned. "Makes her own food? How could a female like her hunt?" Another female laughed. "Someone helps her. She's on very good terms with several mates now. Fufeng even consummated his relationship with her last time." Lin Zhao couldn't believe his ears. He knew his sister's character all too well. How could Fufeng bring himself to do that? Lin Nuan's face turned black. How could Fufeng possibly do that with Lin Susu? Those are just rumors. And Xiaoye and Mu Xuan only like her because her cooking is good. With that thought, she smiled and looked at Lin Zhao. "Brother, don't say that. Luo Luo is a really good cook now, and Fufeng, Mu Xuan, and Xiaoyi all like her food. That's probably why their relationship has gotten so much better." Her words sounded thoughtful and kind. Lin Zhao had been away hunting and trading, so he didn't know what had been happening in the tribe. He was once again surprised to hear that Lin Susu could cook. "You're saying her cooking is really good?" "It's true. We all know it. Susu says her foster mother, the black bear, taught her, the taste is incredible." The speaker didn't have any malicious intent, but the listener, Lan Ya, took it to heart. She didn't like Lin Susu to begin with, and now hearing people praise her cooking as better than her own, her face turned black with fury. Lin Nuan glanced at Lanya and knew this was her chance. Yes, brother, Susu's cooking is really delicious. I wish we could eat her food again. As soon as she said that, many in the tribe started to stir. Lin Zhao waved his hand. That's easy. Since Lin Susu can cook, we'll just have her come and cook for everyone. In his mind, Lin Zhao didn't particularly dislike Lin Susu, nor was he biased towards Lin Nuan. He just thought that females were responsible for cooking and washing. Lin Nuan's goal was achieved, and the corners of her mouth turned down slightly. She had wanted to get Lin Susu to cook for the tribe, but she couldn't say it herself because of Lanya. Now that Lin Zhao had said it, it was perfect. This way, all the other females could learn how to cook from her, and Lin Susu's only advantage would be gone. Still, she had to feign concern. Brother, is that a good idea? Sue probably won't agree. Why wouldn't she agree? She's so lazy, it's about time she's disciplined. Mother, you need to teach her well, Lin Zhao said carelessly. Lanya wasn't particularly happy, but since Lin Zhao had said it, she couldn't directly object. She tossed the question to Antelope. Dear, what do you think? Since everyone likes her cooking, it's not a bad idea to have her cook for everyone, Antelope said after some thought. Lanya didn't expect Antelope to agree. She had thrown the question to him, hoping he would refuse. Lanya was about to object again when Lin Nuan suddenly grabbed her hand and smiled. This way, Mother can teach Susu well. Hearing this, Lanya reluctantly agreed. Then I'll go talk to her later. It was true that having Lin Susu under her watchful eye would make her more obedient. With that, much of Lanya's frustration dissipated. Meanwhile, Xiaoye and Mushuan quickly dragged back a wild boar. The boar was neither too big nor too small, just right for the three of them. Its belly was fatty, so there would be a lot of oil. Lin Susu glanced at it with some confusion. How did you kill this pig? It's weirdly torn apart, and you don't even have a knife. Xiaoye's mouth twitched, and he looked at Lin Susu as if she were an idiot. In the end, Mushuan showed her his sharp claws. I used my power to cut it. That's perfect. Good job, Mushuan. Lin Susu couldn't help but get excited and praised him. She had been worried about how she would butcher the pig, but she didn't expect someone to have a built-in butchering tool. Lin Susu's words made Mushuan's ears turn red with embarrassment. He tried to hold it in, but couldn't help glaring at her. Shut up. Lin Susu didn't mind. She knelt down and looked at the pork more closely, pointing at the white parts. Since your claws are so amazing, can you please take this off? Mushuan looked at the white part with disgust. What's the point of this? It's oily and doesn't taste good. Lin Susu gave him a casual look. Are you cooking? Or am I? Listen to me. This is precious. Mushuan reluctantly did as he was told. Xiaoye saw Mushuan doing the work, and a smile appeared on his face. But in the next moment, Lin Susu instructed him. Xiaoye, can you handle the insides? You're a snake, so you know more about this. Mushuan heard this and gave Xiaoye a meaningful look. Didn't expect that, huh? We're both the same. Lin Susu wasn't idle either. She found a thin stone slab, washed it in the pond, and put it on the stove. She then went back to her treasure spot to get some seasonings. After she finished, Mushuan and Xiaoye returned. Lin Susu used a stone knife to cut some of the white fat, rubbed it on the stone slab, and when the slab was well oiled, she cut off a piece of pork belly. Xiaoye and Mushuan couldn't hold back their hunger and immediately put the meat into their mouths when Lin Susu handed them the leaf-wrapped food. The three of them finished eating happily. Lin Susu hid the oil and was about to go back to her cave to sleep when she ran into Lanya and a group of tribespeople at the village entrance. Lanya looked at her and, without asking for her opinion, directly ordered her. Lin Susu, from now on, you will cook for the tribe. Lin Susu refused without thinking. I'm not doing it. Why not? All the other females cook. Lin Susu, there's a limit to being lazy. This is the chief's order, and everyone in the tribe says your cooking is delicious, so you should be happy. Lin Zhao, who was standing nearby, scolded her. Lin Susu was too lazy to argue with him. I don't have time. If everyone wants to learn how to cook, they can come to me. Why don't you have time? Lin Zhao's face turned serious. I'm losing weight, brother. Don't you want to see your sister get better? Lin Zhao was speechless. He had told her to lose weight many times, but she never listened. He was surprised that she was taking it seriously now. He lowered his voice. How long does cooking take? How much of your time will it take up? Besides, the females in the tribe can help you. As soon as he said that, the other females nodded. Don't worry, Susu. We'll definitely help. Cooking for myself is to enjoy life, but cooking for over 100 people is a free babysitting service. No way. Look at how much fat I have. If I don't exercise enough, I won't lose it. Besides, brother, I'm already married. I should be taking care of my own small family first, right? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere became a little awkward. This statement wasn't wrong, but it didn't look right coming from Lin Sisu. Xiaoye, who was standing by, heard this and frowned. He glanced over and saw Lin Sisu frantically signaling him not to say anything. Quote, "The food today was really good. If Lin Sisu goes to cook for the tribe, he won't get to eat new and exciting dishes every day." Although he still didn't like Lin Sisu, he had to admit that she was much easier to get along with than before. With that thought, he didn't say anything. Mushuan's face also changed slightly. He looked at Xiaoye and saw him silently agree, so he didn't say anything either. Let them misunderstand. At least now I can eat Sulolu's food. As for Fu Feng, he had a nonchalant expression, with his eyes closed and seemingly asleep, and Lanting wouldn't say anything. Even with all that, Lin Zhao still insisted. "You're not sleeping with your mates, so it's not a problem. Cooking is not an option." Lin Zhao had been the one to bring this up, and now that Lin Sisu was refusing him, he couldn't take the embarrassment. He questioned her. "It's impossible to cook if you don't have a mate." Lin Sisu bit her lip and frantically gave Xiaoye another look. "Who says that? Xiaoye and I are on good terms." Lin Zhao huffed. "Unless you guys sleep together tonight." Lin Sisu was shocked. She couldn't believe Lin Zhao, this pig-headed brother of hers, would say something like that. They were siblings, but with a brain like that, she had nothing to say. Also, she felt like she was bullying Xiaoye. He had just said that one sentence. When Xiaoye heard Lin Susu's words, he looked a little disgusted, a little embarrassed, and a little conflicted. What did she mean by that? He fell silent. Nuan's heart blossomed with joy when she heard Lin Zhao's words. Lin Susu was going to be publicly humiliated today. She felt so much better thinking about how Xiaoye would reject Lin Susu on the spot. All the anger she felt the other day was finally coming back to her today. Mushuan looked at Xiaoye with a little sympathy. "Brother, what are you gonna do now? You've offended Lin Susu, so nothing good will come of it." But then he thought about how no one would compete for food with him anymore, and felt a little happy. Lanting was also a little surprised. Over the past few days, he had clearly seen Lin Susu getting better, but now she was doing this again? A hint of disappointment appeared in his light yellow eyes. Fu Feng, of course, was just watching the show. His eyes showed both disgust and a hint of schadenfreude. "Xiaoye, you've been walking so close to that ugly fat female these past few days. Now you've gotten yourself tangled up with her." Lin Susu was also getting frustrated. The system's voice suddenly rang out in her mind. "Congratulations, host. Your attraction value has risen to 15. Fu Feng, Lanting, and Mushuan are all paying attention to your actions. Are they all just waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Lin Susu had no choice but to bite the bullet and give Xiaoye another look. Lin Nuan let out a soft laugh and looked at Lin Zhao with a kind expression. "Brother, how can you say that? Since Susu doesn't want to, then let's just drop it." Because of Lin Nuan's comparison, Lin Zhao felt that Lin Susu needed to be disciplined even more. If that's not it, then come back and cook. Stop being lazy. Lin Susu glared at Lin Zhao and looked at Xiaoye. "Who says we can't? We'll sleep together tonight, right, Xiaoye?" Lin Nuan sneered, waiting for Xiaoye to humiliate her. But he didn't say a word. A female who admired Xiaoye burst out laughing. "Susu, look, Xiaoye didn't say anything. Why humiliate yourself?" Lin Susu immediately retorted. Not saying anything doesn't mean no. It could be that he's embarrassed. Xiaoye remained silent, so Lin Susu took it as a sign of his consent. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have left already. He probably just didn't want to lose face. The female's face turned red. "Lin Susu, what are you so proud of? He just doesn't want to bother with you." Some of the married beastmen who had more experience shook their heads. "Stop talking. Xiaoye isn't unwilling. He's just embarrassed to say it." The female still didn't believe it and looked at Xiaoye. Xiaoye just wanted this to be over. He let out a soft grunt and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he noticed Lin Susu was still standing there. "Aren't you coming?" As soon as he said that, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at Xiaoye with disbelief. Lin Susu almost coughed from shock. She just needed him to go along with her act, but she didn't expect him to be so good at it. Still, she quickly ran after him. After they had left the tribe, Lin Susu genuinely thanked him. "Thank you so much." "No need," Xiaoye said flatly, his voice still cold. "I just don't want to go without food in the future. We're just getting what we want." The people of the tribe were all waiting to see if they would sleep together, so tonight she had to convince Xiaoye to let her stay with him. Thinking about this, Lin Susu stopped. "Xiaoye, can I sleep with you tonight? Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything to you." Xiaoye stopped and glanced at her. Didn't you say you wanted to put on a show for them? If you don't come, how will they know? So you agree? Then why aren't you going to your newly built house? Lin Susu's eyes drifted to his new house. Xiao Ye coughed with his head up. Do you want to be watched? Oh, right. Lin Susu really didn't want to be watched. Xiao Ye never stayed in the tribe, so going with him was the best option. You're so loyal. I'll make you snacks tomorrow. Xiao Ye, who was walking ahead, didn't react at first, but when he heard snacks, he stopped. What are snacks? Lin Susu smiled and kept him in suspense. It's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow. She couldn't tell him right away, or she would have no leverage over him. Lin Susu followed Xiao Ye to a cave on a cliff. She glanced inside. There was only one bed made of a pelt. Where will I sleep tonight? Xiao Ye's expression was indifferent. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can sleep anywhere. In this environment, she wouldn't dare cause trouble. It would be a miracle if she didn't get scared to death at night. To be honest, Lin Susu felt like there would be bats in here. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. Don't worry, I'll be very obedient and won't bother you at all. That sounds good. Xiao Ye had a strange thought. Why does she sound like she's trying to get as far away from me as possible? Before, she was all flattery and showing off. Lin Susu didn't know that Xiao Ye was having a mental battle with himself over her one sentence. The cave was cold and damp, so they needed to get more firewood. Lin Susu told Xiao Ye, I'm going out for a bit. Xiao Ye gave her a lazy look. Don't say I didn't warn you. There are a lot of snakes around here. But I really need firewood. Xiao Ye looked at her, seemingly not believing her. Lin Susu wrapped her arms around herself. I want to get some firewood. It's too cold in here. I'll freeze to death without a fire tonight. Xiao Ye didn't say anything. Lin Susu took his silence as him being too lazy to talk to her. She walked out of the cave with her arms wrapped around herself. After a few steps, she turned back and looked at Xiao Ye with her head down. What's wrong now? Didn't you say there are snakes here? Can you come with me? Lin Susu asked in a small voice. Go out and turn left. There's a tree on the right. You can pick up the wood from there and there won't be any snakes. Why? Lin Susu asked, confused. This area around the cave is my territory. Other snakes don't dare to come near, Xiao Ye said coldly. The tree Xiao Ye was talking about wasn't far. Lin Susu walked over and picked up some wood. When she stood up, she saw a shadow flash before her eyes. The figure looked like a goat, but she wasn't sure. Lin Susu picked up enough wood for the night and carried it back to the cave. As she was making a fire, she thought about the shadow. Do goats come here often? Why? Of course not. Do you want to add people from the goat tribe to your collection of mates now? Lin Susu twisted her lips. She didn't have that idea at all. If there are goats, then I can find salt. I'm out of salt, Lin Susu said flatly. Xiao Ye's expression softened upon hearing this. I've seen it before, but I don't know exactly where. It looks like you'll have to find time to look for it. In the end, Lin Susu didn't dare to sleep on Xiao Ye's bed. She knew very well that he was still disgusted by her. The next day, after she woke up, Xiao Ye led her down the cliff. The people in the tribe wanted to watch the show, but seeing Lin Susu come down from the cliff with Xiao Ye, they had nothing to say. Lin Susu jogged a few laps as usual and returned to her treasure spot. She had already prepared breakfast, which was a pot of fragrant peanut porridge and some roasted sweet potatoes. The snack she made for Xiao Ye was popcorn. A few days ago, when she saw the corn, she had been dreaming of making it. Xiao Ye could no longer contain himself. He loved sweets and would often go and find honey by himself. Now, seeing Lin Susu pop the corn and add honey to it, his face lit up with joy. He quickly grabbed a handful and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a sweet and fragrant taste spread from his lips. Lin Susu looked at his satisfied expression and smiled. How is it? Wasn't this bowl worth it? Mu Xuan, who was watching from the side, was extremely envious. I should have taken this job yesterday. Now he could only stare at the popcorn longingly. Fu Feng, who had woken up, wanted to go and fight with Xiao Ye, but he saw Xiao Ye eating a pile of golden things. The smell made him dizzy. He had to stop what he was saying and asked, "What is that?" Xiao Ye glanced at him but didn't answer. "What are you doing here?" Fu Feng shrugged. "I came to tell you that your mortal enemy is back." Mu Xuan, who had been staring at the corn in Xiao Ye's hand, turned his head to Fu Feng. "What did you say? Nantu is back?" Then he glanced at Lin Susu. "There's a good show to watch." Nantu was her fifth mate, who had run away after being enraged by the original host's love potion. Lin Susu felt a sudden headache. Fu Feng, on the other hand, was staring at the popcorn in Xiao Ye's hand. Xiao Ye didn't seem to notice his gaze and didn't even move his eyes or hands. Mu Xuan saw this and scoffed. "Don't bother, I didn't get any, let alone you, the newcomer." Fu Feng's expression turned ugly. "You're too stingy. I gave you a tip-off, so why can't you give me one?" Xiao Ye gave him a sidelong glance, a playful smile on his lips. "You came here to watch the show, didn't you?" "What show?" Fu Feng's eyes blinked. Xiao Ye was too lazy to expose him and turned to Lin Susu. Mu Xuan also looked at her. He decided to do more work to see if he could also get some popcorn. "Is there anything you need me to do today?" Lin Susu found it funny to see Mu Xuan so eager. "I didn't expect this arrogant black leopard to be so easily tamed by popcorn." Lin Susu pointed to the barren ground. "Go get some wood. I'm going to make a dining table." Finding trees wasn't difficult for Mu Xuan, but splitting them was a little tricky. His claws weren't as sharp as a bird's. With that thought, he looked at Fu Feng. "Come with me. I'll give you half a bag of popcorn when the table is done." Fu Feng really wanted to eat popcorn, but this was the same female who had done so many disgusting things to him before. He didn't even think about it and refused. "No," Mu Xuan gave him a disdainful look. "What's the point of pride when there's such delicious popcorn?" He then reached his hand out to Lin Susu. "Is there any more popcorn? Give me one." Lin Susu shook her finger. No, I don't accept prepayment." Mu Xuan frowned, tolerating her arrogant attitude. "I'll pay you later. What I get now will be deducted from my share later." Lin Susu looked at Mu Xuan suspiciously, not understanding why he was doing this. Mu Xuan twitched his lips and rarely explained himself. "Didn't you say you needed to split the wood for the table?" "His claws are sharper than mine, so he's more suitable for the job." When Mu Xuan handed the popcorn to Fu Feng, he felt he had never been so humiliated. To make himself feel better, he closed his eyes and took it. "Try it. If it's good, come with me." Fu Feng looked at the popcorn in the black hand and thought it was a little dirty. Mu Xuan was too lazy to deal with this delicate person. When Fu Feng wasn't looking, he stuffed it into his mouth. Fu Feng screamed, and just as he was about to curse Mu Xuan, the popcorn exploded in his mouth. Fu Feng's eyes lit up. Mu Xuan looked at his exaggerated expression and knew how much of an act he had put on earlier. To get his hands on some popcorn as soon as possible, he pulled Fu Feng forward. "Are we ready to go?" Fu Feng didn't refuse. "It's so good. No wonder Xiao Ye didn't share any. I would have a hard time giving it up too." Xiao Ye saw them leave and quickly followed behind them with a pile of popcorn. Mu Xuan smelled the aroma and became even more insatiable. He urged Fu Feng, "Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to eat?" Then he gave Xiao Ye a fierce look. "What are you showing off for? I'll get to eat some too later." Xiao Ye laughed and put the popcorn in his mouth. He crunched on it as he said, "Too bad you two don't have any right now." A group of crows flew over the two of them. After the three of them left, Lin Susu didn't stop working. As she was making the filling for the corn dumplings, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. "Congratulations, host. Your attraction value has increased by 10 points. Your current value is 40. "Wow, it went up so much at once," Lin Susu thought. "It must be because of the popcorn." The saying, quote, "To conquer a person's heart, you must first conquer their stomach," must be true. Thinking about this, Lin Susu asked the system, "How are their heart rates?" "Reporting, host. The heart rates of your current conquest targets have not changed." "Okay, I was overthinking it. It's still all about looks." When the dishes were almost ready, Mu Xuan and Fu Feng came back with a huge tree. Before Lin Susu could say anything, the massive tree was cut into 4 pieces right in front of her eyes. Mu Xuan held up a piece and showed it to Lin Susu. "How is this size?" Lin Susu looked at the square shape and decided it was not convenient. She used charcoal to make a simple compass and drew a circle. "Cut it according to this." Lin Susu always had a lot of strange things. Fu Feng found it odd, but didn't ask. The three of them worked together and quickly built a decent-looking kitchen. Lin Susu then refried the popcorn she had made earlier. Mu Xuan took a big handful and was very satisfied. He noticed that the amount was the same as what he had given to Xiao Ye, so he looked at Lin Susu with newfound respect. She's actually pretty smart. Fu Feng saw that the popcorn was ready and rushed over. Mu Xuan took a new leaf from Lin Susu and put it on the newly made round table. He started to give Fu Feng popcorn one by one. "Why do you have one more than me?" Fu Feng's sharp eyes caught it. It was just one more piece. Mu Xuan just gave him a cold look. "Did you forget you ate one before you left?" Fu Feng was speechless, but still ate with relish. This time, he saw that Xiao Ye wasn't with them, so he intentionally showed off in front of him. But when Xiao Ye finished his work and washed his hands, he also took out a small pouch of popcorn, The three of them began to compete. Lin Susu shook her head at their childish behavior and began to boil the dumplings and stir-fry the meat. Fu Feng smelled the aroma, and his eyes lit up. He looked at the food on the table. Do you guys just get fed as long as you work? Mu Xuan just scoffed at him. I thought you had more self-control, but in the end, you're still begging for food. Lin Susu saw that he had been busy all morning and pointed at a nearby tree. If you want to eat, make your own bowl and chopsticks. Fu Feng immediately flapped his wings and picked a fruit from above. He watched their chopsticks move around in the bowl and felt a little disgusted. Lin Susu, who had spent some time with him, knew his quirks. If you think it's not clean, there's still some left in the pot. Get your own. Upon hearing this, he happily grabbed a bowl and went to the pot. Mu Xuan grumbled. He's so dramatic, Xiao Ye also complained. He's too picky. How can he be picky when the food is so good? The food in the bowls didn't wait for them. Just as Fu Feng was about to leave, Lin Susu stopped him. When are you going to the pond? He was shocked. Why? I want to take a bath and avoid running into you guys, Lin Susu said, emphasizing her words to show her innocence. Fu Feng's expression softened. My cave has water in the morning. I'm not going. Then I prefer the late night. Okay, then I won't run into you. That afternoon, Lin Susu went straight to the pond after waking up. Just as she was washing her undergarments, a figure suddenly emerged from the water. The person looked at her with rage in his eyes. I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you came to me. Lin Susu, you won't get away this time. Then her hand was grabbed. I told you last time was the last time, but you still dared to take off your clothes and try to seduce me. With that, he pulled Su Luoluo towards the shore. Lin Susu struggled and roared. Even if you want to teach me a lesson, can't you be a little more civilized? Nanu was surprised to hear someone who was about to be punished say such a thing. Lin Susu looked at her naked body. You're not gonna make me go with you without any clothes on, are you? Nanu was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had met someone who was about to be punished but still had the nerve to make demands. He gave Lin Susu a contemptuous look and instantly looked away. Hurry up! Lin Susu took the opportunity to swim to the shore, put on her clothes, and ran away. She wasn't an idiot. She wasn't going to let someone punish her for no reason. She had just been caught off guard. Now Lin Susu was sure who he was. He was probably her original hostmate who had run away. He looks good, but his personality is awful, Lin Susu thought to herself. The system's voice suddenly rang out. System warning, host attraction value has dropped to 0. What? I just gained attraction value. I remember it was 40 yesterday, so how did it go back to 0? Because Nantu's impression of the host is too low, the host's attraction value has dropped. What kind of broken system is this? The attraction value is the total of all 5 people. When his drops, the total value drops too? That's right. To have a better romance experience, the system's attraction value requires every conquest target to be in an upward state. Lin Susu opened Nantu's panel, and it showed a 0, which gave her a headache. She thought her journey was getting better, but with Nantu's return, everything went back to square one, and it would be very difficult to get him back. He was the one the original host had tried to poison with a love potion, and he had been successful. The psychological trauma he had was much higher than the others. Before Lin Susu could finish her thoughts, a blue fishtail came from the sky. You have so many tricks. You almost tricked me again. Luckily, I ran into Lanting on the way. Lin Susu ran to hide behind Lanting. Lanting, save me. Someone is trying to murder your mate. Lin Susu twisted her lips. She didn't want to say that, but she had to have a reason. After all this time, Lin Susu had a good understanding of Lanting's personality. He was warm on the outside, but cold on the inside. It was better to be more affectionate with him. Lanting was slightly taken aback by her words. He was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't leave Lin Susu. He spread his arms and stood in front of Nantu. Nantu walked over, his voice cold. Lanting, get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Nantu, don't be so harsh with him. Let's talk things out, Lanting said. I have nothing to say to him. Get out of the way, or I won't be polite to you. Nantu's voice was cold, and he didn't give Lanting any respect. Lanting knew that what Lin Susu did with the love potion was wrong, but he had also seen her change over the past few days. What she did was wrong in the past, but she's changed now. Maybe you can. Lin Susu was overjoyed to hear Lanting's words. He has a good eye. He chose a righteous one. She patted his shoulder. Thank you, and then ran away. After avoiding Nantu, Lin Susu continued to take her bath. Then she crushed some of her black phoenix fruit leaves and put them on her face as a mask. While doing that, she started to clean the kitchen. Suddenly, Fu Feng came down from the sky with his long tail. He hadn't eaten much for lunch and decided to come early so he wouldn't have to eat their leftovers and could get a good portion of food. But as soon as he landed, he saw Lin Susu standing there all in black. Did Nan Tu's return trigger you? Why are you covered in black? Lin Susu came back to her senses and gave Fu Feng a glare. You don't understand. I don't understand why you would paint yourself like a big black ball. Fu Feng couldn't help but complain in his mind. As the two of them were arguing, Mu Xuan and Xiao Ye came one after the other. Mu Xuan was shocked to see Lin Susu all in black. Is she dyeing herself? If it were before, he would have mocked her without hesitation. But thinking of the delicious food, he just hinted, although dyeing yourself black looks good, it's more suitable for strong beastmen. It'll make you look more majestic. Xiao Ye didn't say anything and went straight to the point. What's for dinner? Lin Susu knew that there was no way to explain whitening to these mates, so she just skipped it and answered Xiao Ye. Pan-fried dumplings. Soon, dinner was ready. Fu Feng looked at the food and was a little disappointed, as it was similar to what they had for lunch. But when the dumplings were served, his eyes lit up. It's so crispy and delicious. Xiao Ye and Fu Feng, who had seen Lin Susu's various ways of cooking eggs, had no doubt that the food was good. They just buried their heads and ate. However, Lin Susu, the cook, stopped after a few bites. Mu Xuan saw that she had a lot left in her bowl. It's so delicious. Why did you only eat a few? I'm not eating anymore. Lin Susu shook her head. I'm on a diet. Upon hearing this, Mu Xuan stopped trying to persuade her and nodded. That's a good idea. Lin Susu was speechless. She looked at him with an expectant look and ignored him, giving her dumplings to Xiao Ye. Mu Xuan slapped himself in the heart. I shouldn't have said that! Fu Feng saw the delicious food pass by him, and for the first time in his life, wondered if he was too picky. After Lin Susu gave away her dumplings, she announced a big decision. The three of you, wake up early tomorrow and meet me here. We're going on a trip. The three of them looked at her in unison. Why are we going on a trip? Lin Susu said, looking worried. I'm out of salt. We need to go find some tomorrow. Mu Xuan said flatly. No need for all that trouble. I'll just hunt more tomorrow and trade with the people from the city-states. The amount of salt you get from that isn't enough. I need it for curing meat, Lin Susu explained. Xiao Ye looked at her. Do you want to find the goats we saw that day? Goats? What goats? Mu Xuan looked at her in disbelief. Lin Susu, are you trying to find another mate? Fu Feng was also a little gossipy after hearing that. Lin Susu rolled her eyes at them and nodded at Xiao Ye. Yes, goats can find salt. If we find them, we can follow them to the salt. The others were already immune to Lin Susu's strange but logical ideas and didn't say anything more. Only Fu Feng asked, with genuine concern, what about food for tomorrow? Lin Susu glanced at the pots and bowls on the shelf. We'll take these with us. I'll find a place to cook for you tomorrow. Then, she smiled and looked at the three of them. I can't walk all that way, so who's going to carry me? Xiao Ye didn't hesitate. I will. Mu Xuan didn't back down. Pick me. Fu Feng just looked at them both. I can do it too, you know. A woman weighing 5 tons faced the most difficult choice of her life. The three stunning beastmen were offering to carry her on her journey to find salt. It was the first time she had been treated with such enthusiasm, and Lin Susu hesitated for a moment. Seeing her indecisiveness, the beastmen immediately began to promote themselves. Mu Xuan, having tasted the benefits, was the first to speak. Choose me. You've already ridden on me once, so you know it's a sure thing, Xiao Ye scoffed. You have the nerve to bring that up? You were huffing and puffing last time. Your stamina is terrible. You're the one with the rough scales, Mu Xuan immediately added. It's still better to choose me. My speed is consistent, and you won't have a bumpy ride. Fu Feng chuckled at Xiao Ye's words. With all those scales, you'd be lucky not to get a bruised backside. If you hit a bumpy road, it would feel like you're sitting on a bed of thorns. Xiao Ye was so insulted by Fu Feng's words that he was about to fight him. But Mu Xuan surprisingly agreed with Fu Feng. Exactly. My fur is soft. It's much more comfortable to ride on me. Fu Feng showed no mercy to Mu Xuan. What's the use of soft fur if it's not stable? My big feathers are the best. It's comfortable and stable. I'm the best beastman for carrying people. The best? The wind would freeze a person to death. Xiao Ye couldn't help but retort. It's better to choose me for a stable ride. Choose me for a comfortable ride. And choose me to see a different view. Don't you want to experience what it's like to be in the sky? The three of them argued with flushed faces and hot mouths, giving Lin Susu a headache. Finally, she pointed at Fu Feng. You. I've never flown before. Fu Feng's face lit up with pride. Don't worry, The scenery below will be beautiful. The other two were disappointed. Mu Xuan sneered at Fu Feng. I hope there's no wind tomorrow, or your wings might not be able to get off the ground. Lin Susu glared at Mu Xuan. Don't jinx it! We still have to go out tomorrow! The next day, the four of them met on time. Lin Susu made a few flatbreads and handed them out on a leaf. We're in a hurry today, so this will have to do for breakfast. This is just making do? The three of them had different expressions on their faces, but they all thought Lin Susu was amazing. After they finished eating quickly, Lin Susu packed up the cooking supplies. The two of you will share carrying this. It'll be easier for cooking later. Once they were ready, Lin Susu climbed onto Fu Feng's back, and they set off. Xiao Ye led the way since he was the one who had found the goats near his cave. After a thorough search, they finally saw a few goats licking something on a rock. Lin Susu saw them and immediately told Fu Feng to put her down. Fu Feng looked at the rocks and frowned slightly. You're saying the salt is on these rocks? Lin Susu shook her head. You'll see. Just then, the goats that looked like sheeps but are goats to save time in addition, suddenly jumped into the rock wall and disappeared from their sight. Lin Susu quickly shouted, Follow them! That's the place! The three of them were confused, but seeing that Lin Susu wasn't lying, they followed the scent. They followed the goats into a cave and found a huge discovery, a natural salt well. Lin Susu was so excited. Fu Feng was shocked. This salt is enough for the tribe for hundreds of years. Mu Xuan had initially thought Lin Susu was just messing around, and since he got to eat her cooking, he just went along with it. He didn't expect her to actually find salt. Xiao Ye was also surprised. Where did Lin Susu get this information? She knew there was salt here just by seeing a few goats. Lin Susu didn't know what her three mates were thinking. When she saw the salt, which was as white as snow, she couldn't contain herself. She jumped off Fu Feng's back and ran forward, kneeling on the ground. She reached her hand into the well, scooped up a small piece of salt, and tasted it. It's really salt! Lin Susu was so excited. With this much salt, I can make you guys salt-baked eggs and salt-baked chicken today. What's the big deal? Mu Xuan grumbled. It's not like we've never seen salt before. Lin Susu was getting more and more excited. When Mu Xuan heard about the food, his eyes lit up. Then I'll go catch some chickens and get some eggs now. Lin Susu waved her hand. No need to rush. Let's get the salt out first. We just had breakfast. What's the hurry to eat lunch? Xiao Ye looked at the salt well. It was quite deep, so it would be a hassle to get the salt out. Lin Susu smiled. It's not a hassle. You guys just dig a pit and build a basin next to it. I'll get the well water over there. While the three of them were still confused, Lin Susu used her mind to control the water and put her hand into the well. The three of them finally realized that Lin Susu was using her water siphoning power. Soon, she had brought all the salt up. While the three of them were arguing, Lin Susu started making the salt-baked chicken and eggs. While she was waiting for it to cook, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. You have successfully discovered the salt well. The system will reward you with an ability upgrade. Do you want to upgrade your metal, wood, water, fire, or earth ability? Water, Lin Susu replied. She had mainly used her water ability in her previous life, so she was more familiar with it. Okay. The host's water ability level has been upgraded to 2. Lin Susu felt her ability to use water was much stronger than before. She didn't tell the system, but the level 2 water ability had a special effect of accelerating things. It was her favorite function when she was a cultivator, and now that she had it, she could lose weight even faster. It was a day full of surprises. Not only did she find the salt well, but her ability was upgraded. Lin Susu smiled to herself as she opened the lid of the pot. The salt-baked chicken is ready. The three of them smelled the aroma and rushed over after washing their hands. Nothing was more important than food. Mu Xuan and Xiao Ye immediately started eating. The chicken was so fragrant, and with every bite, it was so smooth and tender. Fu Feng hesitated for a moment. He remembered Lin Susu's hand that had been touching her butt, but he also remembered that she had washed her hands. Having learned his lesson once, he didn't want to make the same mistake again. After they all finished eating and rested for a while, they packed some more salt and were ready to go back. This time, Lin Susu didn't choose to ride on Fu Feng's back. Instead, she chose Mu Xuan. We're not going back just yet. There's another place we need to go. It's hard to fly there. Xiao Ye was confused. Where are we going? Lin Susu shook her head. I don't know what it's called. Just go to a place with red dirt, and we'll be there. Xiao Ye remembered the beggar's chicken she had made before. Are you looking for red dirt to make more food? No, I need to make a pot. The ones made from fruit shells aren't durable enough, so I need to make a new one. Mu Xuan had never heard of making a pot out of mud before. If you need a pot, I can go back and find a stone one for you. Everyone in the tribe uses those. Lin Susu's face showed disgust at the mention of a stone pot. Stone pots are too thick, and the food doesn't taste good. Mu Xuan was about to say more, but Lin Susu gave him a look. Who cooks better? Who should you listen to? Xiao Ye and Fu Feng heard what Lin Susu said and didn't dare to object again. What if she got angry and stopped cooking for them? The red dirt field wasn't far from the salt well. They walked for a while and soon arrived. Mu Xuan looked at the red dirt. How are you going to make a pot out of this mud? Lin Susu didn't say anything. She picked up a stick from the side of the road, dug up a large chunk of clay, and began to knead it. After a while, a small teacup appeared in front of them. She held it up for the three of them to see. If you mold the mud into a certain shape and then fire it, you can make a container to hold things. Although the three of them had seen Lin Susu make a container out of mud, they were still skeptical. Lin Susu saw their expressions and knew they were probably thinking she was going to use mud to hold things. She ignored them and told them to roll the mud into strips to make her job easier. She quickly made the pots and bowls, and when it came to the bowls, she decided to make some patterns on them to differentiate them. The three of them were surprised when they saw her drawing on the bowls. Mu Xuan pointed at what she was drawing. What are you doing? Lin Susu didn't even look up. Drawing, making marks, these are your bowls, one for each of you so you can tell them apart. When Xiao Ye heard this, he couldn't help but point at the pattern on his bowl. This thing on here, you're not drawing us, are you? Yes, this snake is yours, this leopard is Mu Xuan's, and this dragon bird is Fu Feng's, Lin Susu said with a proud expression. The three of them took their bowls, and their mouths twitched. Fu Feng was the first to speak. You call this thing a chicken with a few lines? A dragon bird? Lin Susu thought her drawing was pretty good. Isn't it? Look, I even added claws and feathers. And this snake, its head and tail are the same length. Are you sure this isn't an earthworm? Xiao Ye couldn't help but complain. No, I saw your real body last time. Your scales look like this. Xiao Ye's face was black. Those are scales, not a segmented body. And this thing that looks like a dog, you're saying it's a leopard? Yes, look closely. Can't you see the leopard spots I drew? Leopard spots? Mu Xuan looked at the patterns that looked like holes. They were more like blast holes. The three of them looked at each other and felt a sense of strange balance after realizing that all their drawings were ugly. After the items were made, Lin Susu started a fire to bake them. They'll be ready after they're baked. How long will that take? Mu Xuan was starting to get curious. Xiao Ye saw that it was getting late. How long will this take? It's getting dark. We should head back. Lin Susu looked at the fire and thought back to the time she used to fire ceramics in the apocalypse. It'll take about a night. A whole night? Then we'll come back tomorrow. No, Xiao Ye said. I need to stay here and watch it. If something goes wrong, all this work will be for nothing, so we have to sleep here tonight. Fu Feng was a little stunned. This place is too dirty. How can we sleep here? Lin Susu nodded. We have to. I need to keep an eye on the fire. Mu Xuan didn't mind. He could sleep anywhere. But he thought about how the four of them would sleep together. Mu Xuan frowned and looked at Lin Susu. 3 beastmen and 1 female all squeezed together? That's just strange. It was clear Xiao Ye was thinking the same thing. He looked at Lin Susu with a frown. Where will you sleep? Lin Susu pointed to the grassy area in front of her. I'll sleep there. It's fine. Mu Xuan and Xiao Ye looked at her. We'll sleep there too. Lin Susu didn't expect them to agree. She tentatively said, then there's no other way. We'll have to sleep together. Xiao Ye and Mu Xuan looked at each other and fell silent. It seemed like there was no other way. But when they thought about sleeping on the same ground as Lin Susu, their expressions were a little complicated. They knew how dirty and disgusting she used to be. Fu Feng, on the other hand, just shook his head. I can't accept that. I don't want to. Is there any other way? Lin Susu just looked at him flatly. Do you have a better idea? Fu Feng paused. He really couldn't think of anything. This place was in the middle of nowhere. Besides the mud that Lin Susu treasured, there was nothing else. He fell silent and looked at the other two. But after a long wait, the other two also didn't say anything. Lin Susu waited for the 3 of them to stop being so awkward, and she started to get sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. The 3 of you can do whatever you want. With that, she walked to the grassy area. She took her fur blanket out of her bag and laid it on the ground. At that moment, the 3 beastmen suddenly approached. Lin Susu thought they had come around and asked, Are you coming to sleep? When she said that, their faces showed a mixture of emotions. Xiao Ye's was a mix of hesitation and conflict. Mu Xuan's was a mix of frowning and endurance. Fu Feng's was a mix of disgust and embarrassment. Lin Susu knew what they were thinking. You'll feel better if we put the salt bags between us, right? The three of them immediately took their salt bags, which were wrapped in fur, and created a clear boundary line. After that, Lin Susu yawned. Okay, let's sleep. Don't worry, I won't cross the line. The four of them had a good night's sleep. Because she was so concerned about the ceramics, the first thing Lin Susu did when she woke up was to walk to the fire. She picked up a stick and scraped the black charcoal off the surface. The clay she had made yesterday was soon revealed. The result was a surprising success. She carefully took the teacup in her hand. It wasn't as smooth as porcelain, and it was a little rough, but Lin Susu was very satisfied. After making sure the teacup was fine, she dug out the other items. Although they weren't perfect, they were all usable. The three of them were woken up by the sound of Lin Susu taking out the ceramics. Hei walked over and saw the clay containers she had made yesterday, all neatly lined up on the ground. They were all surprisingly hard. Xiaoye was shocked. He knelt down to examine them. This is what you call ceramics? Lin Susu nodded. What do you think? It's good, right? With these, I can make more delicious dishes. Xiaoye touched them and was secretly amazed. He didn't expect that mud could be made into something so strong. No wonder Lin Susu hated stone pots and bowls. The objects in her hands were much lighter than their stone counterparts, and she could make them into any shape she wanted. Mushuan was also in awe of what Lin Susu had created. He couldn't believe it was made from a pile of mud. Yesterday, when she was making these things, Fu Feng had thought the mud was too dirty. He never imagined that after being fired, it would be completely transformed. The three of them were changed on the inside, and their affection for Lin Susu increased. From discovering the salt to making ceramics, she was more capable than any other female. Lin Susu had no idea what they were thinking. She finished arranging her fired items and handed the three bowls to them. These are the bowls one made for you yesterday. Take them. From now on, you'll eat with these and you won't have to worry about your bowls losing their shape anymore. They knew the drawings were ugly, so they didn't have high expectations when they took the bowls. However, even if they were a bit ugly, something was better than nothing, so they would just make do. The three of them had already accepted this fact, but then they saw Lin Susu take out a small, floral bowl. Mushuan was shocked. Why does that bowl have a flower on it? That's the one I made for myself, Lin Susu said plainly. Why is your bowl so pretty and ours are so ugly? Mushuan said, annoyed. Mine is pretty. It's just a flower. Lin Susu said, if you like it, I can draw more flowers for you next time. A dragon bird with a flower on its head, a black leopard holding a flower, a green snake with a flower in its mouth. It would look pretty good, Lin Susu said thoughtfully. The three of them looked down at their bowls. Never mind. From her description, they decided their bowls were better than what she was proposing. With the ceramics done, Lin Susu had solved a major problem. After spending a night away from the tribe, it was time to go back. She still chose to ride on Mushuan. She didn't even consider Xiaoye's back because his scales would rub against her underwear and make her behind raw. In the early morning, a group of beastmen were lining up to get wild fruits when a few of them rushed to the leader to report. Bad news, bad news! Lin Susu ran away with 3 beastmen. The whole tribe immediately looked at them. Antelope was shocked. What did you say? Lin Susu ran away? Lin Yuan also couldn't believe it. Lin Susu took other beastmen? It's true! I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Lin Susu went out with Mushuan, Fu Feng, and Xiaoye, and they haven't come back yet. In a primitive society with low productivity, most people lived in tribes. Running away was considered a betrayal, so the news immediately caused a huge uproar. Lanya, hearing this, immediately said, even though Lin Susu is my daughter, she has committed a treacherous act. I support catching her and punishing her severely. Lin Zhao frowned, but he couldn't believe it. How is that possible? What tribe would take a fat, ugly, and lazy female like her? And she's so lazy. Lin Zhao had a little thought and looked at Lanting. Even if she left with her mates, Brother Lanting should have heard something, right? She wouldn't leave him behind, right? And what about Brother Nantu? Nantu never stayed with the tribe, so the only one left there was Lanting. Everyone looked at him. Lanting didn't believe Lin Susu would leave with someone else. She hadn't said anything to him. And why would she leave with the other 3 and not him? She pursed her lips and was about to speak when she heard a devious voice. Sister, what bad things are you saying about me now? Lin Susu said as she jumped off Mushuan's back. She quickly ran to Lanting, rummaged through her fur bag, and found Lanting's bowl. Her eyes lit up. She handed it to him. Don't listen to their nonsense. I went to make a bowl for you. Look, I made this one especially for you, and it has only 1 flower. Mushuan scoffed. Then was mine made by a dog? Xiaoye crossed his arms. She really is one of a kind. Fu Feng just twitched his eye. One of a kind, she has no shame. Lan Ting looked at the 3 bowls in their hands, which looked similar to the one he was holding. He then looked back at Lin Susu's face. Lin Susu felt his deep gaze and was speechless. Why are these 3 suddenly so dramatic? They've never paid attention to what I say before. The gift she was holding was meant to be a surprise. But now, it felt like a hot potato. Her eyes darted around, and she licked her lips. Lan Ting, I'm really not lying to you. I really made this bowl, and it's the only one in the world. Look, I specifically drew a gray wolf on it to represent you. Their bowls don't have this pattern. Lin Susu finally managed to make her claim about it being one of a kind make sense. Lan Ting glanced at the other 3's bowls. Strangely, when he looked at them, they all moved their bowls inward at the same time, as if they were embarrassed or guilty. Lan Ting looked away and down at the bowl in his hand without saying anything. Lin Susu frowned at his silence. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, I can show you their bowls. She had just gotten Lan Ting to trust her again, and if he didn't believe her now, it would be even harder to gain his trust. She turned around and looked at the 3 of them, ready to take the bowls from their hands. The 3 of them felt a sense of fear for Lin Susu for the first time. I should have known better. I shouldn't have said anything, they thought to themselves. Luckily, Lan Ting looked down at the pattern on the bowl and smiled. No need. I believe you. It was the first time Lin Susu had seen Lan Ting smile. It was as bright as the morning sun. Lin Susu was momentarily dazed, but her good feelings only lasted for 3 seconds. The next thing he said took her down a peg. Besides you, no one would draw a wolf so ugly. Lin Susu was speechless. What was wrong with what she said? The beastmen who were watching saw the new things she made and looked at them curiously. However, after one look, they all burst out laughing. That drawing is too ugly. Lin Susu was a little embarrassed, but since Lan Ting believed her, she didn't care. She started telling the 3 beastmen to unload their things. Antelope's anger had dissipated, but his face was still stern. After all, she, a female, had stayed out all night. He cleared his throat. Lin Susu, where were you last night? You just left without saying anything. Before Lin Susu could answer, the beastmen all gathered around her and started asking questions. Lin Susu, what's that thing you just gave Lan Ting called a bowl for? And what about that thing that looks like a pot? And Mu Xuan, what do you have in your fur bag? The beastmen had so many questions, and the atmosphere became lively. Mu Xuan looked up at Lin Susu. Ask her. She's the one who made all this. He then took the bag off his back, and everyone's eyes were on Lin Susu. Lin Susu looked at Antelope. Chief, I found a few salt wells and brought some salt back. What? You found a salt well? Antelope was wondering how he was going to punish Lin Susu for leaving without permission and not returning for a night. He didn't expect to hear such a bombshell. Salt was not an easy thing to get. The output was not high, and the only way to get it was to hunt and trade with the people of the city-states. Because it was so scarce, the amount that the tribe could trade for was limited. But with a salt well, they no longer needed to hunt tirelessly. Antelope's gloomy face immediately cleared up, and his face became much kinder. Luo, where's the salt? Let me see. Lin Susu was amazed at how Antelope's expression changed in a second. She untied her fur bag, grabbed a handful of salt, and handed it to him. Chief, this is the salt I found. Lanya was also in disbelief. That ugly, fat, lazy girl, Lin Susu, found salt? She couldn't accept it. She saw her grab a handful and put it in Antelope's hand. She leaned in to look at it. The salt was coarse and big, like small pieces of rock. It was a little yellow, gray, and brown. She laughed. What kind of salt is this? It's coarse, it's not white, and it has other colors. Lin Susu, you're getting bolder. You're trying to fool us now. Antelope, as the chief, was more knowledgeable. He looked at the salt in his hand and didn't immediately reject it. He took a little bit with his finger and licked it. This is indeed salt. He then turned to Lin Zhao. Take a look. Lin Zhao looked at it. It was coarse, just like the unrefined salt he had seen in the city-states. That's right, it's salt. I've seen the people of the city-states transport this kind of stuff before. But the salt we get is fine and white, he sighed. Even if we have this salt, we don't know how to make it fine and white, so we can't eat it. Lin Susu smiled. Of course you can't eat coarse salt like this, but I can refine it and turn it into fine, white salt. Lin Zhao looked at Lin Susu's confident expression and couldn't believe it. Don't talk nonsense. Only the aristocrats in the city-states know how to refine salt. Lin Susu rolled her eyes at Lin Zhao. If I can do it, you'll know, won't you? Compared to Lin Zhao's doubts, Antelope was much more positive. Susu, can you really turn this salt into fine white salt? Lin Susu nodded confidently. Yes, I can. Good child. If you need any help, just let me know. I'll come and watch too. No problem. Then, the beastmen began to crowd around the ceramics. They were all in disbelief when they found out that they were made of mud. Nantu wasn't in the tribe, but he came back after hearing that Xiaoye and the others had returned. When he saw what Lin Susu was holding, he was a little surprised. He had just come back from the city-state, where some of the high-class nobles were starting to use things similar to what Lin Susu was holding. But theirs were gray and much rougher than hers. You're saying you made this yourself? He asked. Lin Susu looked at him and nodded slightly. I did. He looked at Fu Feng in disbelief. The three of them? Fu Feng glanced at the ceramics in Lin Susu's hands and nodded. Quote, she did. We saw it with our own eyes, Mushan said with a smile. It took a whole night to fire them and turn them into what they are now. Nantu was now looking at Lin Susu with a new respect. Congratulations, host. Nantu's affection value has increased from -100 to -50. Lin Susu was speechless. It's still negative, but at least it's better than nothing. It seems like this Nantu guy is a materialist. Maybe I can conquer him from this angle. Lin Susu was thinking about how to make herself look more high class when a beastman suddenly asked a burning question. Susu, there aren't any caves out there, are there? How did you and the beastmen sleep? Lin Susu was speechless. Are primitive people so open-minded? She quickly looked at the three of them. They were all in a hurry to grab their salt and ceramics, leaving her alone. This time, besides Lanting, Nantu was also looking at her with a thoughtful expression. But I was innocent, she thought. How was she going to explain this? She felt that being innocent now was harder to deal with than when she was caught trying to seduce them. Back then, they would just scold her and laugh at her. But now, Lanting's eyes were filled with curiosity, and Nantu's eyes were full of meaning. Some beastmen even had their ears perked up, with a gossipy look on their faces. Lin Susu swallowed a few times and laughed. It was pretty much the same as everyone else. How was she supposed to say it? We all slept on one fur blanket? It was the truth, but when she said it out loud, it would have a different meaning. She didn't want Lin Zhao to have a reason to force her to cook for the tribe, so she just laughed it off. The beastmen didn't get their gossip and felt a little disappointed. Lanting didn't have so many complicated thoughts. He was just confused about why the three of them had suddenly gotten so close to Lin Susu. In the past, when they fought, he was the one who had to break them up. A faint sense of disappointment welled up in his heart. Nantu was purely curious. How long has it been? How did this evil female manage to tame those three? What kind of low-class tricks did she use? I can't fall for her traps like them. An older female shook her head. Susu, what you said is worse than not saying anything at all. Lin Susu wasn't thick-skinned, she just laughed. This is our private matter. You should tell us, how do you and your mates sleep at night? That silenced the female. After breakfast, everyone went about their business. Lanting felt a little empty inside and was about to leave when Lin Susu called out to him. Lanting, I'm making a big meal for lunch. Come and eat with us. Lanting stopped. He didn't expect Lin Susu to invite him. He knew her cooking was good, or the other beastmen wouldn't be following her around every day. Was that the reason? Thinking about this, Lanting didn't refuse. But he also felt a little awkward. I might be back a little late. The chief wants me to go hunting with him today. Lin Susu nodded. It's okay, I'll wait for you. After Lanting left, Nantu was still standing there. Lin Susu didn't even look at him, let alone invite him to eat. A materialist could only be attracted during a high-value moment. Nantu watched as Lin Susu left without even giving him a glance. He scoffed. She thinks she's so high and mighty. It's just a meal. She just ignored me. It's not like I even wanted to eat with her. After Lin Susu left the tribe, she went back to her makeshift kitchen. Since she was adding another person, she had to make more food. She noticed that Lanting was a little upset about her close relationship with the other three. She couldn't let it continue. What if Lin Nuan took advantage of the situation? She was going to make Lanting her first conquest, so she decided to make a hot pot feast. Mu Xuan smelled the aroma from far away and followed his nose. Xiaoye was the same. He arrived early with his bowl. Fu Feng was a little later, but he arrived around the same time as Mu Xuan. The sour soup was a mouth-watering red, and the mushroom soup was a vibrant green. Both looked delicious. Mu Xuan rubbed his hands. Can we eat from both? Lin Susu nodded. The one on the left is a sour hot pot, and the one on the right is a mushroom hot pot. If you don't like sour, just eat the mushroom one. Then, she prepared some sauces in different bowls. Hold out your bowls. The three of them immediately held out their bowls without hesitation. After she finished giving them their dipping sauces, she sat at the table and didn't pick up her chopsticks. Fu Feng was drooling from the smell. "Can we eat yet?" "Wait, we're still missing someone," Lin Susu said with a smile. "Who?" Fu Feng asked, confused. "He should be here soon," she said. Just as she finished, Lan Ting appeared with his bowl. Mu Xuan, Xiao Ye, and Fu Feng were all surprised that Lin Susu's extra person was Lan Ting. They didn't dislike Lan Ting, but a new person meant less food for them. Most affected by this change were Mu Xuan and Xiao Ye. They had seen with their own eyes that after Fu Feng joined, they didn't get to eat as much as they used to. As for Fu Feng, he had learned his lesson after the first time and knew he had to eat faster. He had to be quick now that Lan Ting was here. Lan Ting had heard that Lin Susu was cooking for Xiao Ye and his mates, but he didn't expect the setup to be so nice. He finally understood why Lin Susu didn't want to go back to the tribe to cook. Lin Susu saw him and pointed to a chair. "Sit here. The hot pot is almost ready." Lan Ting sat down. As soon as he put his bowl on the table, Lin Susu put some colorful things in it. "This is dipping sauce. When you eat hot pot, you can dip your food in this." The other three all looked at each other. She had never explained it in such detail to them before. It was obvious that she treated Lan Ting differently. Lin Susu saw that everyone was there and began to put the food in the pots. With hot pot, you can put whatever you want in it. You can put in anything you want to eat. Mu Xuan was a carnivore, and without a word, he dumped all the meat into the pot. Lin Susu was speechless. "That wasn't how you did it," she twitched her lips and added. "You should only put in what you can eat. This way the food won't get too old." 3 pairs of chopsticks went into the pot and immediately wiped out the meat. But they weren't thoughtless. They didn't touch Lin Susu's portion. As for Lan Ting's portion, the 3 of them ate it without a word. It was his fault for being slow. Lan Ting couldn't believe how intense they were fighting for food, especially Fu Feng. He was a notorious loner, but he could accept eating from the same pot as others. Fu Feng didn't know that Lan Ting was thinking about him. He was still a loner, but he was willing to make an exception for Lin Susu's food. "Don't ask me why," he thought. "If I was still picky, I wouldn't have any of this good food." Lin Susu added a few more pieces of meat for Lan Ting, who was a little overwhelmed at first. But after he tasted it, he immediately became a part of the feast, eating with pure enjoyment. Not only them, but Lin Susu was also very satisfied. The consequence of eating too much was a burp. She thought the others would be disgusted, but then the others also started burping. The 5 of them looked at each other and laughed. Before Lan Ting left, Lin Susu specifically told him, "You should come and eat here from now on." After tasting the good food, Lan Ting didn't refuse. Lin Susu felt that leaving him behind was a lesson learned, and it was better for them to eat together. This way, no matter what they did, Lan Ting would be included. After her lunch break, Lin Susu went to Antelope to tell him about her plan to refine the salt. Antelope immediately called for everyone in the tribe to come and watch so they could learn. As the chief, he had leadership and influence. Once they learned from Lin Susu, their tribe could produce and sell their own salt. After all, the tribe had already found a salt well. The salt refining was done in the tribe's public square. Under Lin Susu's guidance, everyone quickly finished. When the first white salt came out, someone in the crowd shouted, "Congratulations, host! Fu Feng, Lan Ting, Xiao Ye, and Mu Xuan's affection value has skyrocketed. Nantu's affection value has increased and is now 0. Lin Susu was so happy. Showing off my intelligence really works. Especially with Nantu, he was a complete materialist. Before Lin Susu could get too excited, the system sent another good message. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered 5 targets at once. You will be rewarded with a gift package that includes a map and a list of all your targets. Sensitive points." A map and sensitive points? That's it? Lin Susu twitched her lips, a little disappointed. "Of course not. This is an extra gift from the system. On top of that, the host's water ability has been upgraded to level 3. The metal, wood, earth, and fire abilities have all been upgraded to level 1. Lin Susu didn't expect this reward. In her past life, she had only cultivated her water ability, but now she was a true hexagonal warrior. System, how do I use the other abilities? A user guide has already been sent to the host. The host can operate according to the guide. She didn't expect this stingy system to give her so many rewards this time. When she had a free moment, she had to find a private place to study them, especially the sensitive points. She was so happy. Antelope looked at the pure white salt in his hand and burst out laughing. He raised Lin Susu's hand. "Our wolf tribe has salt, "Susu, you did a great job!" When he said this, the beastmen all cheered. "Susu, Susu, Susu!" Lin Susu didn't expect that refining salt would make these people worship her so much. Her face was a little flushed with embarrassment. Out of the corner of her eye, she met Nantu's gaze. His eyes were full of admiration. But when he saw her looking at him, he immediately turned away in disgust. Lin Susu was speechless. I didn't do anything. Why did his face change so quickly? On the other hand, Lan Ting was looking at her with nothing but respect and admiration. Lin Susu smiled and raised her eyebrows at him, which made Lan Ting's ears turn red. Xiaoye looked at Lin Susu with his arms crossed, a slight smile on his face. But when he saw her raise her eyebrows at Lan Ting, his smile disappeared. Mu Xuan stroked his chin, looking at Lin Susu thoughtfully. Fu Feng was amazed. How did Lin Susu do that? The way people in the city-states refine salt is completely different from her method. As the chief, Antelope put his hand down and motioned for everyone to be quiet. The matter of refining salt is of great importance. Everyone in the tribe must keep this a strict secret to prevent other tribes from fighting for the salt well. Finding a salt well is a good thing, but if the news gets out, it could lead to murder. Then he looked at Lin Susu. "You are in charge of the salt. Tell us when we can start mining it." After everything was settled, Lin Susu went back to her place to make cured meat. As she was doing so, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind her. "You're throwing so much salt on that meat. Don't you know how precious salt is?" Lin Susu rolled her eyes. "I made this salt myself. I can use it however I want." She had gone through so much trouble to find salt just so she could cure meat. Why else would she have bothered? Quote, "Salt is a valuable thing. You can't waste it like that." "We found a salt well, so we have plenty of salt now," Lin Susu said lazily, not wanting to deal with Lanya. Lanya's words were instantly stuck in her throat. She was speechless. Lin Susu rolled her eyes at her again. "Mother, is there anything else? I need to go to the bathroom." Lanya's face twisted with disgust, and she turned and left. How can a female be so vulgar? After Lanya left, Lin Susu used her water ability to find a hot spring. After tidying it up, she jumped in. As she was enjoying herself, she opened her system guide. Suddenly, she heard a splash, and Nantu's cold face appeared in front of her. "Why do I always run into him when I'm bathing?" she thought. She was not a mermaid here. She was a water person, so she was worried about being seen. She quickly pointed at her clothes on the shore. "This time, it's not my fault. I was here first." Nantu didn't know why he kept running into her in the new places he discovered. His face was gloomy, and as he was about to swim to the shore, he felt a sticky sensation on his fishtail. He looked closer and saw a bloodstain on it with a metallic, rusty smell. The culprit was Lin Susu. Lin Susu's face turned red with embarrassment. "Oh no, it's that time of the month." Lin Susu was so mortified to see the bloodstains on Nantu's tail. How am I going to deal with this? There are no pads or tampons. She was on the verge of a breakdown and called out to the system. "System, I need your help. It's my time of the month. Can you give me some sanitary products?" "Host, please remain calm. This is a good opportunity to get closer to your target, so the system will not provide any support at this time." "My blood is gushing out, and you're talking about a good opportunity? What kind of broken system is this? It's completely useless when I need it." Nantu stared at the dark red bloodstain on his tail for a long time, not knowing what to do. The smell was too strong. It wasn't just the metallic smell of blood, it was a special scent. The other reason he was frozen was that he was worried that the smell meant Lin Susu was in heat. With that thought, he looked at Lin Susu. Could she really be in heat? Lin Susu's mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get out of this embarrassing situation. Nantu was standing right in front of her. She couldn't just get up and walk around naked. She had to get Nantu to leave first. Lin Susu saw Nantu's fishtail moving and had an idea. "Nantu, I'm so sorry I got your tail dirty. Let me clean it for you." Nantu's face instantly went cold. He couldn't believe she would suggest that. He quickly moved his tail and swam towards the shore. Lin Susu was happy he left on his own. However, in the next second, her blood started gushing out even more. "How can I get to the shore now?" With that, Lin Susu called out to him. "Nantu, can you do me a favor and get 2 of my fur skirts from my hut?" Nantu's feet stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his cold face. "Why should I?" Lin Susu didn't want to bother him. She knew Nantu disliked her, but she had no other choice. Lin Susu bit her lip. "My fur skirts aren't enough. I have to trouble you." Seeing that Nantu wasn't saying anything, she bit her lip. "You don't want to hear that your female went for a stroll in the tribe while bleeding all over the place, do you?" That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Nantu's face turned black. Lin Susu was certainly capable of something like that. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. With that thought, Nantu said in a cold voice, "Wait here for me." Lin Susu didn't expect Nantu to agree. She immediately added, "Remember to grab the two on the left, and bring my zither and long fishing line too. I need those two things to make a living." Nantu's face turned darker, but in the end, he didn't say anything and left. Lin Susu guessed that he had heard what she said because his body had tensed up. She realized that her mates had one thing in common. They cared about their reputation. She had just tried her luck, and it had worked. Nantu just wanted to get Lin Susu's fur skirts and give them to her as soon as possible. But as soon as he came out of her hut, he ran into a crowd of people. He had no choice but to hold the fur skirts and walk with them. The more nonchalant he was, the less people would talk. If he used his powers to get away, people would just make up rumors. When he returned, Lin Susu was already on the shore. She was squatting with her fur skirt, and he couldn't see what she was doing. Her posture didn't look like she was doing that. His face eased up a bit. He had just seen her get her period, and if he saw her, he felt so unlucky. He walked closer and threw the fur skirts at her. "Here are your things." Lin Susu took the things with a smile. Nantu had brought everything she asked for. "Thank you, Nantu. You're the best." The first part was sincere, but the second part was just a habit. Nantu shivered and quickly left. After Nantu left, Lin Susu quickly cleaned herself up and went to her makeshift kitchen. Mu Xuan was already at the kitchen. The others who were supposed to be there weren't. He looked at Xiaoye, who was sitting at the table. "Where is he?" "I don't know. He wasn't here when I came," Xiaoye replied. Fu Feng arrived a little later and instinctively looked at the stove. "Are we not having dinner tonight?" Mu Xuan glared at him. "Don't jinx it," Fu Feng shrugged. "I'm not. The rumors are spreading in the tribe that Nantu went to Lin Susu's hut and took her fur skirts. After that, she probably didn't have time to come back and cook for us." Lan Ting arrived at the kitchen around the same time and also looked at the stove. "Don't bother looking. She's not here tonight," Mu Xuan said in a cold voice. "Nantu took her fur skirts." Lan Ting pursed his lips and was about to say something when he saw Lin Susu returning from a distance. Everyone looked at her. Mu Xuan noticed her abnormal walk, and his lazy eyes narrowed. Xiaoye saw that it was hard for her to squat and get the pots. He frowned. Fu Feng sniffed the air and had a complicated expression on his face after smelling something. Lan Ting also felt that Lin Susu's movements had slowed down. Primitive people were strong, so Lin Susu didn't feel any pain from her period, but she had been using her powers a lot and was tired. She didn't want to make a big meal for dinner. Mu Xuan looked at the simple food on the table. "I heard that you and Nantu had a romantic encounter." When he said this, the four people at the table looked at him. Lin Susu was shocked. Who said that? Who started this ridiculous rumor? Mu Xuan's eyelashes twitched. "Someone in the tribe saw Nantu taking your fur skirts." Mu Xuan didn't say the rest. "And your legs are so sore, and your walk is so abnormal. What's there to deny?" he thought. "And tonight's food is so simple compared to the past few days. It must be because she's so tired after that incident. I wonder what's wrong with Nantu. Why would he get involved with Lin Susu? And since tonight's meal is so simple, we probably won't have good food anymore. Even if we do, will we have to give way to him?" Thinking about what he said, he looked at Xiaoye and Fu Feng. Didn't these two also get involved with Lin Susu? Why wasn't the food so terrible back then? Was their skill not as good? He wondered. Lin Susu didn't expect a simple fur skirt to cause so much trouble. She immediately denied it. "I didn't. He took my fur skirt because..." The words were stuck in her throat. She couldn't say that she had her period in the hot spring and got blood on Nantu's tail, so she asked him to get her fur skirts. No matter how she said it, it would be embarrassing. However, her hesitation made the others at the table believe the rumors even more. Lin Susu knew she couldn't explain it. She looked around and gave up. "He took my fur skirts because I got my period. He happened to be passing by, so I asked him." She had said it all, so they should believe her now. But when she said this, the looks on the faces of the four of them became even more subtle. Her period? That means she's in heat. Fu Feng's mind raced as he thought about the bloody scene. He shuddered. Lan Ting's eyes shifted. He hinted at her. "That's not good for a female. You should be more careful next time." Lin Susu was going crazy inside. Why is it getting more and more confusing? She gave up. She opened the pot and looked at the four of them. Anyway, that's what happened. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. After dinner, Lin Susu told them, You guys wash the pots and bowls yourselves. Before, when they did things for her, she would wash the dishes herself. But today, they hadn't done anything, so they had to pay for it with other things. She wasn't going to spoil them. The three of them were used to doing things, so they didn't have much of an opinion and got up to start. Lanting also reached out his hand to help, but Lin Susu stopped him. You don't have to. The three of them were not happy about that. Mu Xuan looked at Lin Susu. Why does he get to be special? We all ate together. Why doesn't he have to do anything? Fu Feng was also angry. Why does he get to be special? He didn't do anything, and you invited him to eat? Lin Susu glared at them. I asked him to help me make some fur skirts. Can you? The three of them fell silent. Making clothes is a female's job. How would we know how to do that? And Lanting looks so manly. How does he know how to do that? Lin Susu's response left them speechless. Though they were unhappy, the three of them didn't say anything. Lin Susu had originally wanted to ask the other women in the tribe to help her make the fur skirts, but after the whole Nantu incident, she figured it would be better to avoid them. Those women loved to gossip, so Lin Susu gave up on the idea and looked at Lanting. Are you going to make fur skirts? Lanting asked. Lin Susu nodded, a little embarrassed. I've lost a lot of weight recently, so my old fur skirts are too big. I need to make some new ones. Lanting had noticed that Lin Susu always had a knot tied at her waist. He had initially thought it was a style choice, but now he realized it was because her skirt was too big, and she was tying it to make it fit better. He agreed readily. No problem. I'll make them for you when I have time. But first, you need to get some furs and soften them before they can be made into skirts. He then added apologetically, you might have to wait a few days though. The chief has asked me to do something, so I don't have time to hunt. Lin Susu smiled. That's fine. I can get them to hunt for me. She gestured to the three beastmen who were washing dishes. The three of them froze. What? Why do we have to do that? You said we wouldn't have to wash dishes if he helped you make fur skirts. Why do we have to hunt now, too? Lin Susu's eyes narrowed. Whoever gets the best furs will get an extra snack. The three of them instantly quieted down. They hadn't had a snack in a long time. They had only had popcorn that one time. Hunting wasn't hard for them, and they could get a snack out of it. Why wouldn't they do it? The three of them nodded in unison, their previous unhappiness instantly gone. They all enthusiastically agreed. We can do it! If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lanting would never have guessed that Lin Susu would have such an easy time convincing the three of them to do her bidding. He looked at Lin Susu with a hint of admiration. Lin Susu thought he was interested in the snacks, so she winked at him and whispered, Don't worry, you'll get some snacks too. Lanting shook his head, a faint smile on his face, amused by her antics. After they finished washing the dishes, the three of them immediately left the kitchen and ran into the forest. Lin Susu was surprised. What's the hurry? I haven't even told them how many furs I need. Lanting headed toward Antelope's hut after his meal. After the four of them left, Lin Susu stayed in the kitchen. It was her first time using her new powers, and she wasn't very familiar with her ability to attract. Staying in the kitchen was a good place to test it out without attracting too much attention. The effects of her new powers were much better than she expected. With some time to spare, Lin Susu decided to work on something else. Fu Feng and the others had already gone to hunt for furs. Based on their speed, they should be done today. She didn't like the generic fur skirts in the tribe and wanted to change them. Since she had lost some weight, she felt a waistband was a must-have. Lin Susu decided to make a makeshift, adjustable version. Since there was no paper in primitive society, Lin Susu found a large flat rock and picked up a few colorful stones to draw on it. Just as she was getting into it, two women approached nervously. Is there something you need? She asked. Lin Susu recognized them. They were quite pretty. One was named Kai Xia, and the other was named Ah Ju. They were some of the few women in the tribe who didn't follow Lin Nuan around. They looked embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, Ah Ju finally spoke shyly. Susu, your pottery is so pretty. Can you teach us how to make some? Lin Susu was surprised. She didn't expect them to be so smart. She had been making pottery for a while now, and these were the only two women who had asked her. She nodded. Of course, but the clay is a bit far. You'll need to bring your mates with you. Ah, Ju and Kaisha's faces lit up. They nodded eagerly. They had come here expecting Lin Susu to refuse them, since her reputation wasn't very good. They didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. After they left, Lin Susu continued drawing for a while longer. She then grabbed a new sanitary pad and headed into the woods. Just as she took off her first skirt and squatted down, she heard a low voice next to her ear. Lin Susu, what are you doing? Lin Susu was so frustrated. Why did he have to come now of all times? Why couldn't he have come earlier or later? She was completely naked, and blood was dripping everywhere. Lin Susu glanced at him. He had silver hair and no ears, so she knew it wasn't one of the other three. It was Nanu. What is he doing here? Lin Susu didn't have time to think. She quickly moved her skirt and put the sanitary pad on. Nanu had noticed something was off. He saw the tall grass swaying. She's not even finding a secluded place to do her business, he thought, disgusted. He took a few steps back, ready to leave. Lin Susu came out from behind the grass. In her hand, she was holding a long, narrow object that looked like a pattern from her usual fur skirts, but it was much shorter. Lin Susu put her used sanitary pad aside. It was covered by a fur pattern, so it wasn't too disgusting. When she saw Nanu, she looked at him. Is there something you need? Remembering why he was there, he didn't care to inspect her any further. I heard you're going to make pottery in a few days. I want to join. Lin Susu was surprised. First, she had just agreed to help the other two women, and he already knew about it. Second, he was the one who was asking her to join him. Lin Susu didn't say anything, trying to decide if she should agree. And is his tone a little too cold for someone who is asking for a favor, she thought. Nanu waited for a moment. When Lin Susu still didn't say anything, he looked at her again. Is there a problem? No problem, Lin Susu said. But why do you want to go? How do you know about it? I was walking by when I overheard you talking about it. Nanu said plainly. He didn't try to hide anything. Why are you going there? I want to see how you make your pottery, he said. The pottery she made looked much more refined than the ones people in the city-states used, and he wanted to know how she did it. Lin Susu understood. Based on her observations, Nanu was a materialist. She could see that when she refined the salt. He liked things that were more advanced than what was available in primitive society. This was also a way to get him on her side. Thinking about this, Lin Susu didn't refuse him. Come find me here tomorrow morning, she said. Nanu agreed and turned to leave. Lin Susu was relieved. She had been sweating the whole time. Now she could wash her sanitary pad. I wish this thing was disposable, she thought. After washing it, Lin Susu hung it on a branch and headed into the forest. She had seen some red fruits a few days ago and wanted to make some snacks for the beastmen. Now was a good time to get them. The fresh hawthorns were a beautiful red, like rubies. Lin Susu was already drooling just from washing them. She also picked some golden wild fruits that the tribe often ate. Lin Susu didn't know what they were called, but she picked them anyway. After washing them, she put them in a clay pot, added some salt and water, and set them aside to soak. Soon, the candied hawthorns were ready. Lin Susu had already made a small tree out of dried grass. She put the candied hawthorns on it. From a distance, they were a beautiful sight, with the red and green fruits glistening with a sugar coating. Xiao Ye returned from hunting and saw the glistening tree-like thing. Lin Susu was still busy working. He knew she had made a snack for them. It looked amazing. Mushuan and Fufang returned a little after Xiao Ye. They were also excited to see the bright fruits. This looks so delicious, they said. The air was filled with the sweet smell of honey being boiled into syrup, making the three of them dizzy with happiness. Lin Susu heard them and glanced at them. Mushuan was the first to approach. This looks so good, he said. He had to get some. He eagerly spread his furs on the ground. These are the furs I hunted, he said proudly. Lin Susu glanced at them. There were fox furs, rabbit furs, and a sheepskin. They were all white and orange, but she wondered if they would be too hot to wear. As Lin Susu was thinking about how to handle the furs, Fufang also put his catch down on the ground. Take mine. They're prettier than his. Mushuan was not impressed. But Lin Susu agreed. The colors of his furs were much more vibrant than Mushuan's, but they were all feathers, and she wondered how she would make a skirt out of them. Xiao Ye saw the two of them put down their catches and also put his down. Compared to the other two, his were more common: mink, leopard, and badger furs. The three of them probably went for furs that matched their own. The leopard loved long hair, the dragon bird loved birds, and the snake was more normal. Lin Susu paused. Do you have any others? The three of them silently reached into their bags and pulled out a few more furs. Hunting was a silent competition, and none of them wanted to lose. So, in one afternoon, they had hunted almost 10 animals. Lin Susu was relieved to see the extra furs. She pointed at the candied hawthorns. Leave 30 for me. You each get 20. The three of them were so excited and ran to the candied hawthorns. Mushuan took one and took a big bite. The other two also started eating. Lin Susu was amazed by their hunting ability. In just one afternoon, they had caught so many. It It was no wonder the women in the tribe were all fighting over them. Lin Susu sorted the furs and waited for Lan Ting to come and process them. For dinner, Lin Susu made a chicken and mushroom stew. It was time to replenish her energy after getting her period. When Lan Ting arrived, Lin Susu handed him the candied hawthorn she had saved for him. When the other three saw her hand him the candy, they were a little upset. But when they thought about how he had to process so many furs, they felt better. With the good food, the four of them began to eat. They were used to eating whatever Lin Susu made, and she never disappointed them. After they finished, Lin Susu didn't ask them to wash the dishes. She took the opportunity to announce something to them. "I'm gonna make pottery tomorrow. You should all come early." Xiaoye was confused. "Didn't we just make some pottery a few days ago?" Lin Susu counted on her fingers. "I need to make more pots and jars. We don't have enough." Xiaoye didn't say anything and nodded. Fu Feng and Mu Xuan didn't have any objections either, but they both thought about their last sleeping experience and decided they would bring their own sleeping furs this time. Lan Ting also nodded. Since he was eating with them, he should help. Lin Susu was very satisfied. She had told them in front of Lan Ting to let him know that they hadn't done anything the last time. It was a good way to clear up the misunderstanding. Then she added, "Oh, and we'll have more people joining us tomorrow. They also want to make pottery." "Are they from the tribe?" Lan Ting asked. "Yes. Kaixia and Aju and their mates," Lin Susu said. The others didn't have any objections and left after touching their full stomachs. The next day at dawn, Lin Susu brought her sleeping fur, bamboo stick, and water cup to the kitchen. Fu Feng and the others had already arrived, and they had all packed their things. After a while, Kaixia and Aju and their mates arrived. "I think it's time to go," Xiaoye said. Lin Susu looked into the distance. "Wait, one more person." The four beastmen looked at her in surprise. When they saw the person, their expressions became complicated. "Why is Nanu here?" Zhu and Kaixia didn't find it strange. They quickly got on their mates' backs. Kaixia looked at Lin Susu. "Susu, hurry up and get on so we can go!" When she said that, the five beastmen all transformed at the same time and stopped in front of Lin Susu. Lin Susu looked at the transformed beastmen and was speechless. When did they get so enthusiastic? She didn't move. The five of them looked at her with different expressions. It's a good thing it's daytime. If it were nighttime, these five people looking at me like this would scare me to death, she thought. The different colored lights from their eyes would be very creepy in the dark. To be honest, she didn't expect all five of them to offer to carry her, especially Nanu. She thought he found her disgusting. What was the reason for this sudden change? But no matter what she thought, she wasn't going to risk choosing him. After thinking about it, Lin Susu walked up to Lan Ting and sat on his back. He was the gentlest and most considerate, so he would probably be more careful when he ran. They all started moving forward. Zhu and Kaixia, who were sitting on their mates' backs, looked at Lin Susu's chubby body bouncing around. They were both in disbelief. They didn't expect all five of Lin Susu's mates to be so good to her. They all offered their backs to her. The rumors were true. Lin Susu and Fu Feng and the others must have all done that together. Otherwise, why would they be so considerate? They looked at each other, not understanding how Lin Susu had done it. Lin Susu, who was on Lan Ting's back, didn't know that the two women had become her fans. She just felt that this experience was better than any of the others. It wasn't bumpy anymore, and it was very comfortable for her butt. They had left early and hadn't eaten breakfast. After a while, their stomachs started to rumble. Zhu and Kaixia had brought some wild fruits to share. But Lin Susu handed each of them 3 golden things. They hesitated. "Susu, this is egg tart. You can eat it for breakfast," Lin Susu said. When Nanu took the egg tart, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Susu to give him one. He hesitated, but his stomach was uncomfortable since he hadn't had breakfast, so he took it. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. Nanu's affection value has changed. His current affection value is 0.01. Lin Susu rolled her eyes. Why even bother reporting such a small amount? Nanu was so stingy. His affection value is always the lowest. Is my egg tart only worth 0.01, she thought? If she had known, she wouldn't have given it to him. This small increase felt like an insult. She began to doubt if allowing Nanu to join them today was the right decision. After they finished eating, they walked for a while and arrived at the red clay land. Lin Susu got off Lan Ting's back and pointed at the red clay. This is what we use to make pottery. Zhu and Kaixia were astonished. Susu, are you saying that pottery is made from this dirt? That's amazing! You'll see when you try it yourselves, Lin Susu said. The group followed Lin Susu and squatted in front of a patch of red clay. Nantu didn't say anything, but also walked over to where Lin Susu was. Lin Susu casually picked up a wooden stick and started to demonstrate. The beastmen quickly learned how to knead the clay. It was already evening when the group finished eating. Just like last time, the clay pieces needed to be fired overnight. Although they arrived earlier this time, the things Lin Susu made were bigger, so they needed to be fired for a longer time. The group decided to spend the night in the wild. Compared to the awkwardness of last time, Xiaoye, Fu Feng, and Mushuan were much more at ease. They laid their furs on the ground and closed their eyes. Aju and Kaishia's mates had also brought furs, so they also found a spot to lie down. Lin Susu was no exception. Everyone was lying down except for Nantu. "Why did you bring a fur?" Nantu asked Lanting. "I go into the wild often, so I'm used to bringing a fur." Lanting replied. Nantu knew they would be sleeping outside, but he thought they would have a tree to sleep in, so he didn't prepare. Now he was the only one without a fur. He stood there, lost. Kaishia laughed as she looked at Lin Susu. "What's the big deal? You and Susu have already made it, just sleep on her fur," when she said this. The other beastmen all looked at Lin Susu and Nantu with a knowing look. Lin Susu felt like she was a victim of a baseless accusation. Why did this have to happen now, she thought. Quote, "Isn't it common sense to bring a fur when you're going out? Why didn't Nantu know that? Good thing I brought my own, or I'd have to share. But I don't want to share with Nantu. He just put some other label on me. But I don't think he would want to either. He hates me so much. Why would he want to sleep on the same fur as me?" Lin Susu waited for Nantu to refuse. Xiao Ye heard Saisha's words and opened his eyes. He looked at Nantu with a curious expression, ready to watch a show. The two of them were rivals, so he wouldn't miss a chance to see Nantu humiliated. Last time, when people said he and Lin Susu had mated, he didn't believe it. No matter how much Lin Susu had changed, she was still a fat female with shiny, dark skin. How could anyone find her attractive? Fu Feng shivered and gripped his fur tighter. Good thing I was prepared, he thought. Otherwise, he would be in an awkward situation. Last time, he slept with Lin Susu, but it was with two other beastmen on the same fur. Today, it would be just him and Lin Susu. What would happen in the dark of the night? Mushuan's narrow eyes narrowed. He looked at the silent Lin Susu on his left and the gloomy-faced Nantu on his right. He lay on his fur, crossed his legs, and had an unreadable expression on his face. Lanting smoothed out his fur and frowned. His eyes looked at Lin Susu, as if he was waiting to see her reaction. Nantu's cold face finally showed a crack when he heard Kaishia's words. How could I possibly sleep on the same fur as Lin Susu? She had tried to seduce him not long ago, and she was still in heat. She had even looked at him with lustful eyes in the hot spring. Nantu decided he had to refuse. But if he did, where would he sleep? Lin Susu waited for Nantu's refusal, while Nantu tried to figure out a solution. The two of them fell silent. Kaishia looked at them, confused. They were just fine when we left. They didn't even argue on the way. Why are they being so quiet now? She thought for a moment. They're probably just embarrassed because there are other people here. What's there to be shy about? You've already given her fur skirts, she said. Lin Susu waited patiently for Nantu to say something, but Kaixia's words shocked her. Is this fur skirt thing never going to end? Nantu was also annoyed by the rumors. He knew people were talking behind his back, even though they didn't say it to his face. He looked at Lin Susu's silence and wondered if she had another plan. If there was no other way, he could just rip the fur and share it with her. A fishman didn't need much space, but if he did that, Kaixia and Ju would go back to the tribe and say he and Lin Susu were sleeping together, and Lin Zhao would use that as an excuse to make her go back and cook for the tribe. Lin Susu hesitated. Nantu quickly scanned the area and finally found a place to sleep. He transformed into his mermaid form and jumped into the water. No need, I'm used to sleeping in the water. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all remembered that Nantu was a merman. It was normal for him to sleep in the water. Lin Susu was relieved when he found a place to sleep. She arranged her fur and was about to lie down when she saw Kaixia and Aju looking at her as if they had something to say. Lin Susu knew they were thinking too much, but she was too tired to explain. She lay down and closed her eyes. Everyone was exhausted after a long day of work, so they all slept well. The next day, everyone was woken up by a cracking sound. Lin Susu immediately got up and went to the fire. She knew the sound was the pottery cracking. Zhu and Kaixia were nervous since it was their first time making pottery. What happened? Lin Susu waved her hand. It's nothing. A few pieces cracked because the heat wasn't even, but the others are fine. We can open the kiln now. Zhu and Kaisha didn't know what opening the kiln meant. They watched as Lin Susu picked up a wooden stick and started moving the ashes. The others followed suit. Nanu, who was sleeping in the water, was a little slow to respond. By the time he got there, they were all busy digging through the ashes. When he saw a few broken pieces of pottery, his eyebrows twitched. But then he saw Lin Susu giving commands to the other four, and his eyebrows relaxed. He looked at the fire. The two women had mostly made small bowls and cups, but they were not as well made as the ones Lin Susu made before. Lin Susu's creations this time were even more strange. They were getting bigger and bigger, and some were so big that a person could fit inside. He didn't know what they were for, but overall, the pottery was a huge success. Even the one he made himself turned out well. His admiration for Lin Susu grew. Lin Susu was busy sorting the pottery when the system sent her a message. Congratulations, host. Nantu's affection value has changed. Do you want to see it? If it's just a 1-point change, don't bother telling me. It's an insult, she thought. Don't worry, host. This time, Nantu's value is very interesting. Do you want to see it? Lin Susu was relieved to hear that there was a big change. She agreed to check. To her surprise, Nantu's affection value had jumped to 50. She remembered that when the affection values of all her mates increased, she would be able to level up her love brain. Then, she would get new rewards. System. When all the affection values go up, will my love brain be upgraded to filter brain? She asked. Yes, host. When all of your target's affection values reach 100, your love brain will be upgraded to filter brain. It has to be 100 to upgrade? Why did Lan Ting's upgrade so quickly? That's for another reason. The host will know when you trigger the hidden mission, the system replied. Okay, Lin Susu said. I'm looking forward to the rewards for the filter brain. Maybe all my abilities will blossom. Kaisha looked at the sturdy pottery she had made with her own hands and was so happy. We did it! Susu, you're amazing! You can even make pottery. Zhu was also smiling. Yeah, Susu, you're so incredible. With these, cooking will be so much easier. Lin Susu smiled, but didn't say anything. She wasn't that close to them. Although she appreciated the compliments, she knew the credit wasn't all hers. After all, they had made it themselves. After they cleaned up, they started packing their things. Lin Susu's half-human-sized bathtub and water tank were not easy to carry. Luckily, Fu Feng could fly and used his powers to hold them. Fu Feng, Xiao Ye, and Lan Ting shared the rest of the load. Nantu also helped with a few pieces that he had asked for. Lin Susu couldn't refuse, since she didn't have anywhere else to put them. On the way back, she still rode on Lan Ting's back because he was the most stable, and it was the most comfortable for her during her period. The group returned to the tribe with their things, once again attracting everyone's attention. This time, it wasn't just Lin Susu who had gone out with her mates. Kaisha and Aju had also gone with theirs. Everyone noticed that Kaisha and Aju were carrying pottery. Kaisha, Aju, you're carrying pottery too? We went with Susu to make them, they replied. When they said this, many of the other women became envious. They had seen the pottery when Lin Susu was refining the salt. It was sturdy enough to be used in a fire and held water without leaking. The beastman's eyes were on the large items on Fu Feng's back. Fu Feng, what are you going to use that huge pot for? Fu Feng carefully put it down and looked at Lin Susu. I don't know. You'll have to ask her. Everyone looked at Lin Susu. This is a water tank. It's used for storing water. With this, we don't have to keep going back and forth to the deep pool to get water. When she said this, the other beastmen were tempted. Just then, Lanya and Antelope walked over. When Lanya saw that Lin Susu had made another batch of pottery, she couldn't help but say, Lin Susu, you left without saying anything again. I told you last time that, as a female, you need to take care of yourself and not act so recklessly. She was angry that Lin Susu didn't even give her any of the pottery. Lanya, seeing that Antelope was there, immediately started complaining about Lin Susu. Antelope's face also turned a little sour. The most important thing for a female is to respect herself. Your reputation wasn't great before. Susu, you need to be careful and listen to your mother. Lin Susu knew that Lanya would use this opportunity to cause trouble. But she was prepared. She pointed at a large clay pot. I wasn't just playing. I specifically made a large pot to refine salt more efficiently. Antelope's face instantly cleared up. We need a large pot to refine salt. You did a great job, he said. Lanya had already prepared her words, but in just a few sentences, Lin Susu had won over Antelope. Lanya was so angry her vision turned black. Ever since Antelope saw Lin Susu refine salt, he had a new respect for her. Now that she had made a pot just for that purpose, he was even more pleased. But he also thought that Lin Susu should teach the other people in the tribe how to make pottery. Your pottery is great. Teach the others in the tribe how to make it so everyone can have some. The tribe had already wanted pottery for a while, but Lin Susu's reputation was so bad that they didn't dare to ask her. Now that the chief had spoken, they were all happy. Lin Susu didn't refuse. I took Kaixia and Aju with me this time. I can teach everyone then. She didn't have the time to teach everyone one-on-one. She had a lot of other things to do. Antelope had no objections. Then you can have Azu and Kaixia teach them. Lin Susu was about to leave when Lin Nuan walked over. She smiled at Lin Susu. Lin Susu's eyelids twitched. She had a bad feeling. As she expected, Lin Nuan said with a smile, Luo, there's a person outside looking for you. He says he's your mate. Lin Susu was stunned. Where did another one come from? The system said there were 5. The 5 beastmen who were packing their things stopped and looked at Lin Susu. Their eyes were full of curiosity. When they heard that a new mate was looking for her, they all looked at her with interest. Why are you looking at me? I don't know who this is, Lin Susu thought. She was confused and called the system. System, you said there were 5 targets. Why is there another one? The system, which usually responded quickly, was silent for a long time. Lin Susu thought it had crashed and was about to ask what was going on when she heard a mechanical sound. Apologies, host. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. It cannot be used normally at this time. It will continue to provide services after the update is complete. Lin Susu was speechless. She was certain the system was doing this on purpose. Just when she needed it the most, it was updating. Lin Susu sighed. Looks like I have to clean up this mess myself. Just as she was thinking about what to do, Lin Nuan spoke again. Luo, don't you want to go see him? He looks so infatuated. He keeps saying he misses you. He what? Lin Susu didn't believe that a normal mate would be attracted to a fat female like her. Lin Nuan's words were so dangerous. She wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. Lin Nuan was happy to see Lin Susu's silence. She wanted to see what Lin Susu would do now. The black bear man was not an ordinary beast man. He was perfect for Lin Susu. She's so close to her 5 mates, right? I want to see how they'll react when they see how promiscuous she is now. When she thought about how Lin Susu would once again become a despised female, Lin Nuan smiled to herself, but she didn't dare to show it too much, or people would think she was enjoying it. Antelope frowned when he heard that Lin Susu had another mate. But before he could say anything, a deep voice came from behind him. Lin Ya had a look of disgust on her face. I've told you before, a female should be more respectful. You were gone all night, and now you bring back a new mate. What will the tribe think of you? Lanya looked down on Lin Susu in every way, and now she was convinced Lin Susu had seduced the new mate. Antelope's face also changed. He was about to lecture Lin Susu when she spoke first. Mother, you're jumping to conclusions. Don't you know what your own daughter looks like? Who would be attracted to me? Lin Susu's words were like a dagger to Lanya's heart. She had always refused to admit that she had given birth to such an ugly female. Lin Susu's words made her feel even more ashamed. Lin Susu knew she wasn't pretty, but she was confident that she would become beautiful, so her words didn't hurt her at all. She said it to spite Lanya, who had always looked down on the original host. Antelope, who was about to speak, closed his mouth. Anyone in the tribe could have a secret lover, but it was highly unlikely that Lin Susu would. Who would have a secret affair with such an ugly female unless they had a problem with their eyes? Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to face the fact that Lin Susu was indeed ugly. If she wasn't, would she have tried to jump into the river and try to seduce her mates? It was because her mates didn't like her. Although he didn't know what tricks she had used to get them to mate with her, he knew she wasn't the kind of female you would fall for at first sight. Thinking about this, he felt a little better. Lin Ya was so angry that she left, trembling. Antelope quickly followed her. Lin Nuan wouldn't miss such an opportunity. She looked at the mates behind Lin Susu. Susu, if you don't want him, I can go talk to him for you. Why does she need to get involved? Lin Susu thought. This White Lotus loves to cause trouble whenever she can. Lin Susu didn't like her, but she didn't have time to deal with her right now. She wanted to know who this new mate was. She looked at Lin Nuan. This is my business, you don't need to worry about it. Where is he? Lin Nuan was about to point the way, but then the black bear man walked toward them. His eyes lit up. It's him, she said. Not just Lin Susu, but everyone in the tribe looked at him. Lin Susu's mouth twitched when she saw him. Did Lin Nuan hire him to pretend to be my mate and make a fool of me, she thought? She thought she was ugly. but he was even uglier. The other beastmen were disappointed by his appearance, but then they looked at Lin Susu and thought they were a good match. Lin Susu was confused. Did the original host find him because her 5 mates didn't like her? But would a person who is used to handsome beastmen want to be with someone like him? Nuan was so happy to see Lin Susu's shocked face. She's a perfect match for him. The 5 mates she's with are not meant for her. She looked at the 5 beastmen, who were all watching. They all seemed to accept that Lin Susu was cheating on them, as the man's appearance matched her so well. Lin Susu didn't know what to say. Lin Nuan, seeing how quiet she was, walked up to the black bear man. Did you tell me you were Susu's mate? The black bear man nodded. Lin Susu looked at him suspiciously. He was a black bear beastman. Was he related to her adoptive mother? Don't you remember? He said. My mother sent me here. Have you forgotten? We were promised to each other when we were little. Lin Susu was speechless. People in primitive society have arranged marriages? I never would have guessed. Lin Susu searched the original host's memories, but couldn't find any information about the black bear man. Did the original host lose her memory of this person? She wondered. She couldn't help but complain about the system again. After thinking about it, Lin Susu decided to let him stay for now. She would ask the system for more information once the update was complete. She had never met her adoptive mother, so she didn't know if he was telling the truth. If he wasn't lying, then he and the original host were childhood sweethearts. Lin Susu felt like her head was going to explode. She wondered if this was another challenge the system had created to make her mission more difficult. The black bear man looked at Lin Susu pitifully. Please don't send me away. Lin Susu looked at his dirty clothes. Go to the deep pool and take a bath first. After you're done, come find me over there. Lin Susu pointed to the forest. That was where her kitchen was. It was almost time for dinner, and they had been running around all morning. The black bear man was so happy. Thank you, Susu. You're just as nice as you were when we were little. He turned and walked away, leaving Lin Susu confused. Muxuan looked at Lin Susu and smiled. So, you have a childhood sweetheart? Lin Susu didn't know how to answer. She looked at the 5 of them. Take the things to the kitchen. It's almost time for dinner. Nothing could make the 5 beastmen shut up faster than the word dinner. Muxuan immediately grabbed the things and rushed to the kitchen, afraid that Lin Susu wouldn't feed him if he kept talking. The other 4 also grabbed their things and left. They had questions, but they knew they could wait. Once the black bear man was cleaned up, they would find out what was going on. Lin Nuan looked at Lin Susu's back with a smile. An ugly beastman and an ugly female are a perfect match. The group placed the pottery where Lin Susu told them to. Nantu didn't have many things, so he was about to leave after he was done. But Lin Susu stopped him. Stay for dinner. Thank you for helping me with the things. Nantu had helped her, so she felt she had to thank him. Nantu was surprised. He was about to refuse, but he remembered how good Lin Susu's food was. He hesitated. The other mates also took a seat at the table, as if they were waiting to be served. Nantu saw this and decided to stay. Lin Susu went to the stove. With the black bear man here, she needed to make more food. She made 10 dishes in total. The food is ready. It should be enough for you, Lin Susu said as she sat down. Muxuan looked at the table full of food and thought, this is definitely enough. She always favors someone. She made different dishes for Lanting. And now she's making an even bigger feast for her childhood sweetheart. We never got this kind of treatment. Lin Susu had no idea what he was thinking. She grabbed a bowl and put it on the table. A low, pleasant voice came from behind her. Susu, am I eating here? Lin Susu looked up and froze. Are you the black bear from before? She asked, a little hesitant. It wasn't her fault she didn't recognize him. The man in front of her had long black hair, a face as beautiful as a painting, a thin nose and lips and fair skin. His eyes captivated her. He's so enchanting, she thought. He looked completely different from before. His appearance was on par with the other 5 mates. The other 5 also noticed the change. Fu Feng's eyes widened. No wonder Lin Susu liked him. His appearance is amazing. It made sense why she would keep him. But doesn't that make it 6 mates? Yes, he said with a charming smile. Lin Susu barely managed to keep herself from getting flustered. Sit down. By the way, what's your name? The man sat down and smiled. My name is Shi Yi. Shi Yi? What a strange name for a black bear beastman. And he's so enchanting, Lin Susu thought. Muxuan laughed. This guy's name is Shi Yi, a reptile? He's a relative of you snake beastman, Xiao Ye. He's a black bear. He's more like you leopard beastman, Xiao Ye said calmly. No, it's not that, Ji. It's these 2 characters, Shi Yi explained. Even though she knew which characters they were, Lin Susu still thought Shi was easier to say. Shi, let's eat. The food will get cold. Okay, Susu, I'm going to eat a lot, Shi said with a smile. The 5 beastmen were speechless. He's so enthusiastic. Shi tried a few bites and his eyes lit up. This is so good, Susu. Your cooking is amazing. Eat as much as you want, Lin Susu said. After dinner, Shi rubbed his stomach. Susu, where is your hut? Why do you ask? Lin Susu asked. I want to know where I'm going to sleep tonight, he said. Lin Susu was shocked. You're going to sleep with me? I'm your mate, of course. I'm going to sleep with you, he said. The 5 beastmen looked at him in surprise. Arranged marriages are so different. But then they all looked at Lin Susu. Lin Susu felt like she had experienced a month's worth of shock in an hour. She had just recovered from his appearance, and now she was dealing with his words. Fu Feng, who was about to fly away, heard him and stopped. Would Lin Susu agree, he thought? If she does, it's going to be a wild night for the tribe. Xiao Ye was also in disbelief. Does this black bear have a problem with his eyes? Does he think Lin Susu is pretty? Mu Xuan was just enjoying the show. If he wasn't worried that Lin Susu would glare at him, he would have whistled. Lin Susu is finally getting some action, Nantu shook his head. Knowing Lin Susu, it's going to be a disaster. It's a shame that she has such a good appearance. Why would he want to be with Lin Susu just because of an arranged marriage? Lan Ting didn't have any reaction. He just looked at Lin Susu, waiting for her to answer. Lin Susu didn't want to get involved with Shi Yi. She smiled at him. Quote, not all mates and females sleep together. Besides, we're just childhood sweethearts, right? She said, hinting that they weren't that close. Shi Yi nodded seriously. I know, we haven't seen each other in so long, so we should sleep together to catch up. Lin Susu was speechless. Is there something wrong with his brain? He's so bold. Doesn't he worry about taking advantage of her? Since hinting didn't work, Lin Susu had no choice but to be blunt. It's not convenient. I'm having my period. It's okay. We can just sleep in the same bed and cuddle, he said. I don't want to cuddle with you. Lin Susu felt a sudden urge to break down. Since she couldn't get through to him, she looked at the other 5, hoping they would help her. Nantu ignored her. Xiao Ye stroked his nose. Mu Xuan and Fu Feng looked at the ground. Finally, Lan Ting spoke up. Susu's hut is a little small. It's not easy to sleep in there. If you don't mind, why don't you sleep with me? Lin Susu was so moved. Lan Ting is the best. I'm gonna give him an extra chicken leg tomorrow. Shi Yi looked at him thoughtfully. Are you jealous that I'm taking Susu away? Lan Ting stiffened. This man's words were impossible to answer. The conversation was at a standstill again. Lin Susu sighed. Where did you sleep on the way here? Shi Yi looked a little embarrassed. I was on the road all the time, so I just slept in a tree. Lin Susu nodded and pointed at a tree. That tree looks good. You can sleep there tonight. Now it was Ji Yi's turn to look embarrassed. Huts are for females. All the other mates find their own places to sleep. Lin Susu said with a smile. Shi Yi looked at the other 5. He had heard at the deep pool that these 5 were Lin Susu's mates. This time, the 5 of them didn't deny it because they didn't sleep with Lin Susu anyway. Seeing that they didn't object, Shi Yi reluctantly accepted her suggestion. He looked at Lin Susu sadly. Susu, my big tree is always open for you. If you ever miss me, come find me at the big tree. Lin Susu was speechless. This black bear was so dramatic. He sounded like a green tea, B times CH. Lin Susu ignored his words. It had taken her so long to clear up the rumors. If she said anything else, it would get more complicated. After a long day of traveling and arguing, Lin Susu was exhausted. She went back to her hut after dinner and fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up and called the system. Tell me what's going on with Ji Yi. Apologies, host. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. Service is temporarily suspended. We apologize for any inconvenience. It's been a whole night, and it's still not done? Lin Susu twitched her lips. Her system had never been reliable. After her morning jog, Lin Susu started doing yoga. Shi Yi was watching her from the tree with his arms behind his head and his legs crossed. This Lin Susu is a little interesting. She's so energetic in the morning. I wonder what she's doing. Si Yi jumped down from the tree with a smile on his face. Susu, what are you doing? Lin Susu was in the middle of a difficult pose when Shi Yi suddenly appeared, scaring her. Why are you here? Shi Yi's eyes were curved as he looked at Lin Susu. I think your dance is very beautiful. I couldn't help but be drawn to it, so I came to admire it up close. Lin Susu's mouth twitched. Dance? This was the first time someone had called yoga dancing, and he even said it was beautiful. Lin Susu was now sure that there was something wrong with Shiyi's brain. She didn't argue with him. She had exercised for a while and was sweating, so she started walking to her hut to get a change of clothes and take a bath. After a few steps, she realized Shiyi was following her. She was about to ask him why he was following her, but then thought he was probably looking for breakfast. Go get breakfast at my place later, and before she could finish, a sharp voice interrupted her. Susu, who is this? Everyone in the tribe square turned to look. Lin Susu hadn't had a chance to answer when Shiyi said with a smile, "Hello everyone. My name is Shiyi." Shiyi, are you a lizard man? Then why are your ears round? A female asked, confused by his name. It's not that, Shiyi explained patiently. A young female standing near Lin Susu saw Shiyi, and her heart fluttered. Susu, what is your relationship with him? Lin Susu knew that since he had changed his appearance, no one would know he was the black bear beast man from yesterday. Everyone was in disbelief. The female who had taken a liking to him was especially shocked. Are you saying he's the same person as your arranged marriage from yesterday? You've got to be kidding me. I saw him yesterday, and he didn't look like that. Shiyi smiled and rubbed the back of his head. I was in a hurry to get here and see Susu, so I didn't stop to wash up along the way. Only after Shiyi admitted it did everyone reluctantly believe him. Lin Nuan, who was in the crowd, also looked in disbelief. How is this possible? She thought. If I had known he was so handsome, I would have been nicer to him and tried to steal him. But then she thought, it's not a bad thing that he's handsome. The more handsome he is, the more the 5 mates will believe that Lin Susu is a cheater. Lin Nuan's lips curled into a smile. Lin Susu, you're going to be abandoned by your 5 mates soon. She decided to use this opportunity to get close to them and win them back. As for Shiyi, she would try to get closer to him too. It was a shame that such a handsome man was with Lin Susu. Lin Susu had no idea what Lin Nuan was thinking. She was sweaty after her workout and felt uncomfortable. She couldn't wait. She told Shiyi to wait for her at the dining area from yesterday and went back to her hut. Shiyi didn't follow her. He went to the dining area. Xiaoye, Fufeng, Mushuan, and Lanting were a little surprised to see Shiyi sitting at the table. Fufeng twitched his lips. He's so fast at getting a meal, even though he hasn't done any work. Females really love sweet talk. Lin Susu didn't know what he was thinking. For breakfast, Lin Susu had made some corn buns. The 6 men immediately started eating them. Yi's eyes lit up after taking a bite. This is so delicious. I've never eaten anything so good. The others had a similar reaction when they first tried Lin Susu's food, but after a while, they got used to it. Mushuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Haven't you had these buns before? Lin Susu's cooking was taught to her by her adoptive mother. Lin Susu's heart sank, and she almost bit her tongue. Yi's eyes also darted around. Before he could finish, Lin Susu interrupted him. I just made these buns myself. My mother doesn't know how to make them. Mushuan looked at the corn bun in his hand again. You can invent your own dishes? He had always assumed that Lin Susu's cooking was all taught to her by her adoptive mother. Lin Susu didn't like what he was implying. What are you talking about? I've invented many dishes myself. To prevent herself from being caught later, Lin Susu decided to set the record straight. Mushuan could feel that Lin Susu was getting angry, so he quickly praised her. No, I just meant that you're very skilled. All the dishes you invent are delicious. Shiyi also chimed in. Yes, I agree. This is my first time eating something like this, and it's so good. Susu's cooking has improved a lot. Lin Susu's heart, which had been in her throat, finally went back to its place. After breakfast, Lanting followed Lin Susu. The furs are ready! We can make clothes now. When Xiaoye, Mushuan, and Fufeng heard that Lanting was going to make clothes for Lin Susu, they immediately started washing the dishes without her having to ask. Lanting had something to do, but Yi was just standing there. We can't let him get away with doing nothing, Fufeng thought. He beckoned Shiyi over. What is it, Fufeng? Shiyi asked. Fufeng pointed at the table. You're in charge of cleaning the table. Make sure it's spotless. Shiyi was a little surprised. Cleaning the table? Don't you know our rules? Fufeng said with his arms crossed. Everyone who eats here has to work. You're her mate, so you can't be lazy either. Shiyi nodded and didn't protest. Okay, I understand. Shiyi picked up the fur rag and started wiping the table. When he saw that Fufeng was still watching him, he smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Is there anything else, Brother Fufeng? Brother? What brother? Fufeng's skin crawled. We're not related by blood, so don't call me that. We're both Susu's mates, and you came before me, so you're naturally my older brother, Shi said with a harmless smile. Fufeng felt a strange awkwardness in his gut. When the 5 of them were together, they never felt this way. Why did it feel so weird now that a new person had joined them? He shook his head to get rid of the goosebumps. I don't just go around calling people my little brother. Don't call me brother or little brother, too. It's disgusting to play this kind of game, especially with someone like Lin Susu. Shi Yi just said, "Oh," softly, and went back to work. Meanwhile, after the furs were softened and dried, it was time to cut and sew them. In her past life, Lin Susu was used to buying clothes made in factories. It was hard for her to make her own clothes. The last time she cut a few pieces of fur, her eyes almost fell out. Lin Susu licked her lips and looked at Lan Ting. Lan Ting, can you help me make a few fur skirts? Even though Lan Ting was a beastman, he was good at sewing. The fur skirts he wore were all self-made. Lin Susu's had a close look at them, and the stitches were very tight. Lan Ting didn't refuse. Lin Susu's sewing was notoriously bad. The ones she was currently wearing were the ones he had made for her before. What kind do you want to make? Waist length or knee length? He asked. Lin Susu wasn't interested in those 2 styles. She had a chance to make new clothes, so she wanted to make them look good. This was her secret weapon to win them over. I actually want to make something different, Lin Susu said shyly. Lan Ting looked confused. Different? Lin Susu pulled Lan Ting to a flat rock. This is the style I want to make. When her hand touched his arm, he felt a warmth. For some reason, Lan Ting felt a strange feeling rise in his chest. Lin Susu looked at him with expectation, but then saw him looking at her hand. She immediately realized she had touched him, which was a big no-no. She quickly pulled her hand back. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted you to come over. Lan Ting's eyes were still a little dazed as he watched her hand retreat. Lin Susu felt a little nervous. Can you make these? Lan Ting looked at the strange designs and nodded. I've never made them before, but I think I can. Lin Susu sighed with relief. She was afraid that Lan Ting would say he couldn't do it. Lan Ting looked at the designs again and then looked back at her. I need to measure you first. Lin Susu nodded, but then she felt confused. There were no rulers in primitive society, so how would he measure her? Before she could ask, Lan Ting disappeared like a gust of wind. He was back in no time with a few vines in his hand. Oh, right. I forgot about these. Vines could be used to measure and mark sizes. But why did he have so many? She wondered. Did he need that many for 2 measurements? Lin Susu looked at them curiously, and then she heard Lan Ting's gentle voice. Please raise your arms. Lin Susu's eyes twinkled. She thought he would ask her to do it herself. Measuring was a very intimate thing. Their bodies would touch, and there would be some friction. She asked again cautiously. I should raise my arms? Lan Ting patiently nodded. After measuring her arms and legs, he measured her chest. He took a long vine and went behind Lin Susu. The 2 of them were very close, and Lin Susu's breathing became a little shallow. Being touched there by a beastman made her nervous. Lan Ting lowered his head and measured her seriously. He didn't stop until he reached the highest point. After he was done, Lin Susu felt like she couldn't breathe. Then he measured her waist and hips, which were her most embarrassing parts. Although her size had shrunk, she was still a little bigger than other females. When the long vine touched her waist, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. However, Lan Ting noticed this and said, Don't hold your breath. It will make the measurement inaccurate. The other beastmen, who were cleaning, heard this and laughed. Lin Susu's face turned a little red. What are you laughing at? When I get skinny, you'll all be begging for me. After the measurements were taken, the 2 of them went to get the furs. When people saw them carrying so many furs, they couldn't help but look. Susu, are you going to make clothes with all those furs? Do you need help? An older female asked kindly. Lin Susu smiled. No, thank you. Lan Ting will help me. When she said this, the people in the tribe started talking. Look how good Lan Ting is to Susu. He's even making clothes for her. She's so lucky. Lucky? Lin Nuan Nuan looked at the furs in Lin Susu's hands and her lips curled up. I hope you can still smile later. Lin Susu and Lan Ting took the furs to the kitchen. Xiaoye started cutting the clothes, and Lan Ting started sewing them according to Lin Susu's designs. He followed her instructions for most of the clothes, but for some of the skirts, she wanted him to make holes in them, which he didn't understand. Lin Susu just smiled mysteriously. "You'll see when I'm done." After Lan Ting made the clothes, Lin Susu wanted to take a bath and try them on. She had found a hot spring and was happy, but then Nantu went there. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Lin Susu decided to heat her own water. After she made sure the temperature was right, she took off her clothes and got into the tub. She was about to put some ground pearl powder on her face when a person fell from the sky and into her tub. The huge splash stunned Lin Susu for a few seconds. Before she could react, she felt a hand on her chest. At that moment, she heard footsteps outside. "I wonder if Lin Susu has made dinner yet. She should have. We'll wait." Before they could finish, Xiaoye, Mu Xuan, and Fu Feng froze when they saw what was in front of them. Lin Susu was naked, and a person was in the tub with her. "Oh my god, what am I seeing?" Mu Xuan covered his eyes. "Are you still going to say that we might not have dinner tonight?" Fu Feng said. "This is not my fault," Mu Xuan said quietly. "How was I supposed to know that Lin Susu would choose this spot? Besides, why would they choose this place? They could have gone somewhere more private or waited until it was dark." Mu Xuan felt like Fu Feng was blaming him. Although the people in the tribe often had affairs in the dark, and they were used to hearing the sounds, seeing it in person was a different story, especially in broad daylight. The three of them couldn't help but think about the past. Lin Susu's last attempts at seduction were at least in the dark, but now it was broad daylight, and she was going for it. Xiaoye frowned and whispered to the other two. "Who is in the water with her?" "I don't know," Mu Xuan said, covering his eyes, quote, "It's either one of us or one of those three. It can't be Lan Ting. He seems like a decent guy. He wouldn't do something like this in broad daylight," Fu Feng said. "I bet it's Nan too," Mu Xuan said. "He took her fur skirts last time. They were having a heated moment. This wild and crazy way of doing things in a tub is so him." Xiaoye's mouth twitched. "And what about that black bear? Ziyi is also a shady one." Mu Xuan shook his head. "I'll bet you a duck egg that it's Nantu." Xiaoye was against it. "I'll bet you a duck egg that it's Shiyi." The two of them looked at Fu Feng. "What about you?" Fu Feng felt disgusted by what he was seeing. "They're sharing bath water? How dirty is that?" He lowered his head. "I'm not betting. It's disgusting." Lin Susu, who was listening to their conversation, couldn't take it anymore. "How dare they use me to gamble, and they're doing it right in front of me. And where did this person come from?" Her embarrassment turned into anger. "Take your hand off me and get out now." When Shiyi heard her angry voice, he quickly moved away from her. The water in the tub rippled. Xiaoye, Fu Feng, and Mu Xuan, hearing the water, wanted to see who was with Lin Susu. But when they looked, they saw Lin Susu's incredibly sexy body. Their eyes darkened. They wondered when Lin Susu had become so attractive. She was still a little chubby, but she wasn't as bloated as before. She was just round and plump. The sun was setting, and the soft sunlight shone on her body, making it look like it was coated in honey. The three of them were mesmerized. Congratulations, host. Fu Feng, Xiaoye, and Mu Xuan's attraction value has increased rapidly. Their affection value is now close to 99. Lin Susu was so angry, but then the system's voice rang in her head. She was confused. Why did their affection value suddenly skyrocket? I didn't do anything. Before she could figure it out, another splash of water was heard. Quote, "Hello, everyone," she said with a smile as he came out of the water. Compared to Lin Susu, who was embarrassed, shy, and angry, the culprit looked calm and collected. He didn't feel a hint of awkwardness. Fu Feng, Xiaoye, and Mu Xuan came back to their senses and blushed. After calming down, Xiaoye looked at the person in the water. He raised his eyebrows. "I was right. Remember to give me a duck egg tomorrow." Mu Xuan pursed his lips. "This guy is full of tricks. He got caught and can still act so nonchalant. He's got a thick skin." Lin Susu hid in the water and glared at Shiyi. "Get out now, and you three turn around. I need to get dressed." Lin Susu got out of the water and put on her clothes, her anger boiling. "What's wrong?" Lin Susu asked angrily. "I was just taking a nice bath, and you come out of nowhere. Where did you come from?" Ziyi not only wasn't embarrassed, he also looked wronged. "The tree you chose for me yesterday was so uncomfortable. I just wanted to find a better place to sleep, but the branch broke and I fell right on top of you." "So it was his fault?" Lin Susu's face darkened. "Tomorrow, go hunt some furs for me. I need to make a bathtub." Shiyi nodded. Okay, Susu, but what is a bathtub? Lin Susu was so angry she didn't have the patience to answer. Just go. I'll find more furs to cover you when you're bathing, so your butt doesn't show. Normally, the three men who loved to watch a good show would have made some sarcastic remarks, but now they were all in a daze, looking at Lin Susu's new clothes. She has a nice body. I never noticed it before. Unfortunately, Lin Susu couldn't hear their praises, or she would have been ecstatic. Since her bath was ruined, Lin Susu was not in the mood to make a good dinner. It was the most perfunctory dinner she had ever made. She just made a hot pot with mushrooms and vegetables. The taste was actually not bad, but it was too bland and had no meat, which disappointed the beastmen who loved meat. They were used to eating meat, but they didn't dare to ask for any. Lin Susu looked genuinely angry. Of course she was. Her bath had been interrupted. Although her bath was interrupted, she was able to take a hot bath, which made her feel a lot better. She slept soundly that night. The next day, Lin Susu went for her usual run. When she returned, she saw a crowd in front of her hut. She glanced at them and saw that most of them were females. What happened now? She wondered. Is that White Lotus up to something again? She walked through the crowd and heard some people whispering. How long has it been? And she's already received another pile of furs. How is she gonna wear all of them? Lin Susu was confused, but then she saw 5 or 6 black furs in front of her door. Her eyes went dark. Qi Yi was holding another fur, smiling at her. What are you doing? She asked. Susu, didn't you say you wanted a bathtub? Qi Yi asked. What kind of bathtub is black? Lin Susu imagined the scene. A few black furs hanging from branches, forming a makeshift bathtub. It looked like a funeral parlor. What would a living person need that for, she thought. Of all the colors, why did you choose black? Lin Susu's mouth twitched. Qi Yi smiled. Black looks good, doesn't it? Lin Susu was speechless. Another one who chose the color based on his own fur. She had thought that he would hunt for other types of furs, but she never imagined he would be so loyal to his own color. She had forgotten that he was a black bear. The crowd started whispering, jealous that Lin Susu had received new furs so soon after making new clothes. A person in the crowd heard Lin Susu's complaint and defended Qi Yi. Susu, your maid is so good to you. What more could you ask for? The black color is nice too, she said, though she didn't say the last part out loud. She hadn't received a single fur this month. When their eyes shifted to Lin Susu, they stopped. They had been so busy looking at the furs that they hadn't noticed she was wearing a new fur skirt. The style was something they had never seen before. The women in the tribe wore green leaf tops, but Lin Susu's was different. Ju and Kai Zia were about to greet Lin Susu, but when they noticed her new outfit, they couldn't stop complimenting her. Susu, did you make this new fur outfit yesterday? It's so beautiful, Kaisha said with admiration. She knew that Lin Susu was very skilled, and that this beautiful outfit was her idea. Ju, who was usually shy, also came forward to look at her clothes. Susu, these clothes look like they were made just for you. Lin Susu was proud. She was going for a wild and sexy look today. She was wearing a leopard print halter top and a leopard print short skirt. Since there were no zippers, she had Lan Ting make a few holes and threaded a fur strap through them, which she could tighten. After losing some weight, the skirt accentuated her curves. Although she was still not considered pretty, she had managed to show off her body with these clothes. It's a shame there are no sponges here, she thought. I could have made a padded bra, but when she looked at her full chest, she felt confident. She didn't need a sponge to stand out. How did you make this? Kaisha asked, very interested. It's so beautiful. Lin Susu wasn't stingy. She raised her chin. Do you like it? I'll draw the design for you later. Really? That would be great, Kaisha said excitedly. Me too, Susu, Ju said. Lin Susu nodded. You can both come together. The other females also gathered around her. Nuan watched Lin Susu being surrounded by the other females, and her eyes turned red. She used to be the one who was surrounded by everyone. Lin Susu is even stealing this from me? Fine, you've worn the furs. Just wait, in a few days you'll be hiding again. Qi Yi was completely forgotten. After a long wait, he asked Lin Susu, Susu, what should I do with these furs? Lin Susu had enough of the other females and glared at him. Take those furs and follow me, she said through gritted teeth. Qi Yi grabbed the furs and followed Lin Susu. The other females, who had been a little confused by Lin Susu's harsh tone, now understood. The black furs looked ugly compared to the beautiful clothes she was wearing. Lin Susu and Qi Yi walked to the kitchen. She pointed to the spot where she had her tub. Look at this place. Would it look good with black furs hanging all over it? Shi Yi looked at it seriously. I think it looks pretty good. Lin Susu was speechless. She had never seen a beast man with such terrible taste. She closed her eyes. I'm a female. I don't like black. Shi Yi realized his mistake. Then I'll get some white furs or some chicken feathers for you. Lin Susu thought for a moment. White would be a good color. Then get white ones. She hadn't noticed before, but Shi Yi seemed very strong. It had taken Fu Feng and the others a whole day to hunt, but Shi Yi had already gotten so many. Was his power even stronger than theirs? While Lin Susu was thinking, Shi Yi looked at her shyly. Susu, can you make me a fur outfit? Lin Susu was speechless. He was so bold. Before she could answer, he added, Susu, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the trees. Can I sleep with you tonight? Mu Xuan, who had just arrived with the duck egg, sneered. You've got a lot of nerve. Shi Yi saw him and smiled. It's okay, Brother Mu Xuan. You can join us too. Lin Susu was so shocked. She felt like she was struck by lightning. This beast man was so open-minded. Mu Xuan's face also darkened. Before he could respond, Lan Ting, Xiao Ye, and Fu Feng all arrived. Since there were so many people, Shi Yi suggested, since everyone wants to sleep with Susu, why don't we make a schedule? Lin Susu was stunned. What kind of schedule? The others' faces were dark, and they didn't respond immediately. Shi Yi happily explained. We all want Susu, so we should make a schedule. This way, all 6 of us will get to spend time with her. Shi Yi was so excited about his idea. Lin Susu was so shocked. This Ji was full of ideas. If she had known he was like this, she would have never let him stay. He had only been here for a few days, and he was already causing so much trouble. If they really made a schedule, the other beastmen's affection values would drop. It was not a good experience to be with someone you didn't like. She wondered what was wrong with Shi Yi, that he was trying so hard to get close to her. She couldn't agree. It would backfire. She had worked so hard to get their affection values to increase, and she couldn't let Shi Yi ruin it. Did you get the furs for me? She asked him. And you're making demands? Shi Yi paused. I want you to make me some clothes. Lin Susu looked at him. You're already wearing clothes. Shi Yi scratched his head shyly. But you don't like black. These clothes don't appeal to you. I feel like I'm not attractive enough. Lin Susu was speechless. Lan Ting makes my clothes. I can't help you with that. But I can design some nice outfits for you. Shi Yi's eyes looked at her hopefully. Can you not draw? I only know how to draw female clothes. I don't know how to draw beastmen's clothes. Lin Susu lied. I'm not going to draw anything for him. If I draw one, he'll ask for another, and he's not even my target. He was just causing trouble for her. Okay, Shi Yi said, looking disappointed. He sounded so pathetic. A normal female would have probably comforted him, but Lin Susu didn't even look at him. Why should I feel sorry for him? If he wants to make something, he should do it himself, she thought. She was not a saint, and she couldn't let him ruin her mission. Shi Yi was silent for a moment. He lifted his eyelids and, seeing that Lin Susu had no reaction, he continued. Then how should we make the schedule? Should we draw lots, or should Susu choose? The others had been watching the show, but when they heard Shi Yi bring up the schedule again, they didn't react, but their ears perked up. To be honest, a few days ago, Mu Xuan wouldn't have been interested in a schedule. Lin Susu was so fat and ugly, he didn't even want to look at her. But after seeing her curves yesterday, his heart fluttered. As a leopard, he liked females who were a little plump. He didn't like bony females. Although Lin Susu wasn't pretty now, at her rate of losing weight, her body would be great in a few days, so a schedule wasn't a bad idea. After Xiao Ye went back yesterday, he couldn't get Lin Susu's body out of his mind. It was strange. She was not his type, but she had a strange attraction to him, as if she had some kind of magic. He felt that this was not normal. He wanted to get closer to her to see if she had used something on him. He had checked himself yesterday, and there were no traces of any medicine. This feeling was coming from within him. He was at a loss. Fu Feng didn't want to do it. What kind of schedule? Isn't it dirty to sleep with someone? But the other two were silent, so he didn't say anything either. He wondered if they were waiting for her to make them good food. If he spoke up first, he might offend her. Lan Ting was also a little hesitant. A schedule. When he was out hunting with other mates who had families, they would always complain about the schedule. He guessed this was something all married beastmen had to go through. The 4 of them had their own thoughts, so no one objected. Lin Susu had been waiting for them to refuse, but none of them did. She looked at them with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with you guys? You're usually so quick to refuse, but now you're not saying anything. Lin Susu waited for a while, and when no one responded, She had to find an excuse herself. Why should I spend time with you? If you have nothing to do, go do some work. Don't you see how busy I am? I don't have time for this. She was shocked that Lin Susu had refused. But you're our female. What female? I'll remind you again, we're just childhood sweethearts. As for the rest, that's between me and my 5 mates. Why? Oh, you have no right to ask about it. Shi Yi had been calling them her mates all day, and Lin Susu was fed up. She finally said it. If she didn't, he would cause more trouble. The system didn't tell her to win him over, so she had to make it clear that he wasn't her target. She wanted to draw a clear line between them. How can you say that, Susu? Shi Yi asked, sounding hurt. I'm your mate too. We don't even have a beast totem. We're not real mates. When a male and female become mates in the beast world, they get a beast totem on their bodies. Lin Susu had looked at Shi Yi and didn't see any totem, so she was suspicious of him. She had to be careful until the system gave her more information. That's because we were too young to make a contract under the Tree of Life. I came here to do that, he said, biting his lip. We can make a contract now, and then we'll have a totem. The other 4 were still a little disappointed that Lin Susu had refused the schedule, but when they heard Shi Yi's words, they all looked at her. Lin Susu was also stunned. This Shi Yi was so persistent. Her mouth twitched. Maybe you should reconsider. You can find someone else. After all, like this. It was hard to admit that she was ugly. Even though she had already accepted it, saying it out loud in front of everyone was hard. She tried to say it as gently as she could to save face. She didn't seem to understand, or he pretended not to. No need to reconsider. I think you're great. Why was this beastman so hard to get rid of? Lin Susu felt like they weren't gonna get anywhere by talking about it, so she changed the subject. I don't want to right now. Why? She asked in a daze. Because I haven't seen your performance yet, Lin Susu said. She didn't want to completely reject him, because if the unreliable system suddenly gave her a mission related to him, she would be in trouble if she couldn't find him. Ji Yi looked disappointed. Okay, what do I have to do for you to think I've performed well? I can't tell you that. You have to figure it out yourself, Lin Susu said. Ji Yi was silent for a moment, then he nodded and looked happy. I know. Lin Susu was surprised by how quickly his mood changed. She thought he would be a little upset, but he got over it so fast. His eyes were full of confidence, and she didn't have the heart to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. Good, she said. The 4 other mates were both shocked and happy that Lin Susu had refused to make a contract. They couldn't believe she would give up such a good opportunity. She had changed so much recently. Not only could she cook, but she was also getting prettier. The biggest change, however, was her personality, which had become much more pleasant. After spending time with her, they no longer disliked her. In fact, they found her quite interesting. They were also shocked that she didn't agree to the schedule, even though it was something she would have wanted before. Lin Susu had no idea what her mates were thinking. After she dealt with Shi, she started making breakfast. After breakfast, Shi went out to hunt for furs. He found a forest, looked around, and snapped his fingers. A young black bear teen appeared in front of him. She clasped her hands together and bowed. My king, you called for me? Shi Yi raised his chin. There are a few large animals up ahead. Get me some white furs. Yes, my king, the teen said, and a shadow disappeared like a flash of lightning. A moment later, she returned with 7 or 8 white tiger furs. Is this enough, my king? Shi Yi glanced down. It's too much. Just one big one is enough to cover a side. Yes, my king. The teen chose one and looked at Shi Yi as if she wanted to say something. Shi Yi noticed and said, just say it. Are you really gonna make a contract with that Lin Susu? The teen asked. Shi Yi was playing with a blade of grass. Why not? She's quite fun. The teen was a little worried. But she looks like that. Her cubs won't be good looking. Shi Yi laughed. You're thinking too far ahead. Besides, don't you remember? This is the will of the gods. In the evening, Shi Yi finally returned with the furs. Lin Susu had used a few thick vines to make a simple curtain, and after making sure no one could see inside, she poured the hot water in and took a bath. She had waited until after dinner this time to prevent what happened last time. She had also told the 5 mates not to come over. As for the rest of the tribe, she wasn't worried. Since Kaixia and Aju had told the females about her, they were all interested in her things. Most of them were with Kaixia and Aju, learning how to make pottery at the Red Clay Land. The tribe was pretty empty. Lin Susu lay in the tub, using her water cleansing ability. She was thinking about how Fu Feng, Xiao Ye, and Mu Xuan's affection values had reached almost 99, and the others had also increased. She wanted to check the details, but the system was still upgrading. Without the system, she had to figure it out herself. The last time their affection values increased, it was because her cooking was good, or she had demonstrated how to purify salt and make pottery, which made them like her. But she hadn't done anything yesterday, so what had caused it? Could it be because I wasn't wearing clothes? She wondered. She quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's impossible. They wouldn't be attracted to all this fat. Just as she was thinking, the water in her tub started turning black. Did someone poison me? She wondered. She quickly used her wood-absorbing ability to check her internal organs, but there was nothing wrong with them. However, her skin felt a little dirty. It was as if something was on it that shouldn't be. The only thing that had touched her skin recently was her new clothes. Lanting had made them, and he wouldn't poison her. Lanya was her mother, and although she hated her, she wouldn't poison her own child. That left only one person, Lin Nuan. She had done something similar before, putting fruit on her sleeping mat. Lin Susu smiled. A plan was forming in her mind. Lin Nuan, just you wait. You're not gonna get away with this. Just as she was thinking about her plan, the system's voice rang in her head. Ding! System upgrade complete. I will continue to provide services for the host. Lin Susu couldn't wait. System, you're back. Tell me what's going on with Shi Yi. Is she a target? Susu. The system has been updated. The system cannot detect Shi's mysterious identity. I apologize, but the system is still being repaired. So whether or not she is a target is still pending. Lin Susu frowned. You're a system. How can you have an ambiguous answer? I don't know the answer. I'm just as confused as you are. But according to internal sources, she's most likely a new blind box target. What? You're telling me there's a blind box target now? This is ridiculous. Did your system update turn you into this? Lin Susu couldn't help but complain. You said there were 5 targets. I apologize. The system has been updated, and I can't change it. But I can tell you some good news. This blind box target doesn't require an affection value. In other words, she won't have a big impact on your current mission. Quote, no impact? You make it sound so easy. Don't you know about the butterfly effect? What if she causes a chain reaction? Lin Susu was furious. This was a gamble. Shi Yi could be a real target or a fake one. If she was wrong, her life was on the line. She suddenly felt that the system wanted her to die. But she had been given a new life, so she had to cherish it. This stupid system was torturing her. And you don't even know her affection value? Lin Susu was starting to lose trust in the system. You have to have some information about her, right? Please don't worry, host. I have her background information. I'm searching for it now. Lin Susu felt a little better when she heard the positive response. A blue panel appeared in front of her. Quote, Shi Yi, age 20, height 193, tribe, black bear, ability level, unknown. The last part of the text froze. She looked at the system. Don't tell me that's all the information you have. Yes, host. This is the most detailed information I have. The only information is her name and ability. You call this detailed information? Where is she from? What is she doing here? Lin Susu finally burst out. Please don't get angry, host. This is all I can find. Her background information is locked. I can only tell you more after you trigger the hidden mission. Lin Susu was speechless. She didn't want to complain anymore. She just fell silent. The system, sensing her anger, tried to placate her. Host, do you feel a little irritated? This is what Lin Nuan did to you. Lin Susu gritted her teeth. You had to tell me? She felt like she was going to explode if she kept talking to the system. She put her hand on it and put it away. She lay down on her fur with a smile. The most important thing to deal with was not Ziyi, but the White Lotus who had poisoned her. I'm gonna roast her tomorrow, she thought, and with a smile, she fell asleep. The next day, she woke up early. After her run, she put on a long-sleeved fur coat that covered her from head to toe. When she walked past the line for breakfast, the other beastmen were surprised to see her in such an unseasonable outfit. They started whispering. It's so hot. Is Lin Susu crazy? Why is she wearing long sleeves? She must have had a wild night with her mate, and her body is covered in marks. Lin Nuan heard them and smiled. They wouldn't get so wild with her. They're not blind. My medicine must have worked. Her body is covered in festering sores. She has to cover them up. She was happy that she had managed to do it. It was a shame that her face was still untouched. Lin Nuan couldn't stop smiling. She imagined the whole tribe being disgusted by Lin Susu's festering sores and hating her even more. She regretted that only Lanting was there. She walked toward Lin Susu and asked with a sweet voice, "Susu, why are you wearing a long-sleeved coat? Are you not feeling well?" Lin Susu smiled to herself. She immediately got into character. She held her clothes tightly, afraid that her skin would be exposed. "No, I'm fine." She took 2 steps back. Lin Nuan's smile grew wider the more Lin Susu tried to hide it. She pretended to help Lin Susu straighten her clothes. "Let me check if you have a fever." She pulled on her clothes. Lin Susu held on even tighter. Lin Nuan was so happy inside. Just then, Lin Susu moved, and Lin Nuan fell into her. Lin Susu pretended to be embarrassed. "Sister, are you okay?" Lin Nuan was a little hurt, but she was more focused on pulling off Lin Susu's clothes to show everyone the sores. She used the opportunity to pull on Lin Susu's clothes and get up. The coat slid down, but Lin Susu's fur skirt was still on, and her skin was perfectly fine. Lin Nuan couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Lin Susu looked at Lin Nuan's shocked face. She was so happy inside, but on the outside, she looked confused. "What do you mean, how is that possible?" "Sister, you look so disappointed." Lin Nuan's face stiffened, and she forced a smile. "I was just wondering why you were wearing a coat. I've never seen you wear one before." "Oh, this coat? I made a few outfits, and I think they look good, so I wanted to show them off." Lin Nuan's face darkened. Lin Susu did a little catwalk. "What do you all think of my clothes?" Aju and Kaisa immediately nodded. Lin Nuan was about to say something, but she suddenly felt an itch all over her body. She scratched herself and, realizing what was happening, she screamed and ran to the pond. "That Lin Susu, she put the medicine on me." Everyone was confused. What happened to Lin Nuan? Why did she scream? "She's not so gentle anymore." Lin Susu smiled. "Maybe my clothes are too beautiful." She felt inferior, so she went to the pond to look at herself. The beastmen were speechless. Lin Susu watched Lin Nuan run away in a panic. She smiled. "Serves you right. You can't handle what you did to me." Lin Susu turned around and walked back to her hut. She couldn't wear the coat for another moment. It was too hot, and she was sweating. Shi Yi was standing in the crowd, and he saw her running. His lips curled up into a smile. "She's very interesting. Maybe it's not a bad idea to make a contract with her. Life with her would be very exciting." Nantu came in and glanced at Shi Yi. His eyes narrowed. This man was not simple. Lin Susu went into her hut and took off all her clothes. She drank some water and sat on the ground to rest. "I can't be so foolish next time," she thought. Just as she was resting, she heard a knock on her door. She went out to see who it was. "Lanting, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" "The chief wants to see you," Lanting said. Lin Susu was confused. "My father wants to see me? What for?" Lanting shook his head. "He didn't say." Lin Susu nodded. "I'll go now." Antelope was not out hunting. He was in his hut, thinking. This was the first time Lin Susu had been to his hut. As the chief, his hut was very spacious. It could probably fit 7 or 8 people. Lin Zhao and she didn't live with him, they lived with Lanya. They all built their own houses. Lin Susu was looking around when Lanya saw her. She glared at her and left. Lin Susu was speechless. Why did she have to look at her like that? She was her own daughter. Lin Susu glanced into the hut and didn't see Lin Nuan. "Susu, you're here!" Antelope said kindly. "Father, why did you call for me?" Lin Susu was not disgusted by her father, like she was by Lanya. "The salt in the tribe is all gone. Can you take us to the salt well now?" Antelope had asked her about the salt well before, but for some reason, he hadn't asked her to take him there. Lin Susu looked at him. "Yes, we can go, but if you're going to take people, it's best to only take a few. Don't take everyone." Antelope was a little surprised. His daughter seemed to have gotten smarter. He wanted to know what she was thinking. Why not? If too many people go, it will attract the attention of other tribes. We'll just take a little at a time and come back for more. It's safer that way. Hearing this, Antelope nodded in approval. "That's a good point. If other tribes find out about this, it'll lead to a war over the salt well. I've already sent your brother to the city-state to buy some salt like usual, and we'll get the rest ourselves from the salt well." Lin Susu couldn't help but think more highly of Antelope. A leader's mind really was different. Sitting nearby, Lanting was also surprised by Lin Susu's foresight. He never expected her to think so far ahead. Antelope mused for a moment. We should pick a few of our strongest people. They can go and come back quickly so they're less likely to be discovered. How about you take Susu's mates and a few quick-footed wolfmen from the tribe? The next morning, Lin Susu set off with her 5 mates and a few wolfmen. They didn't bring Shi since he was an outsider, and they needed to be careful. Lin Susu had a great experience riding Lanting last time, so she sat on his back again. Mu Xuan, Fu Feng, and Xiao Ye weren't happy when they saw her choose Lanting. Xiao Ye's gaze darkened. She chose Lanting again. This can't become a habit. I need to find a way to stop it. Mu Xuan was also surprised. Aren't my furs just as good to ride on? Why does she always go for Lanting? A wolf's back is narrow and long. My black panther fur is wide and soft. It's much more comfortable. Fu Feng also couldn't understand. My feathers are so thick and beautiful. They're so much better. Why didn't she choose me? Lin Susu was oblivious to their thoughts. As she rode on Lanting's back, she kept an eye on their surroundings, checking for any other tribes. Just as she was looking around, Xiao Yi suddenly ran in front of Lanting and stopped him. This is a long run. Let's switch. Lin Susu, you can ride on me. Lin Susu was taken aback. Why is Xiao Ye so proactive today? Before she could react, Mu Xuan also stepped forward. Ride on me instead. My fur is softer. Lin Susu was even more surprised. What's going on? Why are they all competing all of a sudden? I didn't even lure them with food today. Seeing the other two jump in, Fu Feng didn't want to be left behind. He shook his tail feathers and said to Lin Susu, "It's more comfortable to ride on me." Lanting was surprised to see the 3 of them blocking his way. He was about to say he was fine when a few wolfmen following them started to cheer and laugh. Susu, look how popular you are. Pick one, see who's your favorite. Nantu didn't join in, but since everyone was watching, he felt a little pressure. He also walked toward Lanting. Unlike the others, he could only move quickly in the water, so he was more or less gliding on land. It wasn't convenient for Lin Susu to ride him, so he just went through the motions. Lin Susu was horrified. Stop talking nonsense! This is making things so difficult for me. The mates were all staring at her, waiting for her answer. Lin Susu felt a chill down her spine. It's just transportation. I don't have a favorite. I'll just pick whoever is most comfortable, she thought. But she couldn't say that out loud. The beastmen were all so proud of their fur. If she said anything negative, their affection and attraction values would plummet. Lin Susu's mind raced, but the wolves, who were waiting to see the drama unfold, weren't going to give her a lot of time. Is the choice that hard? You've been thinking for a while, Susu. He glanced at Lanting. Susu must favor Lanting, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen him in the first place. Lin Susu glared at the talkative wolf. His mouth was too loose. She would have to get rid of him on the next trip. After some thought, Lin Susu decided to tell the truth, but without hurting their feelings. Lanting runs more steadily. Last time, it was very comfortable, so I chose him again. This indirectly told them that it was a technical issue, not a matter of favoritism. Their faces softened a little. Mu Xuan shook his soft fur. Then get on me. I promise I'll run smoothly this time. He knew why he ran so fast last time. He hated Lin Susu back then and wanted to mess with her. Seeing Mu Xuan make a promise, the others followed suit. I can also fly steadily. There's not a lot of wind today, so it'll be nice and cool on my back, Fu Feng said. Xiao Ye had never given Lin Susu a ride, so he didn't know what steady meant, but he also promised, I'll be very stable. You won't feel any bumps. Nantu didn't join their competition. First, he was at a disadvantage on land. Second, he really looked down on what Fu Feng and the others were doing. It was so servile. He didn't know what kind of spell Lin Susu had cast on them. Lin Susu is so fat. Wouldn't it be better to be free, he thought? Lanting also said, I'm not tired. You can continue to ride on me if you want. Although Lin Susu knew he was being kind, she didn't want to trouble him. He had already carried her for a while, and since the other mates were competing, it was a good time to let him rest. She glanced at them and pointed to Mu Xuan. I'll ride on you first. When you get tired, we can switch. Mu Xuan, Xiao Ye, and Fu Feng were standing in a line, and Lin Susu's finger pointed in their order. Since everyone had a chance, the 3 of them didn't say anything more. Mu Xuan raised his head. Come on, I'll make sure it's a comfortable ride. Lin Susu got off Lanting and climbed onto Mu Xuan's back. The last time she rode on him was when they were escaping the flood. It was her first time riding on a beastman's back, and she was both nervous and scared, afraid that Mu Xuan would throw her off if he was in a bad mood. This time, Mu Xuan was as steady as he promised. Lin Susu didn't even have to hold onto his head. Xiaoye and Fu Feng followed behind, ready to take over. After a while, Xiaoye stopped Mu Xuan. "It's my turn." Lin Susu didn't understand why they were so excited about being a form of transportation. It was as if something great was happening. She really couldn't understand the beastmen's minds. She wanted to ask the system about it. But after yesterday's unreliable answers, she gave up the idea. Xiaoye was the one she could least imagine riding on, besides Nanu. His snake scales were so hard, it had to be uncomfortable. But to prevent them from fighting, she had to bite the bullet. To her surprise, his scales weren't rough at all. His skin was soft and a little cool. In this hot weather, it was like air conditioning. Quote, "If I had known Xiaoye's skin was so comfortable, I would have chosen him first," she thought. And his tail was wide, so she didn't have to worry about being thrown off. Before she could enjoy the ride, Fu Feng stopped her. "My turn." Lin Susu got off Xiaoye and climbed onto Fu Feng's back. She thought it was a little funny. She had tried so many different modes of transportation today. Fu Feng flew steadily, and the sun didn't beat down on them. The cool breeze felt nice on her face. When Fu Feng stopped and landed, she was still a little wistful. After getting off Fu Feng, Lin Susu walked into the cave. She looked around and saw that everything was normal. She sighed in relief. Looks like no one has discovered the salt well yet. The wolfmen were all shocked. "There's so much salt here. Our tribe will never have to worry about not having salt again in the winter. Susu, you're amazing. You found so much salt." Nanu also looked at the salt well in shock. He wondered how Lin Susu had done it. He glanced at her. She was carefully examining the salt at the mouth of the well. For the first time, he thought she wasn't that ugly when she was serious. Lanting also looked a little surprised. "How do we get the salt out of the well?" "That's easy," Lin Susu said. She looked at Fu Feng, Xiaoye, and Mu Xuan. "Just dig a few holes like last time." The holes were dug quickly. Lin Susu walked to a well near a hole. She waved her hand, and a yellowish-brown column of water was sucked out of the well. The wolfmen were stunned when they saw what she did. "Susu! You're using your water ability! That's incredible!" Now they understood why her mates were so eager to please her. She was so different from the weak females in their tribe. It was also the first time Lanting had seen Lin Susu use her water ability. Her serious expression was so charming. He admired her. Fu Feng, Xiaoye, and Mu Xuan weren't as surprised since they had seen her do it before. But when they saw the wolves' shocked faces, they felt a sense of pride. "This amazing Lin Susu is our female. She's so much stronger than the usual females we have to protect." Everyone present was astonished, but the most amazed was Nanu, who had always thought Lin Susu was stupid, ugly, lazy, and annoying, only knowing how to scheme her way into their beds. He hadn't expected her to have changed so much since he came back. Not only could she cook, but she also had a water ability. As a merman, he knew that the ability she had just used wasn't weak. "What are you staring at me for? Get to work quickly! Don't just stand there while the holes fill up with water and you haven't even finished digging them yet." Hearing this, everyone snapped out of their days and sped up their movements. Seeing that the beastmen were busy, Lin Susu used her mind to accelerate the water flow. After being angry for most of the day, she was also hungry. She then asked Fu Feng, Mu Xuan, and Xiaoye to hunt some chickens and ducks and took out the clay pot she had brought. Since there were a lot of people and plenty of coarse salt, Lin Susu naturally decided to make salted chicken again. It was easy, fast, and could feed many people. After quickly cleaning the wild chickens and ducks, she started a fire to stir-fry the salt. She had a fire ability and could start a fire directly, but she didn't want to make this power public. She glanced at Nanu. This intellectual's affection value should also increase. Thinking this, a smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and she walked forward with a pot. The last time Lin Susu was here, she had discovered that a blue flame would sometimes flicker on a small mound of earth next to the salt pit. The beastmen were busy and didn't notice. It was only when the aroma of the salted chicken floated through the cave that they saw Lin Susu had conjured a pile of blue fire out of thin air. There wasn't a single branch underneath. A wolfman asked in surprise, "Susu, where did you get this fire from?" If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Even the other four, Fu Feng, Xiaoye, Mu Xuan, and Lanting, who had grown used to Lin Susu's occasional strange ways, were shocked by the sight. Nanu was also stunned when he saw Lin Susu's fire. Lin Susu looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "This fire came from here. I just made a little use of it." Her words were very simple, but the 5 beastmen were inwardly stirred. She said it was simple, that she only used it a little, But how did she know the fire would come from there? From the bamboo stick she had prepared, it was obvious that she knew there would be a fire there. Nantu suddenly felt that Lin Susu was more intelligent than he had imagined. He couldn't help but look at her more. Congratulations, host. Nantu's affection value has increased. The current value is 50. As expected, he's an intellectual. With just a small display of ability, the affection value immediately increases. Before Lin Susu could celebrate, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host. Nantu's attraction value has increased to 30. The attraction values of Fufeng, Xiaoye, Lantang, and Mushuan have all increased to 90 and are on the verge of breaking their filter brains. Host, keep up the good work, so fast. She remembered that last time, with the exception of Nantu, the affection values of the other 4 were already close to 99. She didn't expect the affection values to increase so quickly this time. It seemed she only needed a little more. She could upgrade her ability again. However, for now, it was more important to eat well. In addition to the salted chicken, Lin Susu also stir-fried some fresh mushrooms and wild vegetables. The wolfmen, who had never tasted salted chicken and duck, were captivated by the aroma of the savory dishes. This is a different flavor from the beggar's chicken. Lin Susu's cooking was truly delicious. Lanting and Nantu, who had never tasted it, ate with shining eyes. Although it wasn't the first time Mushuan, Fufeng, and Xiaoye had eaten it, they still enjoyed it very much after such a long time. After eating and resting for a while, all the beastmen began collecting salt again. Lin Susu also did a lot of work beside them. Suddenly, her stomach began to hurt, and she felt the urge to go to the bathroom. She quickly ran out. She had woken up early that morning and hadn't had time to go to the bathroom before leaving. Near the salt cave, there were many trees and grasses. Lin Susu tore off a handful of large, round leaves from a tree and found a grassy spot to squat down. She couldn't help but feel a little crude, but there was no other option. Fortunately, there were some leaves in this place. If it had been a thorny thicket like the Red Land, she wouldn't even have anything to wipe with. As she was exerting herself, Lin Susu wondered if she should make some paper. That way, when she went to the bathroom, her butt wouldn't suffer. Just as she was thinking about the raw materials for making paper, a swish sound came from the nearby grass. Lin Susu's butt tightened in surprise. No way, is someone coming over right now? She didn't want to run into anyone, let alone become bathroom buddies. Fortunately, the person stopped not far from her. Lin Susu covered her nose and mouth and didn't dare to make a sound, afraid of startling the person. The good news was the person didn't squat down. They just stood there and lifted their animal skin skirt. Then, a pitter-patter sound reached Lin Susu's ears. That's a loud sound! How long have they been holding it in? Before Lin Susu could finish her thought, she caught a glimpse of a pair of purple pupils. It was Xiaoye. It was rumored that snakes have too. Lin Susu originally wanted to cover her eyes and not look, but her curiosity made her want to peek. However, before she could act on the impulse, Xiaoye turned around and left. Well, it seems I was overthinking. After Lin Susu finished, she pulled out the leaves and wiped herself. Just as she was about to stand up, her leg suddenly went numb and she tilted backward. Before she could react, she found herself falling off a cliff. No, is this grass too deep? Accompanied by a sharp scream, Lin Susu fell down the cliff. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaoye teleported forward. However, he was still too late. He also jumped down in a hurry. Lin Susu was caught by Xiaoye as she fell. Her body wasn't harmed at all, but she suddenly felt a little awkward. Now that she was down here, wouldn't Xiaoye know that she had been peeking at him? Although she had the intention, she hadn't acted on it. She didn't know if Xiaoye would believe her if she told him. Before she could speak, Xiaoye frowned and scanned the surroundings. There's mist everywhere. I'm afraid we can't get to the shore today. Lin Susu was stunned. The words she had wanted to say were instantly forgotten. What are we gonna do then? Xiaoye glanced at Lin Susu. What else can we do? We can only stay here for now and find a chance to leave tomorrow. Lin Susu thought for a moment and felt that this was the only option. For dinner, Xiaoye caught a few fish for Lin Susu from the river. Lin Susu lit a fire and made some grilled fish. After eating, Xiaoye looked around. While it's not dark yet, I'll go explore the terrain. Don't move. Lin Susu obediently nodded. After Xiaoye left, Lin Susu decided to go for a bath in the river. She had just gone to the bathroom and felt that she was dirty. As she was washing, the system's voice sounded. Host, the system has detected a change in Xiaoye's affection value. You can try to make a move on him. Make a move on him? Increases affection? The system suggests you use a beauty trap. Lin Susu was shocked. What is this system saying? At that moment, the system detected that Xiaoye's affection value was increasing, and it recommended Lin Susu use the, quote, beauty trap. Lin Susu felt it was ridiculous. Did I hear that right? I can use a beauty trap? Unless that person is blind, and a person who isn't blind wouldn't fall for me. With a touch of her hand, she could feel a thick layer of fat. Who would like that? Suddenly, she saw the fullness of her chest. It looked great. But wouldn't it be too simple and crude to use this to make a move on Xiaoye? Is Xiaoye that vulgar? Thinking about the fact that even though she was a little fat, she at least had big breasts and a butt. Lin Susu couldn't help but admire herself. Zhao Ye returned while Lin Susu was admiring herself. He had looked around and discovered that this seemed to be the bottom of a cliff on a high mountain. The unknown place was a little confusing. Xiaoye decided to stay put and wait for the mist to dissipate at dawn before making a decision. Besides, that little fatty Lin Susu was left alone. He didn't know if she would cry in fear. Thinking of this, Xiaoye hurried back. When he returned to the original spot, not only did he not hear a wail, but he saw Lin Susu standing in the river bathing. The white moonlight shone on her, as if a goddess had descended. He couldn't help but swallow, and his eyes grew deeper. The last time Lin Susu came out of the bathtub, he noticed that Lin Susu's body had gotten a lot better. Today it seemed there was a new change. Although he wasn't sure why she was still standing in the river after washing, he wanted to watch a little longer at that moment, so he didn't make a sound. While Lin Susu was admiring herself, the system's voice suddenly sounded, "Congratulations, host. Xiaoye's attraction value has increased to 99, and the affection value has surpassed 100. How did Xiaoye's affection value suddenly increase so fast? Before Lin Susu could fully react, the system sounded again. Xiaoye is nearby. The host can implement the attack task. Go for it, host. Remember the beauty trap. Hearing this, Lin Susu was a little caught off guard. Xiaoye was close by, and it didn't even warn her. Lin Susu didn't care about any attack. She immediately shrank into the river. Xiaoye didn't see my narcissistic look, did he? That's too embarrassing. This damn system doesn't care about my feelings at all, just so the task can succeed. Xiaoye, who was enjoying himself, didn't expect Lin Susu to suddenly sink into the water. Did she find me and get shy? Xiaoye smiled slightly. Lin Susu is a little fatty who gets shy too. This is a real eye-opener. Xiaoye curled his lips and walked toward the river. Lin Susu was huddled in the river and didn't hear any of Xiaoye's movements. She was afraid that Xiaoye would leave her alone, so she quickly poked her head out of the water. When she came up, she saw Xiaoye looking at her with a wicked smile. His eyes were full of lust and an intriguing look. He looked her up and down. Something doesn't feel right. Before, he always looked at her with disgust. What's up with this happy look? Lin Susu shivered. Quote, about that I can explain. Hearing that, Xiaoye stopped and said with a smile, explain what? I was just dancing. You know, dancing? So don't misunderstand, I really didn't do it on purpose. Lin Susu hoped this last-minute excuse could convince Xiaoye. Xiaoye chuckled softly. What kind of dance do you dance like that in the water? Saying that, he looked her up and down again. His straightforward gaze made Lin Susu blush. I was doing a dance for the river god, that's why I did it like that. Xiaoye, listening to Lin Susu's random excuses, smiled slightly. Today, he found Lin Susu to be very cute. She could relate something like this to the gods. With a smile in his eyes, he walked closer. Is that so? Then, which god is it? The river god, of course. Since I'm bathing here, I naturally have to thank him. Hearing such interesting words, Xiaoye couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the first time I've heard of such a dance. Lin Susu didn't bat an eye. This is a custom of the Black Bear tribe. It's normal that you haven't seen it. Is that so? But I've heard that the people of the Black Bear tribe never worship the river god. They only respect the moon goddess, and they do it by kneeling towards the moon on the night of the full moon. As he spoke, Xiaoye had already arrived next to Lin Susu. Seeing that her lie had been exposed, Lin Susu could only laugh awkwardly. Xiaoye didn't care much and placed his hand on Lin Susu's head. Tribes like the leopards like to dance for courtship. We snake beastmen don't care about that. What the heck? Lin Susu was a little stunned. Me too. Could he think that what I just did was a courtship dance for him? Lin Susu felt heartbroken. Lin Susu was about to clear up the misunderstanding when suddenly someone grabbed her neck from behind. Before she could react, she heard Xiaoye's low voice. We snake beastmen like to be more direct. Lin Susu was completely dumbfounded by what was happening. What is Xiaoye doing? Why does this sentence sound so strange? Lin Susu frantically shook her head. This is an illusion. I must be overthinking. The low sound made it so Xiaoye heard it without any barrier. Overthinking? Xiaoye's hand was a little cold, and when it touched Lin Susu's face, she felt cold. However, more than that, she couldn't understand what Xiaoye wanted. I mean, why did you suddenly come back? Xiaoye's hand moved from Lin Susu's chin to her back, naturally, to do what you've always wanted to do, what she had always wanted to do. How did Xiaoye know that she wanted to make a move on him? Could he have heard what she said to the system? That shouldn't be possible. Although the system wasn't very reliable, it was pretty good at keeping secrets. If it wasn't that, what else could it be? What she had always wanted to do with Xiaoye. Wouldn't he want to do it with her? Is Xiaoye really that vulgar? Was he so easily attracted by her? If she had known it was this easy, why had she gone to so much trouble before? But Xiaoye must be really hungry. He'll eat anything. Thinking this, Lin Susu couldn't help but shiver. Xiaoye felt a shiver and scoffed. Can't wait? You're so unreserved. Hearing that, Lin Susu blushed. She just shivered. What did Xiaoye misunderstand? These beastmen are truly open and narcissistic. Xiaoye was focused on Lin Susu's pink lips and completely ignored the expression on her face. He didn't know if it was the hormones, but he felt that Lin Susu looked good everywhere today. Even the thick lips that he used to see felt plump and had a unique taste. Her nose also seemed to have become straighter. No, that wasn't possible. He knew that Lin Susu had been dieting recently, but is the effect of dieting so great that even her facial features can become so beautiful? Lin Susu looked at Xiaoye, who was standing still and staring at her. Her heart felt a little scared. He won't think her face isn't good, and that's why there's no next step, right? Although it was a little embarrassing, it was what Lin Susu expected. She said it was impossible for a normal person to be made a move on without considering their appearance. Only this damn system was blindly insisting. It seemed she still had to find a way to improve her beauty. In order to look better, Lin Susu decided to be proactive and give herself a way out. She moistened her lips and was about to speak when the system's voice echoed in her mind. Host, don't give up so easily. It has been detected that Xiaoye's heart rate has surpassed 100 and he is about to make a move. Lin Susu rolled her eyes inwardly. She wouldn't believe the system's nonsense. If he was really attracted, he would have already acted. She didn't believe that in the face of primal urges, a normal person could resist. If he could resist, it was either because he didn't have good weapons, or because he was a wooden doll or a stone statue. She opened her mouth, about to speak, when suddenly her red lips were covered by Xiaoye's. No, Xiaoye is really doing it. Lin Susu almost stopped breathing, but more than that, she wanted to give Xiaoye a thumbs up. How could he kiss her like this? What the hell did he want? Suddenly, Xiaoye's eyes turned red. Lin Susu felt like a wild animal was staring at her. Instinctively, she wanted to back away, but before her body tilted back a little, she was grabbed. Xiaoye's low voice echoed in Lin Susu's ear. Why are you hiding? Are you so timid? Before we even start? Can she be blamed? Don't you know how scary your eyes are? They're like a hungry wolf. Thinking this, Lin Susu couldn't help but think a little more. Could it be that this is Xiaoye's first time? I wonder what his technique is like. Then, she suddenly thought about how snakes have two. Lin Susu couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaoye's hoarse and magnetic voice echoed in her ear. Concentrate. Isn't the shore over there? This place is perfect. Didn't you want to pay tribute to the river god? When Lin Susu woke up again, Xiaoye was not by her side. She didn't know where he had gone. She herself was lying under an animal skin, with large, lush trees above. Before she could fully regain consciousness, the system's cheerful voice sounded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully made a move on Xiaoye. His filter brain has been upgraded to a filter brain. Lin Susu felt nothing about the filter brain. To her, it was just a way to get a reward. So what's my reward for the successful move? Has the water ability been upgraded? As soon as she said the words, Lin Susu discovered that her voice was as hoarse as a wild duck's. This voice, that damn Xiaoye, he's a monster. The system laughed when it heard Lin Susu's hoarse voice. Tisk, tisk. The combat power of snakes is truly extraordinary. He was able to tire out you, a big fatty. Lin Susu rolled her eyes speechlessly. Tell me the reward quickly. I can't have worked so hard for nothing, though in a way, I also enjoyed it. The system was also surprised to hear that. Congratulations, host. The target of the move has entered a new stage. The reward is that the Earth ability has been upgraded to level 2, and you have been given a small metal shovel. Wasn't it supposed to be the Water ability? She had worked so hard, why was she given the Earth ability? Because the Water ability is the host's innate ability, and it requires the host to make a move on higher level targets to get the reward. Host, go for it. As expected, it's a scam. This was to protect her. Earth ability level 2 user guide. Do you want to use it? It has already been placed in the system backpack. The host can check it at any time. Lin Susu quickly scanned the surroundings, made sure Xiao Ye wasn't there, and then began to try it out. With the level 2 Earth ability, she could mold any object into any shape she wanted. After reading this, Lin Susu pursed her mouth. Upon seeing this, Lin Susu's eyes lit up. She wondered if she could fix her face. He thought about it and used his mind to manipulate it, flattened his nose with a snort, and gave it a new shape. Now I have a high nose bridge, Lin Susu said to herself. After doing so, she stood up and walked toward the river. He was eager to see if what he did worked. However, when he stood up, he realized he couldn't walk even a few steps. Unconsciously, he looked at his legs and saw that he still had the essence of the snake. That damn snake? How much of that essence did he use? He instantly cursed the snake in his mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the snake, who was picking wild fruits, was feeling very happy. Although Lin Susu is a little fat, the feeling is incredible, he thought. Remembering everything from yesterday, his breathing became heavy. However, at that moment, he needed to feed Lin Susu. He had just walked out of the forest with the wild fruits when he saw Lin Susu getting up from the tree and standing on the path. The snake happily walked over. "You're awake. I picked some wild fruits. We can have breakfast." Lin Susu still gave off the scent that the snake left, and the snake couldn't help but sniff again. Lin Susu saw him sniffing and thought he couldn't move, so his eyes darkened. "What are you doing?" he asked. The snake replied that he was smelling the fragrance he left on his body. Snakes like to leave their scent on things they like to mark them. "I'm smelling the scent I left on your body. That way, the other beastmen around will know that you're mine," the snake explained. Lin Susu looked around without understanding. "There's no one. This possessiveness, were you looking for a way out when you left? Did you find a place?" The snake blinked and offered her the wild fruits. "Not yet. Eat the fruits first." Suddenly, he felt that this place was quite good. Only he and Lin Susu were there, and they could live a shameless and carefree life, so he forgot about the exit. Lin Susu didn't know what the snake was thinking. She took a wild fruit from his hand unceremoniously and took a bite. "We have to leave early, otherwise it will get dark and foggy again." Since she felt uncomfortable, she naturally hoped that the snake would help him. Yesterday, the snake seemed to be actively looking for an exit, and Lin Susu didn't expect him to have ulterior motives. The snake saw that Lin Susu ate a few fruits and knew that she liked them. He quickly grabbed a few more and put them in her hand, saying softly, "If it's not enough, there's more." Lin Susu looked at the snake in disbelief. This guy, does he really have a moment to talk so softly? After breakfast, the snake transformed into his snake form and appeared before him. Lin Susu looked at the scene in front of him with a stunned expression, not understanding what he was going to do. He snake wagged his tail. "Get on quickly, don't you feel well?" Hearing this, Lin Susu's face turned red. But thinking about the snake's bad behavior yesterday, she felt that this behavior was what he deserved. She lifted her leg and got on the snake. This time, the snake moved without Lin Susu asking him to, and it wasn't too fast. Lin Susu sat on the snake's back, looking at the endless forest, and frowned. "Which way do we go to get out?" The snake didn't know. "We can only see what happens. I want to be with you a little longer. It makes me very happy." Lin Susu pursed her lips. "Aren't you a 5th rank beastman? How is it that you don't know which way to go to get out?" the snake replied. "I'm a 5th rank beastman, but I can't fly. How would I know which way to go? We can only go and see." Lin Susu sensed the nearby water source with her mind. "Let's follow the river. The exit must be in that direction." The snake felt a little sad. Originally, he wanted to spend a few more shameless days with Lin Susu, but he didn't expect him to find the exit so quickly. Suddenly, Lin Susu saw a golden area. "Stop! I found something good." The snake felt confused. "What's so good about it? There are only some yellow weeds." But he still obediently stopped. Lin Susu walked toward the golden spot. "Great! I found wheat." The snake didn't understand why Lin Susu was laughing at a pile of yellow grass. He had tried it before, and it was very spicy. He didn't know what was so good about it. Lin Susu smiled and said to the snake, "Go, cut these wheat stalks for me. When we get back, I'll make noodles for you to eat." The snake was confused. Didn't we eat corn noodles before? These are much better than the ones made with corn, Lin Susu replied. Hearing that there was something delicious, the snake immediately went to work. Meanwhile, in the Yanjing cave, several beastmen and wolfmen looked for a while and realized that Lin Susu and the snake had disappeared. They searched everywhere, but couldn't find them. Mo Xuan had a strange expression on his face. He nudged Fu Feng's arm. Quote, "Tell me, aren't they hiding somewhere to have fun?" Nantu couldn't help but frown. Lin Susu, would she need to hide for that? She was probably happy. But in the next moment, Fu Feng became furious. What a cunning snake! Nantu was speechless. These two must be crazy. Suddenly, Luan Ting, who was standing by the bushes, said with a serious expression, "There are traces that the grass has fallen here, as if two people have fallen." Mo Xuan regained his seriousness. Lin Susu, that fatty, it's possible that she fell, but the snake, him too? Nantu looked outside the grass and found a pile of snake scales. It seems he really did fall. Fu Feng crossed his arms. A 5th-rank beastman who falls. It's embarrassing. Luan Ting looked down. The height is not low. It's possible that he fell to save Susu. Snakes can't fly like you, so it's not strange for them to fall. Then he looked around. Let's go see down there. Fu Feng looked down and said, I'll go check first. He stretched his wings and flew down. But before he reached halfway, he came back. Luan Ting was surprised that he came back so quickly. Why did you come back? Fu Feng put away his wings and said awkwardly. It's foggy down there, I can't see anything. Mo Xuan burst out laughing. He had just made fun of the snake, and now he can't do it either. Fu Feng gave him a furious look. Do you think I can't give you a hard time? Luan Ting looked at them. Why are you two arguing? Think about how to find them first. Nantu concentrated and listened for a while. They should be fine. I hear the sound of water. There's probably a river down there. Mo Xuan looked at him. What do we do then? Let's find a small path to go down. There are cliffs everywhere. There's a ravine. We can walk down to the river. Hearing that, everyone walked down. They walked all night and found no trace. The snake was worthy of being a 5th-rank beastman. His purple figure moved constantly through the golden wheat field. Each time, the wheat stalks were neatly stacked on the shore. Lin Susu looked at the pile of wheat stalks and smiled from ear to ear. And seeing Lin Susu laugh, he couldn't help but remember what happened yesterday. Snakes cannot have an affair. Once they do, they become uncontrollable. And he never restrained himself. He always did what he wanted. The snake walked over and lifted Lin Susu's chin with a finger. After cutting the weeds, I need a reward, he said. Then he lowered his head to kiss her. Suddenly, Lin Susu heard footsteps. She shrank back and pushed the snake away. There are footsteps. Let go quickly. The snake was very excited, so he didn't care about that. Rolling around in this golden grass field must be pretty good, he thought. As he thought about it, his heart sped up. Seeing that the snake was ignoring her, Lin Susu cursed him in her mind. How shameless. He only thinks about himself. He didn't care, but she did. Lin Susu shrank back and curled into a ball, hoping that the people passing by wouldn't see her. As a result, a familiar voice came from the sky. Don't tell me I saw wrong. Is the snake kissing Lin Susu? Hearing this, Lin Susu shivered. That was the wolfman who always gossiped. Oh my god, I ran into him again! Just after Lin Susu thought about it, the other wolfman spoke. It's no big deal for a couple to kiss in the wilderness, but the snake, he's not very picky. He can be with Lin Susu. He couldn't understand why the snake was kissing Lin Susu, and the position was very perverted. Mo Xuan became serious. I told you that their disappearance wasn't normal. Look, they're together now. Fu Feng didn't expect the snake, who seemed to be a little cold with Lin Susu, to do something like this. And that hand? Fu Feng looked at it and wanted to cut it off. What does a snake need a hand for? Luan Ting was also surprised. He had been worried about them since they disappeared yesterday. But now, it seemed he had worried for nothing. It seemed that Susu no longer needed him. Only Nantu looked and didn't blink. He looked at the two, hugging with disgust. Next time you want to go out, let us know in advance so we don't have to look for you all night. Lin Susu felt a little embarrassed. Nantu must have misunderstood something. But now, she needed the guy below to let go. This time, she didn't hesitate. She stepped on the snake's foot hard. The snake groaned and lifted his head to look at her. What's wrong? Lin Susu didn't want to talk to him. Only then did the snake notice Nantu. He let go of Lin Susu's hand. Who's going out? We roll down here. Luanting looked at Lin Susu with his gentle face. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lin Susu replied. She looked into Luanting's eyes and felt inexplicably guilty, as if she had been caught cheating. She clearly hadn't done anything wrong, but everyone was looking at her. At that moment, she wanted to hide in a hole. Luanting nodded. "That's good. We've collected it all. We can go back to the tribe." His words were still gentle, and there was no trace of blame. He even helped her alleviate the awkwardness. Lin Susu felt that Luanting was a very good beastman. "But I have to take something else with me." Lin Susu pointed at the carefully stacked pile of wheat stalks. "I want to take this back to the tribe." Nantu thought that Lin Susu had invented something new, and he leaned in to look, but he only saw a pile of yellow grass. He felt a little disappointed. "Why are you taking a pile of grass?" Lin Susu gave him a look. "This isn't ordinary grass, it's wheat. It can be used to make noodles, buns, and steamed buns. It can be eaten as a staple food. Even if we don't hunt, we can use them to fill our stomachs." Fu Feng, hearing that it could be eaten, was a little confused. "Didn't we eat buns and steamed buns before?" Lin Susu replied that noodles could be made in many different ways. "Corn can only be made into one or two things. You'll know when you eat it." The snake was tired of Fu Feng asking so many questions, so he glared at him. "Why are you talking so much? Come and help carry this stuff." Fu Feng was already annoyed that the snake had gotten a head start. Now, seeing him giving orders, he became ill-tempered. "Someone's pretty slick, aren't they? Can't you carry this wheat by yourself? Why bother everyone?" His words sounded very bitter, but the snake ignored him. "If you don't carry it, that's fine, but when Susu makes the noodles, you won't get any, so don't look at us with envy." Fu Feng didn't believe that nothing had happened between them, but in the end, he still went to carry the wheat. He wasn't afraid of the snake, it's just that if the wheat was as good as Lin Susu said, it would be a shame not to be able to eat it. The snake laughed. "He can't get it, so he blames others." The competition between beastmen was always about ability. What good was being so crude? He could try with Lin Susu himself, but he didn't believe that Fu Feng would succeed. With his personality, what woman would put up with him? Mo Xuan, while carrying the wheat, sniffed Lin Susu. He still smelled like the snake. It seemed they had been together yesterday. It was a snake's nature to leave their scent. It was something they did. He called him Susu so soon. It seems they did something important yesterday. Lin Susu looked better today. Her nose, which used to be flat, was now straighter, and her temperament had changed. Does mating have beautifying effects? Luanting knelt down to help carry the wheat without Lin Susu asking him to. When he passed by Lin Susu, he also smelled a special scent. Wolfman had a keen sense of a nose, and his ability was super scent. This scent was very similar to the snake's. A simple hug or a kiss wouldn't leave such a strong smell unless, thinking about that, Luanting also looked at Lin Susu. Beastmen always talked about their women's bodies, and he wasn't very interested in these topics. But today, when he looked at Lin Susu, he felt that his women couldn't compare to her. Nantu noticed that Lin Susu had lost weight, but he was more interested in the wheat she was carrying. Lin Susu said it was delicious and could be a staple food. Could this small, rough grass really fill a stomach? It seemed ridiculous to him. Even herbivorous animals needed to eat several meals a day to get full. Then, taking advantage of the others not paying attention, he quickly picked up some golden wheat stalks and put them in his mouth. The moment he put them in his mouth, he almost choked. "What is this? It tastes so bad. It's harder to eat than thorns." I don't know what Lin Susu is thinking, believing this thing is a treasure. Lin Susu was directing the crowd to place the wheat stalks carefully when she heard the system's alarm sound. It is detected that Nantu's attraction value has decreased by 10 points, and the attraction value has decreased by 5 points. Hearing this, Lin Susu turned to look at Nantu. He was carrying the wheat and looked normal. She wondered why the attraction value had suddenly dropped. The perplexed Lin Susu asked the system in her mind. "System, what happened? Why did the attraction value drop so much?" Report host. "This is because Nantu is disappointed in you." Disappointed. Lin Susu thought, "Nantu is disappointed in me. I didn't realize he had expectations of me." When was that? Does he have expectations of me? Could he be like that perverted snake? He didn't seem so passionate inside. He seems like a reserved man. Lin Susu's thoughts moved quickly. If that was the case, she could change her attraction strategy. Just as she was thinking, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Host, you misunderstood. Nantu is not interested in your appearance, but he is disappointed that you would collect this wheat as a staple food." Lin Susu was speechless. She already knew that. With her current appearance, she was not suitable to be too confident. She had been fooled by the snake's temporary success. Lin Susu was silent for a moment to relieve the embarrassment. And then she asked again, I collected the wheat. So what? Why is he disappointed in me? Nanu secretly tried the wheat and thought it was too rough and hard to swallow. So he felt disappointed. Brother, can you eat raw wheat? If you put it in your mouth, you'll hurt yourself. And you still have the expectation value? As if he's a mentor and can only look at you if you have some scientific achievement. Brother, I'm just here to conquer you, not to create new things. When I get back to the tribe, I will definitely surprise you. This training, it really has some craziness. After packing everything, the others looked at Lin Susu. She was quick and grabbed onto Fufang's back. Flying will be faster, right? Fufang felt a little proud that Lin Susu chose him. The path that could be flown, he did it by flying over the other beastmen's heads for a while, before flying upwards. Flying was naturally faster than walking. When Lin Susu and the others arrived at the Yanjing cave, the other beastmen and wolfmen still hadn't arrived. Fufang thought that he also had a chance to be alone with Lin Susu, and his tail wagged. What's the snake so proud of? I was also alone with Lin Susu. Thinking about his wings, Fufang asked. Between my back and the others, which is the most comfortable? Lin Susu was speechless. This question, it really sounded like a child. Lin Susu didn't want to answer him, but the snake was staring at her, so she had to answer. Suddenly, Lin Susu felt that the world of beastmen was a big playground. What can I do? Lin Susu could only smile. Your back is very comfortable. Although she was praising him, Lin Susu held back a little. She didn't know when this silly, innocent-looking bird would say what he had told him. Fufang heard that his back was very comfortable. The male raised his neck, his face full of joy. He knew that no one would dislike his big wings. Then he asked Lin Susu about what happened with the snake the day before. But Lin Susu fell asleep against the rock. Seeing her, he didn't say anything else. In reality, Lin Susu felt that the other person wanted to ask about yesterday's events, but she didn't want to deal with it, so she pretended to be asleep. After the other beastmen came up, the salt caravan set off again. On the way back, Lin Susu closed her eyes and chose one of the beastmen at random. Fortunately for her, the person she chose at random was the gentle one. She squatted down and reached out her hand, and by chance, she chose the snake. After yesterday's events, this guy was always looking for opportunities to entangle her with his snake tail. Although a beautiful man was good, she couldn't stand him. The group arrived at the tribe's entrance, grandly, and many beastmen crowded around them. Someone in the crowd shouted, Lin Susu is back! Hearing this, the antelope rushed out. Great, great, I'm glad you came back safely. They hadn't returned at the agreed upon time, and the antelope thought something had happened to them. After all, if anyone found out about the salt, which is a scarce resource, people would fight with them. Seeing them return safely, he was relieved. He looked at Lin Susu and asked, how did it go in the salt gathering land? Lin Susu smiled and pointed to the skin bags hanging from the others' belts. We have enough for a month, and no one else has discovered that place. Only our people have been there. That's good, the gods bless us. From now on, we will be a wolf tribe with salt, the antelope said. Then he looked at the golden objects the wolfmen were carrying. What is this? Quote, it's called wheat. After drying and grinding it, it can be used to make food, Lin Susu said. Originally, she wanted to say that it could be used as a staple food, but thinking about Nanu, who didn't believe her at all, she decided to save it for a later surprise. The antelope shrugged and wasn't very interested. Recently, Lin Susu had made a lot of food that they had never seen before. This was probably something she learned from her adoptive mother, the black bear. Thinking about the salt, he said to the person carrying it, unload the salt and take it to the warehouse. Lu and Ting, come with me. The snake, Fufang, Nanu, and Mo Xuan prepared to leave. In the crowd, the lizard was surprised to see that Lin Susu had really brought back salt. However, the next moment, he smelled the other's scent and his eyes lit up. Susu, it's been a long time. I've missed you. Would you like to sleep with me tonight? I've built a new house and it's very comfortable, he asked. Lin Susu was surprised. Hadn't she told this guy to behave himself? Why was he bringing up the topic again? She was about to refuse when she suddenly realized. Sleep with you? Yes, your house was struck by lightning and burned down completely. You can't live there. Lin Susu felt a little speechless. Why was there lightning? Lin Susu looked at the others in disbelief. Kaixia looked regretful. It's true, Susu, your house burned down completely, so you should sleep with me tonight, the lizard said with a smile. Hearing this, the beastmen who were about to leave stopped and looked at Lin Susu. The snake crossed his arms and looked at the lizard. Why should she sleep with you? My cave is comfortable and we don't have to worry about rain or thunder. Sleep with me! Mo Xuan and Fu Feng also looked at Lin Susu. You can also sleep with us. Hearing this, Nantu quickly left with his things. He didn't want to stay with Lin Susu. He didn't know why they were fighting. They all seemed to be blind. As soon as the four spoke, all the beastmen were surprised and looked at Lin Susu. Lin Susu was also stunned. Why did she have to choose again? At that moment, Lin Susu was watched by several beastmen who were waiting for her to make a decision. However, she didn't speak immediately. Instead, she took a step and walked toward them to choose them. This was too good. The men held back their excitement and waited for Lin Susu to approach. The snake saw Lin Susu's foot heading toward him, his eyes full of smiles and an expression of joy. He knew that Lin Susu would definitely choose him. He smiled and reached out, about to take Lin Susu's hand. But suddenly, she turned and walked toward Fu Feng. Seeing Lin Susu change direction suddenly, his eyes darkened. Didn't this beast woman recognize him after putting on the skin skirt? What a greedy woman. Fu Feng saw Lin Susu walk toward him and raised his eyebrows. He looked at the snake with an expression of pride. What's the point of reaching out so early? Didn't she choose me in the end? Today, Lin Susu even praised his wings and said they were comfortable to sit on. It seemed she liked him very much, otherwise she wouldn't have come closer. Fu Feng smiled and looked at Lin Susu, but at that moment, Lin Susu walked past him and continued walking forward. His smile instantly froze. The snake looked at the other's rigid face and snorted. What are you proud of? She didn't choose you either. Mo Xuan saw that Lin Susu had passed the first two and felt very happy. The three of them were standing in a row. Lin Susu hadn't chosen the two in front, so he was the only one left. His eyes lit up. He took a step forward and prepared to hug Lin Susu. But at that moment, Lin Susu didn't stop and kept walking forward. Mo Xuan's face also froze. What is Lin Susu doing? If she doesn't choose the three of them, where is she going to sleep today? Fu Feng and the snake were also confused. There were only the four of them, and she didn't choose them. What did she want to do? The men were puzzled and looked at Lin Susu's back. The lizard saw Lin Susu leave and followed closely. The other three saw the lizard leave and looked down on him a little. What's the point of him chasing after her? Lin Susu didn't choose him, but in the next moment, the three also immediately followed his steps. What if that guy actually succeeds? Besides, Lin Susu's direction is toward the tribe's houses. Could it be that she's going to look for Lu Enting? Thinking this, the three couldn't stay put and immediately followed him. In an instant, several shadows passed by the eyes of the beastmen. The beastmen who were watching were also confused. Quote, what are they doing? Why are they running so fast? The direction Lin Susu went seemed to indicate that she chose the gentle person. The others probably wanted to get her back. Let's follow to see the good show. The beastmen loved gossip, and their emotions flared up. This was a rare thing. They never expected that one day Lin Susu's men would fight over her. Lin Susu had no intention of choosing them. She ran towards her own cabin, praying that her things were still there. However, seeing the scene, her eyes darkened. The house was completely burned down. The lizard followed Lin Susu and saw that Lin Susu was sad. He looked at the others' houses and felt a little sympathetic. Susu, in fact, only your house was struck by lightning. The already depressed Lin Susu became even more angry upon hearing this. What kind of lightning is this that only strikes my house? Do I have a feud with it? Such a casual lightning. Could it be the work of the system? Thinking this, Lin Susu asked the lizard who was next to him. When did this lightning appear? The ground is fine. It doesn't seem to have rained. It's too strange for lightning to appear on a sunny day. There was a lightning strike shortly after you left, he replied. Lin Susu was speechless. Was it done on purpose when I wasn't at home? Susu! The thunder was very loud. Fortunately, you weren't inside, otherwise it would have been very difficult to deal with such a big fire. The gods still take care of you, the lizard said. Lin Susu didn't know whether to feel happy or sad upon hearing this. The lightning struck on purpose when she wasn't there, and she didn't believe it was a coincidence. Thinking this, Lin Susu entered the ruins. Such a precise lightning strike must leave some clues. She wanted to see if the lightning was an act of God or the system. The lizard looked at Lin Susu, who was rummaging through the ruins and the ashes, and thought she was devastated by the lightning. Susu, just sleep with me tonight. Look at the house I built. Lin Susu looked at him. A new wooden cabin had appeared next to the ruins. It looked pretty nice. Several beastmen saw Lin Susu looking at the cabin and prepared to speak, but Lin Susu knew what they wanted to say and looked at them angrily. What, sleep? I'm starving, let's eat first, she said, and took her skins and headed to the kitchen. Lin Susu was busy at the stove. In the middle of the meal, Nanu arrived with the wheat. It was time for a meal, so Lin Susu invited him to stay and eat. She didn't know if he had chosen the moment on purpose. For lunch, Lin Susu made a sweet and sour and delicious fish stew with passion fruit. When she put it on the table, Lu Anting arrived. Everyone sat down to eat. Everyone really liked the fish stew this time. After Lin Susu finished eating, she got up to leave. The beastmen at the table looked at her. Lin Susu touched her face. "Is there something on my face?" After a moment of silence, Mo Xuan spoke. "Where are you going to sleep today?" Lin Susu wondered why this never ended. But 6 pairs of eyes were looking at her, so she didn't leave. Her eyes scanned the 6 people in front of her, and then stopped in one direction.